maliyetli yöntemler de olsa biz bunları çalışıyor, bunları geliştirmeye devam ediyor ve bütün sivil kurumlarımızla beraber Türkiye'nin güvenlik şemsiyesini, güvenlik kurumları oluşturmak için çalışıyoruz. Bu tip konferanslarda bunların konseptlerinin, etik değerlerinin, bunların işte diğer boyutlarının konuşulması bize ayrıca katkı sağlıyor. Bu kapsamda Savunma Sanayi Başkanlığı olarak hepinizin bu çalışmalarını desteklediğimizi bir kere daha ifade ediyor. Daha fazla uzatmadan sözü sizlere bırakıyorum. Hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum.
Çok teşekkür ederiz Ahmet Hocam. Sağ olun. Şimdi de sözü İskenderun Üniversitesi'nden Durmuş Baysal Hocam'a bırakmak istiyorum. Anayurt kavramından ne anlamalıyız isimli konuşmasını yapacak. Buyurun hocam.
Teşekkür ediyorum. Programın düzenlenmesinde emeği geçen başta Sayın Rektörümüz Türkay Dereli olmak üzere Murat Hocama ve diğer emeği geçenlere teşekkür ederim ve bütün katılımcılara hoş geldiniz diyorum tekrardan. Benim konum anayurt güvenliği kavramından ne anlamalıyız? Bu hususa biraz daha farklı bir yaklaşım göstereceğim. Şimdi anayurt güvenliği denince Google arama motorunda karşımıza çıkacak tanımlar genel hatlarıyla vatanımıza ve ulusumuza ait değerleri ve çıkarları ve bunlarla ilgili olarak askeri, siyasi, diplomatik, ekonomik gibi tüm imkanları kullanarak iç ve dış tehditlerden korumak. Bu ifadenin toplumun genelinde karşılığı ise dışarıda sınır güvenliği, içeride ise emniyet kuvvetlerinin alacağı güvenlik. Biraz da yaşadığımız dönem itibarıyla bilgi sistemleri güvenliği kısmen de COVID-19 nedeniyle gıda güvenliğine karşılık gelmekte. Oysaki teknolojik gelişmelere bağlı olarak 21. yüzyıl küresel dünyasında anayurt güvenliği kavramı bunların çok daha ötesindedir ve ilk yapılması gereken şey bu hususta farkındalık oluşturmaktır. Hemen bir örnek verelim. Mesela fizik ilmini düşünün. Fizik sadece fizik değildir. Aynı zamanda matematik, kimya, biyoloji ve felsefe ile komşudur. Dolayısıyla komşuları ve çevreyi tam tarif edemeden oturduğunuz yeri tam olarak tarif edemezsiniz. Gıda ve kimyasal ilaçlarla biyolojik savaşın devam ettiği, içinde yaşadığımız şu günlerde nesillerin hem beden hem de ruh sağlığını korumak anayurt güvenliğinin tam da göbeğinde olan bir husustur. Uluslararası küresel mekanizmanın siyaset ve operasyon anlayışını bilmek anayurt güvenliğinin kapsama alanı içerisindedir. Kadim kültür ve medeniyetimize ait değerler anayurt güvenliğinin vazgeçilmez unsurlarındandır. Edebiyat ve tarih bilinci anayurt güvenliğinin olmazsa olmazıdır. Çünkü milli bilinç dediğimiz kavramın oluşmasında edebiyat ve tarih bir binanın temeli gibidir. Teknolojiyi araç olarak değil, amaç olarak gören bir ferdin zihin dünyasında sosyal medyanın ayar verdiği bir ortamda, yani kısaca iplerin başkalarının elinde olduğu bir ortamda anayurt güvenliğinden ne kadar söz edebiliriz? Halkımızın çoğunluğunun hiç bilmediği bir dünya var. Olayların perde arkasında bambaşka insanlar, kişiler var. Bu kişiler size beyazı siyah, siyahı da bembeyaz gösterebiliyor. Dolayısıyla 21. yüzyıl küresel tehditleri dediğimiz zaman gıda güvenliği, dijital esaret, sağlıklı ve doğal beslenme, çevre bilinci, terörizm, uyuşturucu, etik ve ahlaki değerlerin yozlaşması, ekonomik krizler, subliminal mesaj ve algı operasyonları, propaganda gibi hususları bir bütün olarak düşünmemiz icap ediyor. Bu konuda belli bir bilinç düzeyine ulaşabilmek için ise aşağıdaki konuların detaylı olarak bilinmesi gerekiyor. Bunları şöyle özetleyebiliriz. Türkiye'nin jeopolitik ve jeostratejik önemi, 21. yüzyıl küresel tehditleri, edebiyat ve tarih bilinci, hukuk bilinci, doğru mantık yürütmek, sosyoloji bilimi, insan psikolojisi, kritik analitik düşünme, sosyal sağlık ve iletişim teknikleri, ruh sağlığını korumak, kişisel gelişim, etik ve ahlak bilinci, sağlıklı beslenme, salgın hastalıklar ve gıda güvenliğinin önemi, savunma sanayi ve önemi, bilgi sistemleri güvenliği, 15 Temmuz 2016 askeri darbe girişimi. Elbette tüm bu konuları uzmanlık düzeyinde öğrenmek mümkün değildir ama genel kültür düzeyinde de öğrenmemiz icap eder. Bir örnek vermek gerekirse tabiri caizse bir arabanın motorunu söküp takacak kadar değil ama arabayı sürmeyi öğretmeye yetecek kadar bir bilinç oluşturulmalıdır. Anayurt güvenliği nedir? Türkiye'nin jeolojik ve jeostratejik önemi nedir? Bu soruların cevabına hemen her yerde ulaşmak mümkündür. Ancak asıl önemli olan anayurt güvenliği kapsamında yukarıda ifade edilen ve ilk etapta akla gelmeyen konuları bir bütün olarak ele alıp bir bilinç oluşturmamız gerekmektedir. Hayatta karşımıza çıkacak hemen her sorunun üstesinden gelebilmek için en başta gelen husus farkındalıktır. Arkasından kavramların ortaya konulması, bilinç oluşması, vizyon ve misyon tespiti, strateji üretme, görev dağılımı ve mücadele gelmektedir. Şimdi bu kavramlardan birkaçını tek tek ele alalım. Çünkü vaktimiz sınırlı. Örneğin edebiyat ve tarih bilinci ne alaka diyeceğiz anayurt güvenliğiyle ama Konfüçyüs'e bir memleketi idare etmeye çağrılsaydınız yapacağınız ilk iş ne olurdu diye sorulduğunda filozofun cevabı şöyle demiştir. İlk önce işe dille başlar, dili düzeltirdim. Nitekim yazar Mehmet Şevket Eyyubi bu hususta şöyle söylüyor. Türkiye'nin başındaki en büyük bela şifai kültür bataklığına düşmüş olmasıdır. Tarih bilinciyle ilgili olarak Profesör Doktor Şahin Uçar şöyle diyor. İçinde yaşadığımız dünyayı anlamlandırabilmek için bugüne kadar olup biten hadisatı inceleyip yorumlamamız icap eder. Bunun için de tarih bilgisi, anlayışı, şuuru olması lazım gelir. Eğer kendi kültürümüzü reddeder, başka kristallerin şeklini taklit etmeye kalkar isek, kadim kültür ve medeniyetimize ait fikirleri başkalarına nasıl anlatacağız? Tarih geçmişte olan biten hadiseler değil, bugünü anlamak ve istikbali düşünmektir. Subliminal mesaj ve feraset. Subliminal kelimesi aydınlatılmış alanın altı demektir. Peki niye aydınlatılmış alan var? Çünkü arka planda gizlenen başka şeyler var. Peki bu durumda ne yapmamız gerekiyor? Feraset sahibi olmamız gerekiyor. Yani at gibi 360 derece çevremizi görebilmek, satır aralarını okuyabilmek, cümleyi tersten okumak ve irfan sahibi olmamız gerekiyor. Tarihimizin şanlı kısımlarını biliyoruz ama bizi bugünlere getiren zaaflarımızı maalesef bilmiyoruz ya da görmezden geliyoruz. Eğer geçmişteki hatalarımızı biz incelemez isek olaylara bize dayatılan projeksiyonlardan bakmak durumunda kalıyoruz. Hukuk bilinci. Hukuk bilinci oluşmadan darbe, kalkışma, muhtıra gibi hukuk dışı yöntemlerle nasıl başa çıkacağız? Sosyal sağlık ve iletişim teknikleri. İnsan sağlığı 3 bölümden oluşmakta. Beden sağlığı, ruh sağlığı ve sosyal sağlık. Bunlardan ruh sağlığının ögeleri, toplumla ahenkli ilişkiler kurabilmek, hayatın türlü stres ve sıkıntılarına tahammül edebilmek, kişinin kendi şartları içinde başarılı olabilmesi, heyecansal olgunluk, insan kötü ve zor durumlara düşse de umudunu yitirmemeli, iç dünyasıyla dış dünyası dengede olmalı, mevcut durumu koruyabilme ve yüceltebilme prensibi olmalı, belirlenmiş ahlak ve norm kurallarına uygun davranmalı. Ruh sağlığının ögesi yerinde olmayan bir insanın anayurt güvenliği konusunda bir bilinç oluşmasını düşünmek hayalden ibaret olur. Kritik analitik düşünme. Kritik analitik düşünme hayatın her alanının farkında olmak için düşünmek ve düşünme yeteneğimizi sürekli geliştirmektir. Kritik analitik düşünme size ayaklarınıza baktırır iken yüzünüze tokat atmak isteyenleri sezinlemek, yumruğu değil, yumruk atanı değil, yumruğu attıranı görebilmektir ve büyük resmi görebilmektir. Kritik analitik düşünme size sunulan seçenekler dışında başka çözüm yolları olabileceğini de düşünmektir. Salgın hastalıklar ve gıda güvenliği. Güney Koreli felsefeci kültür kuramcısı Byung-Chul Han şöyle diyor. Koronavirüs bizi bir sağ kalma toplumuna indirgedi. Oysaki insan sosyal bir varlıktır. FETÖ. Türkiye'de çok sahte kahramanlar var. Bunlardan birisi de Vatikan'da ölmeyi arzu ettim diyen FETÖ. Maalesef bu gençliğin bir kısmını kendi milletine düşman yapmıştır. Hoşgörü, dinler arası diyalog, İbrahimi Dinler Projesi bu millete kurulan tuzakların sadece birkaçıdır. Sonuç olarak şöyle bağlayabilirim. En zayıf halka kuralı hayatın her alanında geçerlidir. Bunun için ülkemizin en büyük sorunlarını aşağıdaki şekilde sıralayabiliriz ve yukarıda kısmen anlatılan bu sorunlarla ilgili farkındalık oluşturmak için anayurt güvenliği kavramının daha kapsamlı bir şekilde ele alınması günümüz şartlarında hem zorunluluk hem de önem arz etmektedir. Ülkemizin en büyük sorunları ahlaki yozlaşma. Çünkü sorunlar çok çeşitli olsa da hepsinin temelinde ahlak vardır. Balık hafızalı olmak, geçmişle irtibat kuramamak, öğrenmeye meraklı olmamak, dikkat ve motivasyon eksikliği, olaylara çok yönlü değil düz bakmak, kritik analitik düşünememek ve teknolojik esareti olarak sıralayabiliriz. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Evet, biz de Durmuş hocamıza teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi sırada Abdullah Bey var. Abdullah Akgül. Kendisi Birleşmiş Milletler Mülteciler Yüksek Komiserliği'nde görev yapmakta. Saha müdürü olarak. Aynı zamanda Hasan Kalyoncu Üniversitesi Siyaset Bilimi ve Uluslararası İlişkiler Master öğrencisi. Değişen Anayurt Savunma Anlayışı çerçevesinde Sınır Ötesine Bir Bakış isimli bir sunum gerçekleştirecek. Buyurun Abdullah Bey.
Teşekkürler Bilal Hocam. Sayın Rektörüm, değerli hocalarım ve kıymetli katılımcılar, bugün sizlere değişen Anayurt Savunma Anlayışı çerçevesinde Suriye'nin Tel Abyad şehrine genel bir durum değerlendirmesini sunmama olanak sağlayan üniversiteme teşekkür ederim. Umarım ayrılan süre zarfında sunumu gerçekleştirmiş olacağım. Şimdi genel bir oluşması adına Arap Baharı'ndan başlayacağım. 2010 yılında Tunus'ta başlayan birçok Arap ülkesi ve Suriye'de de meydana gelen halk ayaklamaları olarak bilinen Arap Baharı, Arap ülkelerin demokrasi, özgürlük ve eşitlik talepleri doğrultusunda kendi yönetimlerine karşı bir nevi isyan hareketidir. Arap Baharı diye adlandırılan halk ayaklamaları birçok ülkede rejim ve yönetim değişikliğiyle sonuçlanmışken Suriye henüz herhangi bir değişiklik söz konusu değildir. Suriye yönetiminin kendi halkına karşı uyguladığı baskıcı tutum ve protestoların kanlı bir şekilde bastırılması, binlerce sivilin ölmesine ve milyonlarcasının da ülkesini terk etmesine ve daha doğrusu hem ülkesini terk edip hem de kendi yaşadığı iç olarak ülke içinde de yer değişikliğine sebebiyet vermiştir. Türkiye'nin Suriye'ye gerçekleştirmiş olduğu hareketlerin başında daha doğrusu Tel Abyad tarafına, Suriye'nin Kuzey Suriye tarafındaki Tel Abyad şehrine bir Barış Pınarı Hareketi düzenlemişti. Bununla ilgili Arap Baharı'nın başlamasından bu yana bölgedeki göç, terör ve sürekli istikrarsızlıktan gelişen dinamikler çerçevesinde Türkiye eski güvenlik anlayışından çıkarak savunma stratejileri ve anlayışı kökten değiştirmiş ve vatan savunmasını sınırların ötesine genişletmek durumunda kalmıştır. Bu tehditlerin en yakınlarından biri olan Suriye'deki gelişmeler çerçevesinde Türkiye ortaya koyduğu kararlılıkla sırasıyla Fırat Kalkanı, İdlib Operasyonu, Zeytin Dalı Harekatı, Barış Pınarı Hareketi ve Bahar Kalkanı Harekatı gerçekleştirmiştir. Bu harekatlar IŞİD ve PKK-YPG terör örgütleri tehditlerini sınırdan uzaklaştırmak, gerekse de Türkiye'de yaşayan Suriyelilerin gönüllü geri dönüşüne sağlamak hem de yeni göç dalgalarının oluşmasını engellemek amacıyla gerçekleştirilmişti. Bu hareketlerinden olan Barış Pınarı Hareketi Ekim 2019 tarihinde Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri ve Suriye Milli Ordusu tarafından bu bölgede kendi kendine özellik ilan eden ve otorite kurmaya çalışan Suriye Demokratik Güçlerine ve IŞİD'in varlığına karşı sınır bölgesinin terör tehdidinden temizlenmesi ve 3,5 milyondan fazla Suriye sığınmacının açılacak olan 30 kilometrelik güvenli bölgeye yerleştirileceği teziyle gerçekleştirilmiştir. Barış Pınarı Harekatı 8 gün süren çatışmanın ardından Soçi mutabakatı ile sona ermişti. Şimdi Tel Abyad bölgesinde genel duruma bakacak olursak Tel Abyad Balıh Nehri boyunca yer alan ve idari olarak Rakka valiliğine ait bir Suriye şehridir. Barış Pınarı Hareketi başlamadan önce 129 bin nüfusa sahip olan Tel Abyad'ın güncel nüfusu Şanlıurfa valiliğince 250 bin olarak belirtilmiştir. Etnik köken olarak da Tel Abyad sakinlerinin çoğunluğunu Araplardan oluşturmakta ve bunun yanında Kürt, Türkmen ve Ermeni azınlığına sahip bir şehirdir. Türkiye'de yaşayan sığınmacıların yani Suriyeli sığınmacıların 2011 yılı itibariyle Türkiye'de Suriyeli sığınmacı sayısı 3 milyon 671 bin kişi olarak kayıtlara geçmiştir. Güncel bir sayı. Bu kadar fazla sayıda Suriyelinin varlığı ülke içinde aralarında güvenlik dahil olmak üzere sosyoekonomik, siyasi anlamda pek çok alanda yoğun bir tartışma söz konusu haline gelmekte ve pandeminin etkisiyle sorunlar daha da büyüdüğü gözlemlenmektedir. Şimdi Tel Abyad bölgesindeki var olan insani ve güvenlik anlamındaki sorunlara gelecek olursak, Tel Abyad bölgesinin çevresi terör örgütü PKK-YPG bölgeleriyle çevrili olup bu alanda yapılmakta olan çalışmalara en büyük tehditler bu örgütten gelmektedir. Farklı çevrelerce desteklenen örgüt tarafından özellikle son zamanlarda çok sayıda saldırı, sızma girişimi ve saldırılar gerçekleştirilmiş olup saldırıların bir amacının da bu bölgenin güvensiz olduğu ya da Özgür Suriye ordusunun güvenliğini sağlayamadığı zanlının uluslararası kamuoyuna ve kendi topraklarına gönüllü geri dönüş yapmak isteyen Suriyeli sığınmacılar gözdağı vermek olduğu değerlendirilmektedir. Tel Abyad bölgesinin gerek ülkelerine gönüllü geri dönüş yapanların gerekse ülke içinde yeniden edinilenlerin Tel Abyad'ı tercih etmesi özellikle iş imkanlarında bir takım kısıtlamalar meydana getirmiştir. İnsani yardımların Suriye tarafından ulaştırılamaması, Suriye'nin iç taraflarından ulaştırılamaması dan dolayı Şanlıurfa Vali kendi çabalarıyla insani yardım ve şehrin altyapı, üst yapısını geliştirme çalışmasını devam ettirmektedir. Türkiye'de yaşayan Suriyelilerin Tel Abyad bölgesine gönüllü geri dönüşler eğilimlerine baktığımızda savaş gerekçesiyle Türkiye'ye yerleşen Suriyelilerin ana vatanlarına dönüş eğilimlerine bakıldığında her geçen gün Suriyelilerin Türkiye'de kalma eğilimlerinin arttığı saha çalışmalarımıza yansımıştır. Saha çalışmamızda büyük çoğunluğun yani %65'ine yakın Suriye'deki iş karışıklık ve istikrarsızlık şartları altında dönmeyeceğini belirtmişlerdir. Tabii sonuçlara baktığımızda Suriyelilerin geri dönmeme gerekçelerinin en büyük sebebi güvenlikle ilgili endişeleridir. Bunun takip eden de işte iş olanakları. Suriye'nin geleceğiyle ilgili belirsizlik devam ettiği sürece Suriyelilerin Türkiye'de kalma eğilimlerinin arttığı diye söyleyebiliriz. Şimdi bir takım hani ben slide hazırlamıştım aslında. O slaytta bir takım kavramlar vardı. İşte Suriyelilerin Türkiye'deki Türk hukukunda mülteci ve sığınmacı kavramları, göç kavramları falan. Zaman kısıtlamasından dolayı bu kavramlar üzerinde durmayacağım ama Türkiye kitlesel bir akın şeklinde sığınan 3,5 milyondan fazla Suriyelinin hukuki statüsü diğer grup mültecilerden farklıdır. Türkiye Suriyelileri mülteci değil, Ekim 2011 tarihinde ilan ettiği geçici koruma rejimi altında değerlendirmektedir. Kitlesel olarak gelenlere hızlı ve pratik bir çözüm sağlaması ve ülkenin sağlamış olduğu servislere erişimi sağlanabilmesi açısından geçici koruma kanunun önem arz etmektedir. Türkiye'de Suriyeliler coğrafi çekincelerden dolayı işte 1951 sözleşmesindeki çekincelerden dolayı Suriyelileri mülteci olarak görmemekte ve sığınmacı olarak literatüre geçmektedir Türk literatüründe. Benim çalışmam kuramsal çerçevesi ve literatür taramasının bölgenin yani Tel Abyad bölgesinin insani boyut, güvenlik boyutu, hizmetler boyutu ve ülke içinde yerinden edilmiş olan kişilerin boyutunda ayrıca Türkiye'de bulunan ve Suriye gönüllü bir şekilde dönmek isteyen kişilerin boyutunda dikkate alarak hazırlanmıştır. Saha soruları, mülakatlar ve yöntem bu kuramsal çerçeve üzerine kurulmuş ve çalışma gerçekleştirilmiştir. Burada çıkan birçok bulgu vardır. Bu bulguların güvenlikle ilgili kısmında gerek yerel yönetimler gerekse halk ile görüşülmüştür. Sorulan sorularda özellikle yerel yönetimi ve yerel güvenlik güçlerinin kendilerine olan güvenlerinin yerinde olduğu ve bunca yıllık çatışma ve kayıpların boşa olmadığı bir gün bölgelerinin tam anlamıyla halka ait olacağı yanıtları alınmıştır. Özellikle Türkiye tarafından eğitilen ve donatılan özel tümenler var. Örnek olarak Muntasır Billah, Hamza Özel Kuvvetleri Tümeni ve Sultan Murat Tümeni gibi özel hareketler hani bölgenin sınır güvenliğinden su, elektrik kaynakları gibi asli insan imkanlarının güvenliğinden sorumlu tümenlere büyük güven duyulduğu araştırmaya yansımıştır. Bölgenin iş güvenliği ise Özgür Suriye Ordusu'nun normal birimleri yani şurta olarak yani bizim polis diye tabir ettiğimiz onlar şurta olarak tabir ettiği yerel güvenlik birimleri tarafından sağlanmaktadır. Tabii bu şurtalara yerel halktan bazı eleştiriler bize dile getirilmiştir görüşme sırasında. Yerel halk bölgenin genel asayişi ve güvenliği anlamında %72 gibi yüksek bir oranda memnuniyetlerini dile getirmişlerdir. Yine sivil katılımcıların da çoğu bölgenin güvenli olduğu düşünmeseler bile kesinlikle Türkiye'den gönüllü geri dönüş yapmayacaklarını ifade etmişlerdi. Hani bu daha önce de Türkiye'ye gelip ondan sonra belli bir süre sonra kendi memleketlerine dönen kişilerle yaptığımız görüşmede. Sağlanan destek ve hizmetler boyutunda asli unsurlardan olan güvenliğin gerek otoriteler gerekse yerel halk tarafından Türkiye'nin desteği olmadan sürdürülemeyeceği ve eski günlere dönüleceği düşüncesi görüşmeler boyunca sıkça dile getirilen bir ayrıntı olarak karşımıza çıkmaktadır. Son zamanlarda yoğunlaşan saldırılar ve bombalı eylemlerin ise yerel halkta güvenlik boyutunda çok büyük bir endişe yaratacak boyutta olmadığı, ancak bu eylemlerin çoğalması sonucunda tekrar Türkiye'ye dönmek düşüncesinde ısrarla dile getirilmiştir. Hani olası istikrarsızlığın devam etmesi durumunda tekrardan kaçak yollarla Türkiye'ye geleceği dile getirilmiştir. Bu bağlamda yerel halkın talepleri arasında Türkiye'nin desteğinin artarak sürmesiyle birlikte özellikle ekonomik konularıyla iş imkanlarının çoğaltılması görüşmeler boyunca ön plana çıkmıştı. Sınır ticaretin daha çok artarak çeşitlenmesi ve Türkiye'de çalışan ya da ticaret gerçekleştiren kimselerin giriş çıkışlarında daha kolaylaştırılması ve sınırın açık bulunduğu saatlerin arttırılması yönünde araştırmacı bizlere dilek ve istekler ifade edilmiştir. Türkiye'den gönüllü geri dönüşlerin ilk etapta maddi anlamda desteklenmesi ve bölgeye Türkiye'den gelecek kişilerin günlük geçimlerini sağlayacak kadar iş imkanlarının sunulması talebi Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'nden beklentiler noktasında yine önemli bir yer tutuyor. Gönüllü geri dönüşlerin yanı sıra IDP olarak adlandırdığımız kendi ülkesi içinde başka bir ilden başka bir yere göç edenler de aynı şekilde isteklerde bulmuşlardır. Özellikle IDP'ler bölgenin yerlisi olmamaları nedeniyle bölgede tutulmaların ve yerel halktan daha zor olduğu ve bu anlamda daha fazla desteğe ihtiyaç duyduklarını iletmişlerdir. Sonuç olarak Türkiye'nin sınır güvenliği anlamında tehdidi kendi sınırlarından ötede karşılama konsepti Tel Abyad bölgesinde de geçerlidir. Güvenlik yetkilileri ile gerçekleştirilen mülakatlarda bölge PYD kontrolü altındayken demografik yapının nasıl değiştirilmeye çalışıldığı yönünde doneler iletilmiştir. Ayrıca son dönemde artan saldırıların bu tampon bölge olmasa direkt Türkiye'nin içine hedef alabileceği ve bu anlamda da yerel güvenlik güçlerinin engel anlamındaki önemi yerel otoriteler tarafından önemli bulunan bir olgudur. Araştırma sırasında Türkiye'nin bölgede hakimiyet tesis etme gibi bir amacı bulunmadığı, sadece Suriye geçici hükümeti ve onun güçlerine destek olduğu ve ayakta kalabilmeleri amacıyla yardım ettiği şehir meclisi yetkililer tarafından şükran duygularıyla aktarılmıştır. Bu anlamda bölgeden desteğin kesilmemesi büyük önem kazanmaktadır. Ancak sürdürülebilir bir güvenli alan için Özgür Suriye Ordusu ve özel tümenlere verilecek eğitim, donatım vesaire programların hızlandırılması gerekli görülmektedir. Güvenlik güçlerin karıştığı bazı disiplinsizlik ve yolsuzluk söylentileri katılımcılar tarafından aktarılmıştı. Bu anlamda özel tümenlerde olduğu gibi normal güvenlik güçlerine de gerek kılık kıyafet gerekse davranış anlamında disiplin sağlanması dışarıya verilen imaj anlamında da son derece önemlidir. Son 10 yıldır en çok göç veren ülkelerden olan Suriye'den yeni göç dalgalarının başlamaması amacıyla bu göç dalgalarının ana hedeflerinden olan Avrupa Birliği elini taşın altına koymalı ve Tel Abyad gibi Kuzey Suriye'deki bölgelere olan desteklerini artırmalıdır. Yine bu anlamda Türkiye'de Suriyeli sığınmacıların giderek tartışma konusu haline geldiği gerek medyada gerekse araştırma raporlarında ön plana çıkmaktadır. Bu anlamda gönüllü geri dönüşler ve IDP boyutunda sürdürülebilirlik isteniyorsa uluslararası desteklerin alınması veya artırılması ve Suriye'de Tel Abyad tarafında iş imkanlarıyla birlikte bölgenin daha güvenli hale getirilmesi önem kazanmaktadır. Türkiye ile dost bir atmosferdeki Kuzey Suriye'nin gerek Suriyeli sığınmacının gönüllü geri dönüşlerini gerekse Türkiye'nin sınırları adına oluşabilecek tehditlerin Türkiye sınırlarından bir adım ötede karşılanması adına ne derece önemli olduğu araştırmamıza bir kez daha ortaya çıkan olgulardandır. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Evet, biz de Abdullah Bey'e teşekkür ediyoruz. Bize ayrılan sürenin sonuna gelmiş bulunuyoruz. O yüzden ne yazık ki soru alamayacağız. Konuşmacılarımıza da teşekkür ederiz, katılımcılarımıza da teşekkür ederiz. Murat Hocam buyurun, söz sizin. Herhalde ikinci panele geçiş yapmak zorunda kalacağız.
Teşekkür ederim. İngilizce panellerimize başlıyoruz. I thank you a lot to the speakers. I'm really enlightened by by the efforts of the Defense Industry Directorate and also the new perspective of Mr. Durmuş Baysal about moral values as a theme of security. And finally, the actual situation regarding Syrian individuals in Turkey who wants to go back to Syria and returns. That was a bit hot debate in Western literature just after the Balkan Wars. And still we are experiencing and observing the similar trends, security as a precondition to go back. Thank you a lot. And our first panel will be moderated by Professor Ahmet Keser. So I will pass the word to Ahmet Keser. Buyurun Ahmet.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aslan. At this stage of our panel, we will be talking about the conceptualization of Homeland Security, delving the meaning. We will have 6 extinguished presentations. I will introduce each of them just before their presentations. First of all, I would like to say hello to all our professors, doctors, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. And I will pass the screen to Dr. Michel Groppi first, from King's College London, Defense Studies Department, and the President of International Team for Study of Security, Verona. Dr. Groppi will talk us about the link between the Homeland Security perspectives from Britain, Italy, and Israel. So the microphone is yours, Dr. Groppi. Yeah, you can start.
Thank you very much, and good morning all. Thank you, Dr. Aslan and Dr. Keser for the invitation. It's a big honor. I mean, thank you very much. One thing, can I share my screen? Because I have a presentation. Because here it says that
yes, you can. I'm arranging it. It's on me. Just a minute, please.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Then I'll try to be as quick as possible.
Yeah.
So then not to steal anybody's time.
Just a minute. Just a minute, please. Just a minute.
No problem. I'm still going to introduce the topic.
Okay.
Let's fix it. Gentlemen, and obviously ladies and gentlemen, today I'm going to be talking about the link between Homeland and security, right? So because as we're going to be seeing, Homeland is a very interesting idea. It's a very beautiful idea. But when we look at specific case studies, it can absolutely mean different things to different people within different contexts. So, and now, beautiful then. Thank you very much. Now, you should all be able to see my screen, right? Beautiful then. So,
yes,
I'm going to be started off. I mean, thank you very much, Dr. Aslan. I'm going to be started off by talking about Collins Gray's strategic culture. I mean, just to give us a theoretical framework through which we can then analyze the 3 case studies that I have selected: Britain, Italy, and Israel. And then we're going to wrap it up with some conclusions. Now, on a first look, some people might say, wait a second, Michele, why are you choosing Colin Gray's strategic culture? We're talking about Homeland. Why are we talking about culture? Well, in order to understand this, we actually have to take a step back. And Colin Gray, like during the Cold War, he started observing how states interact, how states react, particularly the United States and at the time the Soviet Russia. And he pretty much came up with a number of conclusions as to how these states strategize their actions, but based on their cultures, right? And but here, though, the automatic question, I mean, to me is, okay, but wait a second. Are we really talking about culture and strategy? How far can we actually generalize? What does culture even mean here? And does it make sense to look at such fluid variables, right? So, I mean, if you look at culture, you have to look at language, you have to look at history, you have to look at the demographics, the geography, what people believe in, the values. It's hard, right? And last but not least, can we link strategic culture to this discussion, to Homeland? you know what? I still think we can. I still think that this concept is useful, provided that we do not make big generalizations and provided that we still use a very nuanced approach. But why? Because we have to understand the strategic position that each of the country has, the perception of security, and from there we can say, okay, what do they mean by homeland? So within this framework, I'm using Gray's, a strategic culture paradigm, even though, once again, it's not about strategy, right? So, I just would like to make this very clear. So very quickly, the first case, obviously being myself in Britain, is in fact Britain. Before we try to answer what the concept of the homeland looks like in Britain, I would like to touch upon 4 strategic constants. No matter the political environment, no matter the historical area, but Great Britain is an island, and therefore they have to be very good at trade, and they have to have a huge, strong navy, no matter what. If we look back also to the Middle Ages, they have to make sure that no major power dominates mainland Europe. Maybe from Italy, maybe from Germany, maybe Napoleon, but this is another big constant. In the nuclear age, they also have to make sure that they have big nuclear weapons, right? And last but not least, especially after World War II, big strategic alliance with the United States, which in Great Britain they call the special relationship. These are the 4 main constants. Let's keep this in mind because they are shaping what they mean by homeland. In fact, to them, what is homeland? When you walk through the streets of London, and I'm pretty sure that a number of you have been there, you breathe this big sense of greatness, like the empire. They were great. They dominated pretty much all the world. And whenever you go in London, you can actually, see the majestic nature of everything. That said, in 2016, the British people voted to exit the European Union, right? So, Brexit, obviously, we're not going to be discussing the scenes or the reasons why people decided to leave the European Union. But imagine, big, powerful, historical country determining many lives around the world, in Europe as well, building in a way, in a certain way, right? So, Europe, we all speak English, at a certain time, boom, leaving the European Union. But at the same time, and that's actually where it gets very interesting, still pretending to be global. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the concept of global Britain, but this concept has even entered the domains of defense, right? So, and it hasn't permeated just the domains of the political realm, right? But also, again, defense, strategy, What does this mean? Yes, there's Brexit. Yes, we might be having a more isolationist policy, but at the same time, there's the desire to remain global as much as possible. So let's wrap it up. Defend the homeland, right? So defend your borders, make sure that your armed forces are very strong, but at the same time, with a global trajectory, a global impact. So what does this mean in terms of homeland? I have the privilege to teach so many military students, right? So from the Navy, from the Army, from the RAF, the Royal Air Force, and you can see this big paradigm. What does it mean, right? So what does homeland mean? Well, obviously protect the Queen, right? So literally everyone will say something like this. That said, protect the Queen, but they have to make sure that they do not spend too much money. So there's already the first paradigm. Yes, okay, so the homeland is important, but we don't have enough money. And so it comes to democracy and Britishness, right? So that's what they mean by homeland. At the same time, as you can see here, in picture here on the right here, this is the city of London. Everything is becoming much more multicultural. There are some boroughs here in the north, as you can see here, from the picture, that the biggest immigrant population is actually from Turkey, right? So so how do they reconcile all of this, like being British, being multicultural, and as I was saying, like being multicultural? Looking forward, what does this mean as for the future of Homeland? Are we going to be seeing an increased isolations versus an increased internationalization? Again, Brexit, Global Britain, what does it mean? Are we focusing just on the geographical domain, or are we actually expanding to the cyber domain? Homeland is also online on the internet. I have some students who are doing incredible work as for the militarization of space. Literally, the Queen has awarded them this big task and say, you got to protect your homeland. Well, but wait a second, isn't my homeland the Big Ben? No, it's outer space. So that is also something very, and last but not least, I mean, it's something that we're seeing right now as for the many riots that there have been in the city of London as well. Is everything going to be about inclusion and diversity, or no, I am British, we speak English, we think British. So, you know, this is in my opinion, a very interesting case study. On to Italy. You know, conversely, Italy doesn't really have an empire, or I mean, like, or it hasn't had an empire for many centuries, and therefore, like, it's the concept of homeland that we're going to see is completely different than what they mean in the UK. First thing first, our constitution after World War II rejects war. We cannot fight, right? So I mean, we cannot fight wars of aggression and da. But nevertheless, we're still a major institutional partner when it comes to the EU, when it comes to the UN, when it comes to NATO. And in fact, as you probably know this already, I mean, very well as well, we are in a number of missions around the world, as we can see here, you know, from the map. Our international peacekeepers are in a number of places. We train. So, you know, at the end of the day, we could argue that we try to capitalize a lot on soft power, right? So, I mean, the fact that Italian officers are wanted in a number of parts in the world. But I mean, do you remember when I show you the picture from Buckingham Palace in London? Well, you know, when we think about homeland in Italy, a lot of this discussion goes back to ancient Rome, right? So the millennia ago, right? So when I know that Italy wasn't there, but I mean, the Romans were great, and we can make the point that they even built, I mean, Europe, right? But why is this actually important? Because during fascism, when Mussolini actually, I mean, like, really talked about like the homeland, he went back to ancient Rome and say, we are the descendants of those people. We are to defend our homeland. We are to defend our country, right? So, I mean, we can see a connection. After World War II, we lost. Everything got incredibly politicized, and for a number of decades, a lot of Italian people were very afraid even to talk about homeland and country because it would resonate with fascism. Now we are seeing, or we are witnessing the emergence of extreme far-right groups, Casa Pound, Forza Nuova, who are very nationalist, who really bring back into the discussion the concept of homeland, but they link it, which is very interesting, to the concept of migration. We are Italian, this is our blood, this is our country, and we got to defend borders. So see, I mean, we started from the ancient Rome, and when we talk to homeland, I mean, when we reference to homeland, and we ended up talking to homeland in the Mediterranean vis-a-vis migration fluxes. Right, so I mean, it's something like this. Now, where are we going to go? What does this mean? If the concept of homeland in Italy can be politicized and can be stretched, so are we going to see major investment in defense? Right, because all of our political parties are saying that Italy must have some sort of political engagement, or more so in the Mediterranean. So, are we buying more weapons? Are we actually empowering, reinforcing the Navy, right? So what is going to be our role in NATO as well? I'm pretty sure that a number of you know, and Dr. Aslan has experience of this. You know, we are in Afghanistan. We are going to be taking the command in Iraq as well. So what does this mean, right? So is our homeland like the Roman, homeland, or actually, no, we're also internationalizing. But at the same time, if you look at Italian politics, there's a lot of anti-EU sentiment, right? So actually going back, to that type of nation state not dominated by Brussels, are we going to end up like Britain? I think so. But once again, the concept of homeland, it's our home, not yours, is central to this type of narrative. And once again, last but not least, we're not going to be like Britain in terms of multiculturalism, or at least now. But the country is becoming more multicultural, and there's this big tension between what is multiculturalism, how can it benefit Italy when a number of people want to protect borders, right? So that is a picture. Last but not least, Israel. Now, everything that I'm saying is not political, and I respect all views, and please do not be offended. We have just come out a big conflict in Gaza. It's not something that I'm saying in favor of Israel or against the Palestinians or vice versa, right? So we're just trying to keep this very objective. That said, just like Italy and Britain, Israel has also a number of strategic constants. First thing first, they have to be strong, like strong armed forces. That is a very constant element since the birth of the state of Israel. Obviously, staying under a superpower umbrella. At the very beginning, as a number of you may know, this was the Soviet Union, actually. Then, from the 50s, it switched to the United States, and it stayed that way. If you look at the map on the left, you can see that Israel is very small, is very tiny, is very narrow. And therefore, in military terms, we say that it has no strategic depth. They cannot really start a war. They cannot afford to lose it because they don't have Ukraine, right? So, just like the Soviet Union had in World War II. No. And therefore, they have to enforce a coercive deterrence. You hit me, I will hit you as much as possible, as hard as possible, so that the deterrence cycle starts again in a number of years, because Israel cannot win wars. Let's keep this in mind. Why? Because it's incredibly important when it comes to the theorization of homeland. And they're stuck between what they themselves call siege mentality and the Jewish homeland. If you look at the picture from the left, it's a picture obviously from the Holocaust. And this permeates all sectors of Israeli defense, but also Israeli culture. Everyone is against us, no matter the time. If you say that you love me today, you might be an enemy tomorrow, right? Everyone is against us. And therefore, the only safe place on earth is our secular or historical land. Right? So that's generally speaking how they see it, right? But this actually creates a huge issue, because what does actually homeland means? Britain, we could argue, is for British people, and then there's multiculturalism. Italy is the same. Here, it's different, because homeland here is just for obviously in their words, it's for the Jewish people. But Jewish people come from all over the world. So imagine many languages, many cultures, like all these people coming together. But at the same time, there are 1.5 million Arabs already living in Israel. There's the question of Gaza. There's the question of the West Bank. There's the question of religion. There's the question of right? So all the things that you know of, right? So at the point being here, homeland is even more stretched, right? It actually extends to even a religion, right? So big. I'm going to conclude very quickly. What does this whole discussion mean, right? So that history and values, obviously, when we take a look at what homeland means, are incredibly important. But the concept per se, homeland, what does it mean? Well, it's incredibly relative, context dependent, and in some cases, even contradictory. Britain, what does homeland mean in Britain today when we're talking about global Britain versus Brexit, which are two completely different things? What does it mean in Italy when we are afraid of the ghosts from the past, right? Because we're talking about fascism, and now everything that is about the current migration crisis. So how do you reconcile this with the concept of homeland? And in Israel, it's about the history of persecution, Judaism, demographics, and the struggle with the Palestinians. It's impossible not to talk about this when you talk about homeland. So the point being, team, what are the parameters, right? So how can we actually determine what Homeland is and what is not? Is there such a thing? But no matter how we look at it, my thing, or my personal gut feeling, is that we still need further academic and institutional discussion on this about this meaning in the context of globalization and regionalization. Thank you very much, and apologies for going over a little bit.
Thank you very much indeed for this striking presentation, Dr. Groppi. You have started to give an idea about the strategic culture, which is an insightful and useful tool for, as an alternative tool for evaluating the decisions of the policymakers, and then passing through Britain's perspective on Homeland Security without having major power in Europe. And then Italy's strategic look to the Homeland Security, rejection of war, and then giving importance to soft power, and passing through to Israel, strong armed forces under a superpower umbrella. So thank you for this enlightening presentation. Maybe we will have the questions after the panel if we have time again. And thank you, Dr. Groppi. Now I want to pass the screen to Dr. Murat Aslan from Hasan Kalyoncu University, from the Department of Political Science and International Relations. And Dr. Aslan will share his presentation on intelligence efforts in contextualization of the security with us. The screen is yours, Dr. Aslan.
Thank you so much. You know, I have purposely selected intelligence as a theme of, Homeland Security because it's widely underexploited in the academic discussions. And meanwhile, it's one of the most important input, mainly in strategy designing, international politics, but just because of the nature of intelligence, secrecy, for instance, or unavailability of data makes it hard to observe and scrutinize. But here I want to affiliate intelligence with security. Well, intelligence is for security. If this is an argument, that means we are missing many things. Because security is transforming, and in the meantime, intelligence must transform itself. We can't focus on armed, or militaries of the country, state actors only, or just terror threat or peace support operations, but we are facing many different challenges in the current century. So first, let us discuss the contextualization and conceptualization of security. Even though security conceptualization is contested in many different books of the scholars, very well-known scholars, well, at least we have some views on the context that we can abstract a conceptualization. And there are many different types of contextualization of security. The first one that I want to delineate is its comprehensive nature. That means if you go through the Copenhagen School or Frankfurt School, they, enlarge the context depending on unit of analysis or the themes that are being dealt. Then it's a comprehensive. Why I use this word as comprehensive? Because now the unit of analysis cannot be isolated from each other, but they are continuously in a nature of cobweb. And they interrelate each other and ignite the other to start an act. Another one that is really significant in understanding security is the integrative nature, which makes it also or requires us to be flexible in understanding security conceptualization. Security is multi-layered anymore and multidisciplined. And if these two issues are at hand, multi-layered and multidisciplined nature, then we should scrutinize synergic commitments, because these diversified inputs to the security makes it a bit complicated, though we should search for synergy in understanding or building security. On the other hand, there's one interesting issue that is usually forgotten in the literature. It's about perception and psychology. Security is something that individual, state, community, or suprastate, or any actor beyond state perceives, how they perceive it, or what their psychologies are. Additionally, as the very first speaker in Turkish session said it, values and also morals, and in the meantime, societal structure. And an example, for instance, it was in my PhD thesis. If you go through the psychological operations products of the United States, just after 9/11, before starting the intervention to Afghanistan, you would see many mistakes that wrongly depict Afghan community. And it was not to humiliate them, but humiliated. For instance, they depicted the Afghan flag not with the vertical lines, but horizontal. So a basic issue, but it reflects a value even though they have problems inside. And if this overall picture is handled, that means there must be additional efforts that will augment security, which is a requirement of multidisciplinary approach. Well, intelligence is one, but there is a great fault in the intelligence workshops, organizations, or efforts. What is this? It's about conventionality. Once intelligence is being conducted from the very bottom, just say observing the fact on the ground or gathering data in accordance with the philosophy of knowledge, the fault is that states monopolized intelligence organizations, even though the picture is completely different and they focus on hard security concerns. That is something to be discussed in promoting Homeland security. Or we will discuss the term Homeland in the coming periods. I will not touch that much, but as Michel says, well, Homeland is sometimes something limiting, sometimes widening the geographical or geospatial aspect of security. So intelligence at the end of the day has been diversified in ontological perceptions, in ontological way. For instance, if you go through the structures of international or intelligence organizations, intelligence services, mostly we see state level ones, but we have actually 4 in a state. One of them is state intelligence like CIA or MIT or MI6. But on the other hand, we have police forces or gendarmerie forces for crime prevention and military intelligence. And now, be ready, we have private intelligence organizations which are expertised in certain fields of intelligence. They are operating an equipment, or they are just like human intelligence teams on the ground, as we had witnessed either in Iraq and Afghanistan. So can we exclude private companies as part of this intelligence effort in promoting Homeland security? No, we can't. On the other hand, how should they be accountable before the law, especially in the operations beyond the borders? If you go through international relations discipline, intelligence is usually affiliated with structural realism. But I oppose it. There must be something in intelligence thinking that theoretical background should address exactly the conceptualization of itself. What I believe is that we need a post-structural reading of intelligence, not to complement the efforts of intelligence, but also in understanding it. Because there's a famous discussion, theories of intelligence or theories for intelligence. And mostly scholars put post-structuralism to the league of theories for intelligence. No, it is also a theory of intelligence, mainly in describing homeland security with an expanded context and deepened nature. So my argument is that transformation of security, pending themes that was claimed by the scholars of international relations, and in the meantime, the actors, for instance, individual, society, and also unconscious groups, for instance, ethnicity, is usually perceived as a unit, as a cell of analysis in understanding the overall community. But ethnic communities sometimes does not have consciousness in terms of politics. So are they able to produce intelligence? I don't think so. So here comes the question then, if security is changing as such, we have to review the units of analysis in intelligence sectors. For instance, now individuals are producing their own intelligence. And one individual, as we have witnessed in Arab Spring, may mobilize the overall public. Second thing, societies are not conscious to intelligence production in promoting security, even though they share the same homeland. And society has become vulnerable, especially to the social media and rough data circulated, and also media, because societies usually cannot produce a common wisdom in a methodological way, but they circulate a pressure upon the individuals. Then we should revisit the contextualization and conceptualization of intelligence affiliated with security. Also, if we are talking about, I'm concluding, if we are talking about intelligence, we must be aware of what? First, invisible threats of today, culture, for instance. Many societies have been eradicated from the scene of the globe. Now they want to protect their own identity. So sometimes a threat perception may be formed up through culture. Another one is borders. There is no border in spreading knowledge, but beyond the borders. Strategy making. Now states are really conscious in making strategies, but not only states, but multinational companies. So we have methodologies expanding other than the themes of the security. And technology, that's really important because now individual has been equated with state. They can shoot a video and circulate it or do a secret undertaking. That means, as a conclusion, there is a mutual expansion of security and intelligence, though intelligence is lacking the tempo that security requires, mainly in homeland security. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aslan. And Dr. Aslan also gave an idea on the intelligence issue and its relation with homeland security. And by starting from the security's multi-layered and multidisciplined character, Aslan bring an argument about the transformation of security by the contributors of consciousness from different disciplines as well, and gave idea about giving the different perspectives from technology and the development and evolution and the transformation of the intelligence within the homeland security. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now I want to pass the screen to Professor Kürşat Zorlu. Is Professor Zorlu with us? May I see the name? I can see the name on the screen.
Professor Zorlu just sent me a message. He needs several or couple minutes. If you want, we can continue with
okay.
Yusuf Emre Koç.
So I will go on with Yusuf Emre Koç because I have seen that Yusuf Emre is with us. Yusuf Emre is a PhD candidate in Ankara Social Sciences University. And Yusuf Emre, Mr. Koç, will give a presentation on the concept of surveillance in homeland security perceptions, the case of China. So the screen is yours, Mr. Koç.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, it is my honor to speak in a panel discussion with such distinguished guests and speakers. And I'd like to thank the organizing committee of Hasan Kalyancı University and Mr. Rector. May I share my screen? Is it possible? I have a presentation.
I will inform them.
Yeah. Let me start with some describing definitions. Yeah, I can share now it. Okay. In my presentation, first I have a little correction. I'm just about to defend my master's thesis, and I hope to become a PhD candidate soon. In my presentation plan, my main argument is that, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic, the surveillance systems has become the tool for survival for the Chinese Communist Party. During my presentation, I will use the digital surveillance concept, they describe it via the Copenhagen School of Securitization Theory, with some examples of China's use of technology and surveillance systems. As we know from the recent years, we have seen some problems of digital surveillance in international media, such as the Snowden issue, the Cambridge Analytica issue, the Facebook case, the digital interventions in national elections, especially in the United States. Also, the violations on privacy with the Facebook issue. And these all raise the concerns on digital surveillance systems all over the world. And also the COVID-19 pandemic gives some new capacities and some new discussion points to this issue. When it comes to describe the digital surveillance, we can say that the monitoring, cataloging, and processing of online tracks simultaneously and retrospectively without the owner's consent. The main issue here is without the owner's consent. Also, with gathering the unlimited sources of the actors, the main argument or the main discussion point here is the benefits of intelligence or the classification and usage of the gathered informations. In the digital surveillance systems, also it has a philosophical and historical background that comes from Bentham and Foucault's writings. In the panopticon system or the panopticism system, it is a one-way surveillance system. Only the watcher can see the others, but the others cannot see the watcher. Also, without their consent, even they do not know about there is a watcher, whether here or not. In the scope of surveillance, we can say that the combination of technology and state capabilities increased recent years. When it comes to gathering information such as the health issue of people, their consumptions, locations, their social media trackings, or the voter behaviors. Also, this caused the violation of individual freedoms and privacy all around the world. Also, especially we have seen it in the fight against the pandemic. It helps the raising abilities of restriction processes. Also, there is a big data issue and an unlimited data pool here. The data sources are, you can see, in 4 points. The most general one is the bulk data monitoring. It is the general tracking of online systems. The second one is much more special, the tracking social media accounts and communications. The third one is the location informations. And the most important one for me, the biometric data, the face recognition and fingerprint systems. In the case, especially the national intelligence law of China gives the right of the power to collect, process, and catalog all data of the citizens without their permission. Also, the control mechanism here is directly tied to President Xi. Also here, there are some issues that China uses these digital surveillance systems, their so-called fight against terrorism, in the Uyghur issue, the national security strategies, and especially here, the main issue is China uses all of these digital systems for Chinese Communist Party's survival. When it comes to theoretical part, there are two main questions. Is it possible to balance surveillance and privacy? And the second one, this also calls for questioning the balance of freedom and security. In the Copenhagen School, gives us a fruitful theoretical framework to understand the surveillance system, especially in the context of the struggle against the pandemic. There is a securitization process due to the Copenhagen School. These are the main concepts. Here in the China case, the securitizer actor is the Chinese Communist Party. The reference point is the Chinese Communist Party's survival. The existential trait, we can say everything about it, but here for this study, the main discussion point is the struggle against the COVID-19. Also, there is a speech act and discourse embedding in this issue. For example, as we have seen for at last 1.5 years, there is a rising discourse war or the disinformation war between the Chinese diplomats and the other Western diplomats. Here, the target is the receptive audience, the people, convincing with or without their consent. After that, in the end, the measures taken democratically or forcing by the democratic processes. These are the general grand surveillance technologies of China. But in this study, I analyzed the artificial intelligence systems and the China's camera surveillance systems. Here, we know that all over the China, there are millions of cameras that classify the gender, the age, the location of the Chinese people, and tracking their all locations, their consumptions, and the others. Also, this caused another system, that the social credit system. It's another discussion theme, but especially the struggle against the COVID-19, we know that, just for an example, the Chinese Communist Party gives all of the people color codes. For example, red, yellow, and red, and blue, green codes. The green means that you are safe, you are free to travel, or you are free to go anywhere. The yellow one is, it says something like that, to be cautious. And the red one is, you can easily restrict it. Your travel can be easily restricted. And also this gives a huge capacity to controlling the people for the Chinese Communist Party. Also, there are some discussions that the Chinese model can be described as digital authoritarian system as version 1. Here we have the large technology investments and companies such as the most famous one, the Huawei and its 5G technologies. Also, this gives a way to information control and censorship systems with a great firewall that the Chinese people cannot reach the information from the outside world, but only they can use their, for example, there's a similar program that WhatsApp, we can call it with WeChat, or there's a similar program like YouTube. They can use it, but only their web. As third one, the surveillance, face recognition, and data collection, and this gives way to higher capacities to the social credit system. With the effects of COVID-19, we can describe it as the version 2, and it added new capacities with their punishment system and restriction systems, also with higher levels of discourse conflict. Also, there is another dimension of this. China uses it for expanding its control area or the information area with exports. We know that the Wolf warrior diplomacy, as they call, gives new levels of the international disinformation war. Also, with exports, China wants to add a new digital dimension of their Belt and Road Initiative. The Belt and Road Initiative, generally known as an economy and tradeway, but with these new initiatives, they want to build a new dimension, digital dimensions with the critical technology within the critical technological infrastructures. Also, especially in the Western world, there are a lot of concerns about the negative effects of China's surveillance systems, negative effects to the democratic systems. The discussions in China is, I think for me, is the limit of this study, because I cannot reach much of political discussions inside China. But as you know, during the pandemic, there are a lot of local protests against Chinese Communist Party's draconian measures, also with the first effect of the pandemic's economic downturn. Also, we know that some allegations about what happened to the first people to react about the outbreak on social media. Also, this is the limit for my study, because we don't know much about these local discussions. Also about the international criticisms, especially the Westerners criticized China as the rising new state of digital authoritarianism, with the aspect of the technological aspect of great power rivalry, such as the 5G issue and China's intention to build some critical technological infrastructures in the Western world, or for example, the Latin America or inside Africa. As a conclusion, these all can be said that the Beijing to expand its use of digital technologies in the name of public health and safety. And with mass surveillance systems, China's new normal exposes and expands violations on civil liberties, and China's actions in the new digital landscape extend beyond managing its own pandemic response and controlling its own citizens, pursuing global technological dominance by investing in tech sector and exporting technological surveillance tools. Also, the current pandemic conditions serving as a justification for a significant increase in state surveillance, the adoption of digital authoritarian tools, and the deterioration of privacy and civil liberties. Thank you for your patience, and thank you with my kind regards.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Koch from Ankara Social Sciences University. Mr. Koch has given his presentation with the main argument that the surveillance systems has become the tool of survival for CCP, and he called attention to the challenge between unlimited data and violation of individual freedoms. And also another striking issue within the presentation was that the bulk data and social media have turned out to be the significant and main data sources nowadays. And the increasing role of artificial intel systems was another point. And of course, the transition after COVID-19 pandemic and the digital authoritarianism were the issues and will be the issues under debate afterwards as well. So thank you, Mr. Koch, for this presentation. And now Professor Kürşat Zorlu will be with us. He is the Dean of Faculty of Economics and Administration from Bozok University. Professor Zorlu will give a presentation on the media in Homeland Security. So I can pass the screen to Professor Zorlu. Yes, the microphone is yours, Mr. Zorlu.
konseptlerini yeniden belirleme zorunluluğunun hissedildiği bu günlerde Türkiye açısından da çok değerli bir tartışma alanı olarak görmekteyim. Ve özellikle iç güvenlikte medya konusu Türkiye'nin de yaşadığı iç ve dış problemleri bir arada değerlendirdiğimizde üzerinde durulması gereken ve saha araştırmalarıyla da mümkün ölçüde desteklenmesi gereken bir başlık olarak gözükmekte. Tabii ulusal güvenlik konusundaki spesifik çalışmaların çoğunlukla 20. yüzyılın ikinci yarısıyla birlikte başladığı düşünüldüğünde iç güvenlik medya arasındaki etkileşime yönelik çalışmaların da sınırlı sayıda olduğunu rahatlıkla söylemek mümkün. Yazını araştırdığımızda özellikle Türkçe yazında bu hususta yapılmış çalışmaların sayıca yetersiz olduğunu görüyoruz. Esasında iç güvenliğin kapsamı ve yönelimi küresel ve hatta bölgesel gelişmelerle de oldukça ilişkili. Örneğin Soğuk Savaş'ın sona ermesi, 11 Eylül saldırıları ve son olarak örneğin yine salgınla mücadelenin getirdiği yeni zorunluluklar burada önemli kırılma noktaları olarak gösterilebilir. Öyle ki Habermas'ın söylemiyle medya esasında bir tür kamusal alan rolü üstlenmekte. Ve burada önemli olan karşılıklı etkileşim halinde olduğunu düşündüğümüz önemli belirleyicilerin dengesinin ve uyumunun sağlanması meselesi. Zira bugün özellikle kaotik bölgelerde yaşayan ülkelerin bu uyumu sağlama konusunda büyük zorluklar yaşadığını söylemek mümkün. Özellikle gündem belirleme kuramına göre buna bakıldığında medya gündemi, kamuoyu gündemi ve politik gündemin bu kapsamda değerlendirilmesinin önemli olduğunu düşünüyorum. Ülkeler işte bu üç gündem arasındaki denge ve uyumu gözetecek bir stratejiyi iç güvenlik boyutuyla birlikte medya etkileşim bağlamında değerlendirmeli. Diğer yandan günümüzde ülke ve toplum güvenliğini sağlamada farklı kesimlerin, kurumların ve öz olarak her bir bireyin göz ardı edilemeyecek rolleri bulunduğunu söyleyebiliriz. Bu kurumlardan birisi de kamuoyu oluşumunda büyük bir paya sahip olan elbette medya sistemi. Bir sistem diyoruz çünkü geleneksel medya ağının ve unsurlarının ötesinde bugün sosyal medya ile birlikte ve hatta bir takım yazışma gruplarını da buna eklediğimizde paylaşım gruplarına çok ciddi ve yeniden irdelenmesi gereken dinamik bir yapıyla karşı karşıyayız. Medya bu konuda tek başına tabii ki olmamakla birlikte en etkili araçların başında geliyor. Çünkü iç güvenliğin tesisi ve sürdürülebilirliği toplumsal destek ile ancak geleceğe taşınabiliyor. Topluma yön veren ve ülke güvenliğinin politik tabanını hazırlayan siyasi aktörlerin de medya ağında çaba ve faaliyet göstermesi süreci daha dinamik ve karmaşıklaştırıyor. Medya ve kamuoyu oluşumu konusunda hatırlanması gereken bir yaklaşım burada önemli diye düşünüyorum. O da suskunluk ya da sessizlik sarmalı dediğimiz yaklaşım. Ve aradan yaklaşık çeyrek asırdan fazla geçmesine rağmen özellikle iç güvenlik meselelerini medyayla birlikte daha çok değerlendirilmesi gereken ülkelerde hala gözlenen bir kuram. Bu yaklaşıma göre bireyler yaygın sandıkları görüşler karşısında toplumdan soyutlanma korkusuyla kendi görüşlerini söylemekten çekinmektedirler. Aynı şekilde bireyler de toplumda baskın olan görüşlere sahip olduklarını fark ettiklerinde de kendi görüşlerini söylemekte daha kararlı davranıyorlar. Baskın düşünceye sahip bireyler daha çok konuşmaya başlayınca da bu kez diğer bireyler suskun kalma eğilimini sergiliyorlar. Açıklanan bu görüşü hızla baskın duruma getiren eğilim bir sarmal şeklinde de büyümeye devam ediyor. İşte aslında bu yaklaşımın ve bu sarmalın tam ortasında medya var ve çoğunlukla da ulusal güvenlikle medya arasında kurulması gereken işbirliği ya da uzlaşma boyutu burada kendisini çok ciddi manada hissettiriyor. Bu sebeple güvenliğin tüm boyutları altında toplumdaki yaygın ve baskın görüşün muhtevasının dikkatle irdelenmesi büyük önem arz ediyor. Yine iç güvenliğin başarısında toplumda oluşacak en azından konsensus ve güven ikliminin de sağlanması büyük bir önem taşıyor. Belki de medya sırf bu yönüyle dördüncü kuvvet olarak değerlendirilebilir. Elbette bu değerlendiriliyor ama bu yönünden dolayı daha güçlü bir biçimde bu ifadeyi kullanmak mümkün hale geliyor. Belirtmek gerekir ki kuvvetin de tek bir elde toplanmaması iç güvenliğin toplumsal senkronizasyon ve çoğulculuğun sağlanması ilkesi açısından da hayati olduğunu söyleyebiliriz. Yine bu çerçevede medyanın aşırı güvenlikçi bir fotoğraf sergilemesi hem toplumsal güveni olumsuz etkileyebilmekte hem de güvenlik konusundaki gerçek ve doğru bilgiye ulaşma idealini bir yönüyle sekteye uğratabiliyor. Bugün dünyada güvenlik ve medya ilişkisi bağlamında birçok yazı ve araştırmayı irdelediğimizde bilhassa şeffaflık unsurunun ciddi manada eleştiri altında olduğunu görüyoruz. Ve dolayısıyla da iç güvenlikle medya arasındaki iletişimin kamusal güvenliğin toplumsal güven boyutuyla ilişkili bu yönünü de dikkatlice irdeleyecek saha araştırmalarına gerek duyulduğunu söylemek mümkün. Bununla birlikte bir de önleyici güvenlik boyutu var ki bu da medyanın başat rolünün önemli bir yansıması. Özellikle iç güvenlikte önleyici güvenlik boyutunun güçlendirilmesinde medya tartışmasız bir öneme sahip. Sanırım uyuşturucu ile mücadele, trafik suçlarının önlenmesi veya terör örgütlerine katılımın azaltılmasında bu önleyiciliğin önemini hatırlatmaya gerek yok. Son dönemde bir de güvenlik medyası kavramı var ki o da bahsettiğim bu çerçeve içerisinde bu doğrultuda bir değişim yaşıyor. Dolayısıyla iç güvenliğin sağlanmasında aslında medya güvenlilerin kendisinin güvenliği de kritik bir önem taşıyor. Şüphesiz bu yaklaşımın odağında görsel, işitsel ve giderek etkisini artıran sosyal medya mecralarının propagandist etki alanından uzak tutulması hedefi de ciddi bir belirleyici öneme sahip. Bu hassasiyet ülkeye dışarıdan yapılacak kültürel veya enformasyon bombardımanına karşı da medyanın bir uç karakol özelliği taşıdığını konusunda gündeme getirmekte. Şimdi bu söylediklerim bağlamında özellikle Türkiye'de de uzun süredir Türkiye'nin iç güvenlik çalışmalarını, hedeflerini ve çok ciddi manada etkileyen, belirleyen terör alt boyutu ve özellikle PKK terör örgütünün bu yöndeki faaliyetlerine dikkat çekmenin katkı sağlayacağı olacağı kanaatindeyim. Özellikle yoğun ve güncel gündem maddeleri bakımından. Terör örgütlerinin tabii kendini ifade etme biçimi şiddetin araçsallığı kadar aynı zamanda düşmanlaştırdıklarının yanlışlığı, haksızlığı ve buna karşın kendilerinin doğruluğu, haklılığı propagandasıyla bütünleşik. Şiddet bir gösteri eylemi iken propaganda bir yönüyle zihinlerin inşasını hedefler. Bu yönüyle kitle iletişim araçlarının hem bir amaç hem de birer araç olarak kullanıldığını söylemek mümkün. Özellikle adam kazanma, kamuoyunu sindirme, kendini olduğundan güçlü gösterme, hedef kitleyi yanına çekme, haklılığını ispatlamaya çalışma zemini oluşturma, saldırdığı odakları düşmanlaştırma, itibarsızlaştırma gibi pek çok alt hedeflerin söz konusu mecrada kendisini hissettirdiğini görüyoruz. Terör örgütleri bu mecrada etki kapasitesini artırabilmek için günümüzde iletişim stratejilerini güçlü bir şekilde kurgulamakta ve bu alana da büyük yatırımlar yapmaktadırlar. Bir yandan örgüt üyeleri profesyonelleşmekte ve sempatizanlar medyada yeni görünümlere kavuşabilmekteler. Öyle ki Marksist, Leninist ve Mao'cu pratiğiyle sosyalist bir örgüt olan PKK terör örgütü, Türkiye'de özellikle son dönemde dönemsel ittifaklar konusunda tedrici bir süreç işlettiğini görüyoruz. Ve terör grupları geleneksel medya ve sosyal medya mecralarında olabildiğince etkin propaganda aracına dönüştürüp manipülatif çalışmalar yürütmekte ve dezenformasyonla da toplumda kuşku oluşturma hedeflerine ilerlemekteler. Gazetelerde sık sık manşetlerde yer almak, çeşitli yakıştırmalar ve yüceltmelerle bir takım eserlerde kahraman statüsüne erişebilmek de bunların hedefler arasında. Başka bir ifadeyle terör örgütleri açısından medyanın her bir parçası dünyayı etkilemeye çalışan adanmış bir tür havarilere benzetilebilir. Bizzat şiddetin savunulması, şiddetin karşı tarafın haksızlığı ya da yanlışlığıyla meydana geldiği kanaatinin uyandırılması ya da ne olursa aslında şiddet olur sorusunun kamuoyunun oluşumunda ciddi bir odaklanma alanı olarak şiddetin zeminini güçlendiren psikolojik eşikler olarak değerlendirildiğini görüyoruz. Böylece meşruiyetinin de çehresinin medya üzerinden ete kemiğe büründürüldüğü söylenebilir. İşte terör örgütlerinin dayanmak istedikleri sosyolojik tabanı büyütmek ve yönlendirebilmek için biz ve öteki hattını bu şekilde oluşturduklarını görmekteyiz. Ve özellikle PKK terör örgütü de Türkiye'de bilhassa etnik ayrışmayı temel amaç ve hedefleri bakımından ön plana çıkarıyor. Etnik bilincin geliştirilmesiyle sağlanacak ayrışma ile medya üzerinde bir takım ayrışma ve hesaplaşma alanında buraya taşıma niyetinin zaman zaman yoğunlaştığını görüyoruz. Şimdi geçmişten bugüne özellikle PKK terör örgütünün medya üzerinden biçimlendirdiği stratejide 3 önemli aşamanın yaşandığını söylemek mümkün. Birinci aşamada bilhassa 80 ve 97 arasında medya başlı başına bir hedef olarak tayin edildiğini görüyoruz. Bu süreçte görsel ve yazılı medyanın kendisi bizzat hedef olabildiği gibi resmi ve gayri resmi şekilde bu organizasyonlara etki edilme gayretinin öne çıktığını görüyoruz. İkinci aşamada terörist Öcalan'ın yakalanmasının ardından darbe girişimine uzanan süreçte bilhassa etnik ayrışma üzerinden tırnak içerisinde işte bu etnik sorun ile PKK terör sorununun iç içe getirilerek sunulmak istendiğini ve bunun yan dalları olarak da demokrasi, özgürlük, insan hakları gibi kavramlar üzerinden medyada yeni bir tutunma aracının esasında kullanılmaya çalışıldığını görüyoruz. Ve öyle ki terör örgütleri en çok zayıf oldukları dönemde dahi sansasyonel eylemler yapıp bu eylemleri medya mecralarını kullanarak gerçekleştirdiklerini ileri sürmek mümkün. Terör örgütü de bu alanda güçlenmeye çalışırken toplumsal konuları hep kendi perspektifiyle tabii hedef kitleye sunarak burada bir algı oluşturmaya çalışıyor. Belki de iç güvenlik medya ilişkisinde bilhassa devlet mekanizmasının hangi ülkede olursa olsun karşısındaki terör örgütünün bu kendi gündemiyle kurduğu medya etkileşimine odaklanmasına büyük fayda var. Çözüm sürecinin özellikle Türkiye'de sonlanmasının ardından stratejisini PKK terör örgütünün daha çok siyasi ve uluslararası destekle ayakta tutmaya çalışan bir görünüme taşıdığını görüyoruz. Burada ifade etmek gerekir ki Suriye'deki oluşmakta olan defakto durum da belli ölçülerde Türkiye'nin medyasında onlar açısından bir propaganda aracılığı olarak da zaman zaman kullanılıyor. Bir anlamda medyanın terör örgütü bağlamında iç güvenliğe tahvil edildiği bir tartışma alanında eylem, söylem ve siyasallaşma arasındaki devinimin sebep-sonuç ilişkileri bakımından değişkenlik gösterdiğini bu bahsettiğim, ana hattıyla bahsettiğim süreçten çıkarmak mümkün. Dolayısıyla ülkelerin iç güvenlik konseptinin karşı koyma dinamiklerinin bu her üç boyut açısından da sürekli güncellenmesini gerektirmekte. Öyle ki zaman zaman siyasallaşan fikirler söyleme dönüşebilmekte, zaman zaman da eylemler üzerinden esasında medyada bir söylem ve siyasal alan kurgusu inşa edilmekte. Şimdi terörizmin hedeflerine ulaşmak için tabii medya çalışmalarına önem verdiğini söyledik. Hedef kitle olarak da sadece destekleyen değil, desteklemeyen kesimlerin de düşüncelerini çok önemseniyor ve buna yön verilmeye çalışıyor. Bu aynı zamanda karşılıklı ötekileştirilecek kesimlerin de bir tür konsolidasyonunun sağlanması gibi bir alt hedefi de karşı karşıya getiriyor bizimle. Bu genel tespit ve değerlendirmeden hareketle özellikle ülkelerin kamusal otorite ve diğer kurumlarının medya ile etkileşimi yürütürken ya da bu inşaat sürecini gerçekleştirirken özetle ve genel olarak üzerinde durmaları ve bir öneri olarak sağlayacağım bu hususlarda şunlar. İç güvenliğin uzun vadeli ve kalıcı şekilde tesis edilebilmesi açısından özellikle zaman zaman hep tartışılan ama benim de doğru bulduğum salt güvenlikçi tedbirlerinin yetersiz kalabildiği dönemler olmuştur. Dolayısıyla da Medya sistemi içerisinde de doğru bilgi akışının hızlı bir biçimde sağlanması bakımından yani bu kurguya dikkat edip alt ve yan bir takım destekleyici bir takım yolların da denenmesi gerekiyor. Çünkü konu sadece güvenlik başlığı ile anlamayacak nitelikte olduğundan medya aracılığıyla etkilenen kesimlere yönelik kamu bürokrasisinin etkin bir şekilde sahada varlık göstermesi gerekiyor. Terör örgütlerinin ötekileştirme ve düşmanlaştırmada kullandığı haberler, kavramlar hızlı bir şekilde tespit edilmeli ve bunların güncel durumları dikkatle izlenmeli. Bilhassa yaş grupları, sosyal medya ile birlikte bir takım yaş gruplarında algılama kapasitesi ve türü de farklılaşabilmekte. Şimdi biz üniversitede özellikle Twitter üzerinden böyle bir çalışmayı gerçekleştiriyoruz. Çok az kaldı tamamlamasına. Verilerimizi oluşturduk. Biz şimdi bu yaş gruplarında terör örgütlerinin kullandığı kavramların nasıl bir algılamaya sahip olduğunu ve kişilerin geri dönütlerinin nasıl gerçekleştiğini ölçmeye çalışacağız. Kısa bir sürecinde bunu yayınlayacağız. Ve tabii kamusal alan açısından gerçeklerin haberleştirilmesinin sağlanması çok önemli. Özellikle barış, kardeşlik, özgürlük gibi kimi başlıklar üzerinden yürütülen çalışmalar mevcut toplumsal iklime uygun şekilde yapılandırılarak topluma aktarılması gerekmekte. Bu algı farklılıkları da terör örgütlerinin en çok kullanarak iç güvenlikte sorun alanı meydana getirdiği kavramlar. Yine terör örgütünün propaganda ve dezenformasyonlarına yönelik sağ çalışmalarında sivil bir takım yapılanmaların teşvik edilmesi düşünülebilir. Burada da çok yönlü bir koordinasyon çalışmasının ve kontrol sisteminin önemli olduğu kanaatindeyim. Sosyal ağlar etkin bir şekilde kullanılmalı dediğim gibi ve erken uyarı sistemi niteliğinde algoritmaların geliştirilerek biraz önce konuşmalarda da çok sağlıklı ve güzel bilgiler vardı. Sosyal medyada suç öbeklerine etkin bir izleme kapasitesinin geliştirilmesinin sağlıklı olacağı kanaatindeyim. Ve sinema ve dizi sektöründe açık ya da örtülü propagandaların daha ilk aşamada bilhassa Türkiye bazında değerlendirdiğimizde Kültür Bakanlığı ve ilgili kuruluşlar nezdinde süzgeç mekanizmasının hukuki boyutu ihmal edilmeden ilk etapta bu konuların daha fazla titizlikle irdelenmesini gerektirmekte. Özellikle çocuk programları güvenlik hissini güçlendirmeye yönelik bir kapasiteye dönüştürülmeli. Devletin ilgili kuruluşları ve kamu diplomasisinin unsurları konferans, yayın faaliyetleri ve belgeseller hazırlayarak süreci desteklemeliler. Tabii iç güvenlik boyutu bir yandan da esasında dış güvenlikle çok ilişkili. Orada yaşananlar ve oradan yansıyan şeyler çok önemli. Bu açıdan bakıldığında diplomatik misyonlar ve temsilciliklerle bu doğru bilgilendirme ve gerekse yanlış bilgiyi bertaraf edebilmek bakımından ülkeler açısından güncel bir yapısal dönüşüm çerçevesinde irdelenmeli diye düşünüyorum. Son olarak da tabii üniversitelerle işbirliği imkanlarının ve özellikle araştırmacıların bu başlık altında yani iç güvenlik medya başlığı altında güçlü ve yaygın saha araştırmalarıyla toplumun beklentilerinin neden, nasıl etkilendiğine yönelik bir takım verilerle destekli çalışmalar üretmesinin son derece önemli olduğunu düşünüyorum. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Sağ olun Sayın Hocam. İngilizce dinleyenlerimiz için de şöyle bir kısaca özet geçeceğim. Thank you, Professor Kürşat Zorlu, Dean of Faculty of Economics and Administration from Bozok University. Professor Zorlu called attention to the relation between the Homeland Security and media. He took attention on the limited number of research on these issues, especially in Turkey, and also with the increasing effect of social media, how media has turned out to be one of the first influencer in public opinion shaping. And he called attention on the spiral of silence and how it affected people not to voice their opinions in case of there is a threat or if they feel a threat for their security. And if there is a loss of trust in this field, this negatively affects the transparency as well. And recently, there is also a slight development of security media, which requires a specific work, but far from propaganda. He brought some proposals, especially fast and correct information in time by using social media as well, and developing good films and serials and broadcasting them will be effective for different generations and age groups as well to increase the effect of homeland security. Thank you very much, Professor Zorlu. And now we will have another distinguished guest, Professor İbrahim Efe from Faculty of Economics and Administration of 7 Aralık University of Kilis, Turkey. He will give a presentation on the role of social media in engaging the public in homeland security. Yes, Professor Efe, the screen is yours.
Hello and good morning to everyone joining us from different parts of the world. And thanks to Professor Ahmet Keser for hosting this stellar panel. And also I would like to thank Murat Aslan for bringing us into this discussion. Before I start, I would like to share my screen if possible. Can you let me share my screen, please? Okay.
Yasin Bey, ekranı paylaşımı açar mısınız?
All right. Today I will be sharing with you the results of my ongoing research. By default, I'm a communication scientist, but I'm happy to be part of this panel because my research cuts across different areas, including security.
You can share your screen, Professor.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. So, although I am not an expert in the security field, I would like to touch upon certain aspects of homeland security. So if I make any mistake, please excuse me. And let me share the screen quickly. Okay, can you see it now? Can you see my screen? Okay, perfect.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so today I'm going to elaborate on my problem first. In other words, I'd like to explain why we should engage the public in homeland security. Then I would like to briefly elaborate on the theory and methodology of this study. Then I'll provide the preliminary results of an ongoing research that I'm carrying out right now at the Kilis University, which focuses on the COVID-19 and its social media and the social media use of the public regarding the COVID-19. And I'll finally talk about a few conclusions. So the problem of this research is regarding the engaging the general public in homeland security. And we can simply answer this question by looking at the benefits of social media, of course, because social media has become so pervasive that the governments all around the world cannot run away from this reality. And they need to engage with citizens in an active, interactive information sharing system to convey information, while a crisis like COVID-19 is still developing, and to help mitigate and recover from damages. And also the public, the public itself can benefit from this two-way communication, as well as responders who can benefit from additional information from the public to increase their situational awareness and better understand the challenges facing citizens. These benefits consist mainly of context-powered knowledge when collaboration from multiple sources converge to facilitate knowledge used for decision making. Therefore, engaging the public as a full partner in homeland security should aim at strengthening the responders' channels of communication, which of course hinge on their preparedness. So social media can help the responders engage with the public with little or no impact on government budgets. I think this is one of the crucial aspects of the problem when we are talking about Homeland Security, that we need budgets to cater to this service. So public safety, when the officials need information from the public, can prepare for and respond to and recover from all types of crisis. I mean, within the context of public safety, this information is crucial. And there is another problem that I would like to point to at this point, which is the lack of trust. And we can explain this lack of trust by extending the issue with two more questions. To what extent the Homeland Security officials trust and have a relationship with the public? And is the Turkish public, in my context, but you can say the general public in the world, ready to participate in Homeland Security? Until recently, institutional responses to Homeland Security threats and crises have depended on a one-way communication, and only evolving into a more interactive one with the advent of Web 2 technologies, which is what we call social media tools. So in terms of problems that relate to the academia, there has not been actually a systematic approach to capitalize on the public's knowledge. And Professor Kürşat Zorlu has partly pointed to this issue, the lack of research on the social media use and its relation on its nexus with security studies. So hopefully my study will contribute to this gap in the area. Homeland Security and emergency response leaders often struggle over when to release information to the public, and with full openness, of course. And usually they do not resort to the feedback from the public because they do not trust the public and the public's response to emergencies. And also there's another significant issue at this point, which I call this stereotypical portrayal of a panicked public. So this makes it hard for planners and policymakers to engage citizens when working on response plans and procedures that could ultimately shape the way a disaster unfolds. In other words, officials are accustomed to using only one-way communication approach to sharing information, which leads to frustration in achieving situational awareness. So let's get back to the benefits of using social media in Homeland Security issues, or in my case, a worldwide crisis that is the COVID-19. So drawing information from the public through a two-way communication system would help achieve this much desired awareness, which I have just mentioned. Public safety officials have chosen to involve citizens to multiply their eyes and ears by potentially millions and attempt to close this situational awareness, says Phelan in 2008, which is still an early date for the development of social media, of course. Citizens have the ability to provide officials with first-hand observations, photos, and video, and could direct responders to where they are most needed by being engaged within a decentralized network model. And we have experienced the benefits of social media, particularly recently in the aftermath of earthquakes. For example, the one in Izmir, when the victims were caught in the traffic after the earthquake, they started tweeting and messaging on online social media platforms to warn other people to not get caught by the traffic. So we have recently experienced this benefit in Turkey. And finally, leveraging Web 2 technologies would provide Homeland Security officials with enhanced situational awareness and would facilitate coordination, communication, risk reduction, and social awareness, which are 4 of the 6 components of the AFAD's participatory approach as stated in its strategic plan for 2019 and 2023. So before I start sharing my results, I would like to briefly mention about the types of social media use and the patterns, of course, of social media use. As you can see on the screen, we have different types of social media use that relates to Homeland Security, or I would say the management of a crisis. This is another way of understanding the informatics, the crisis informatics literature. In other words, we need to distinguish between different types of use, and these different types of are referred to as usage patterns. And this classification can facilitate the utilization and development of qualified technology and promote interaction and systematic analysis of behaviors. Developed by Ritter et al. This classification matrix provides us a framework to understand how different actors within social media interact with each other. As you can see on the screen, the sender x-axis and the recipient y-axis of the digital content are placed on this model as such. So considering citizens and authorities, such as emergency services, the crisis communication matrix differentiates between 4 observed information flows or patterns of social media use in emergencies. Now I'd like to share with you the results of my study. This study I have been carrying out with a friend at Kiliseri University, and it will hopefully be published in this summer in a Turkish journal. It deals with the case of COVID-19. As you all know, COVID-19 is now considered to be posing a tremendous threat, and it is sometimes recounted as the biggest threat the Western societies faced since the World War II. And it also creates certain threats to the safety and security of citizens, as well as to their health, physical and mental health. So in order to understand how the public interact with each other on Twitter, we created a special corpus using Python programming, and we retrieved a data of 259,000 words, and this data consists roughly around 12,000 tweets. So here are some of the most used hashtags by the public on Twitter. As you can see on the screen, COVID and Waka 5698. This one relates to the time when we started collecting our data. It was around March the 28th. So on that date, the number of the cases was around this number. And then we have other related terms. And the most frequently mentioned people on Twitter were, at this time of the year, Fahrettin Koca, the health minister, and the president, our president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. So we have analyzed using content analysis and a special linguistic program. We analyzed the content of Twitter use by the Turkish public regarding COVID-19. And the first and biggest semantic category was information. So most of the public use Twitter to share information regarding their health situation and regarding the situation of their relatives and their friends. So this significant portion, which is what we call informative posts, gives information about the course of the COVID-19 in Turkey. So a significant portion of them includes the experiences of individuals relating to the disease. and informative posts shared on Twitter in terms of risk communication both contribute to faster sharing of information and form an important data set in terms of detecting the symptoms of the disease. Now, I don't know to what extent the health ministry and Turkish officials have benefited from this information sharing, but I would like to point their attention to this crucial aspect that users frequently use Twitter to share the symptoms of COVID-19. So this can help the health officials understand the development of the disease itself. And the second category that was most frequently shared and talked about on Twitter was about the measures and the precautions taken by the officials. Usually these precautions were shared as information sharing, but some of them related to criticism of these measures as well. And as you know, since the outbreak of the COVID-19, we have been bombarded by lots of misinformation and conspiracy theories. So this category also involves such content. And the next category was about danger and threat. So in this category, the public generally shared their feelings about the danger and the threats they felt stemming from the COVID-19. So in this sense, we have feelings that relate to the worsening economy, feelings that relate to the current situation of the country and the world in general, and of course the deteriorating social relations as well. And following this was the security category, and of course this one included the insecurity feelings of the public as well. And as you all know, insecurity in risk communication and the perception of anxiety that arises as a result of this feeling are among the most dominant negative emotions. As Professor Kürşat has partly mentioned this issue, on Twitter and similar social media accounts, negative emotions and negative feelings are abundant, and they're more, I would say they're dominant. They are shared more frequently than positive emotions. So security officials and especially health officials in Turkey and in the world alike need to take this issue into consideration and deal with this accordingly. And the final category, this was a positive finding, of course, related to the, this is the penultimate category, related to the solidarity feelings. So the public on Twitter, the Turkish public, as we researched in our study, established networks of solidarity by taking COVID-19 into their focus. So in order to promote hope for the future, they shared their prayers, their feelings, their future expectations, and the strength of being together against the disease. So this one was a kind of positive finding. And finally, we have the humor category. Now this one, of course, we are familiar with this category when we are using social media. We encounter people making mock of other people, they're making fun of the system, you know, everything we can think of. So considering the place of humor in our lives, we can say that the posts in this category should not be considered as a clear reflection of positive or negative emotions, because a significant portion of these posts reflect the public's anger at the insensitivity to the virus and their despair over the prevalence of the virus, and most importantly, the content intended for entertainment is dominant in this category. And also we can finally say that the tweets in the humor category also criticize the measures taken against the pandemic. And these criticisms are incorporated into the political criticism against the government and the health ministry. Of course, the literature on the use of humor as a tool of political criticism is quite extensive, and we need more detailed studies on this issue, both on the humor aspect of social media and how it relates to political criticism, and of course on the general use of social media during crisis times. So finally, I would like to share with you a few conclusions. Approaches to risk communication and security issues are changing due to the transformation in new communication and technologies. And as Gami Wage explains, the most striking factors in this transformation are the replacement of the trust of people they lost in authorities by online and social networks. So the trust people lose as a result of this chaotic world is replaced with the tool itself. So people trust the social media itself and the tools themselves. So as you all know, this is one of the perhaps one of the most important things that we are suffering these days, that if something is shared by millions, it means it is true, which we know that it is not. But it creates such a perception that the quantity right now is more important than the quality. And with these transformational challenges, of course, risk communication plays an important role in controlling and managing crises, including health crises such as the COVID-19. And at this point, public relations have played a critical role in managing the risk. And here, the Health Ministry of Turkey has planned and applied its own social media strategy throughout the crisis, which I find very successful and in terms of structure and the way of communication. Social media real-time dialogue will contribute to building trust and putting the public into action. So the future studies need to take this point into consideration. How are we going to regain the trust of the public in authorities through social media? This is a very difficult thing to achieve, but we need to start research and studies that deal with this issue immediately and urgently. Both research and development of ICT for crisis situations need to work from a united perspective of the information, disaster, and technical sciences. And it is our hope that a multidisciplinary alignment in crisis research and development will guide the technologies, infrastructures, and policies we create to support the real and newly extended social arrangements of Homeland Security and crisis response. And that is the end of my presentation. Here are the references, and thank you for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Efe. Professor Efe shared the results of their research on the Twitter messages and by conducting a content analysis on the shared messages and by giving the frequencies of them, he called our attention on the messages related with the security as well. So the question for the first question was why we should engage public on Homeland Security, and then engaging public as a full partner in Homeland Security strengthens the readiness of the community against possible threats as a solution. And with the terminology used by Professor Efe, the stereotypical portrayal of panicked public, so makes it hard for the planners and policymakers to engage citizens when working on response plans. So when we look at the research results, we can understand the relation between the security and information, because the most frequent mentioned category was information, and then comes the measures and precautions, and then comes security, then only comes solidarity and humor. So people wants to have information first, then people wants to see what precautions are taken by the policymakers, and then people wants to be sure about their security. Thank you for sharing all these researches us, Professor Efe. Thank you for your contributions. And now we will have another distinguished guest who will share a presentation with us, Professor Hüseyin Bağcı, a faculty member of the Department of International Relations from Middle East Technical University and also a chair of Foreign Policy Institute. Professor Bağcı will share his presentation on a perspective on Homeland Security with us. The screen is yours, Professor Bağcı, and welcome again. Can you please click on the microphone, Professor?
Yes, sorry. Sorry, thank you, Professor Keser. First of all, good morning to all participants of the conference. It is also a great pleasure and honor for me to be part of this very important event. And I learned a lot until now from the researches, what Professor Efe and Mr. Zorlu were talking about the security, media, etc. And the topic is actually timely, where millions of people sit in front of television and watching one interior minister and one illegal drug trafficker. It is like a Netflix serial, but it is important. Why? Because the basic question is here, what Mr. Efe also mentioned is the trust. How far the citizen is trusting to the state as an institution and to the people who run the state. It is not only a problem in Turkey, it is a global problem. It is a global phenomenon. The question is it more security by state or controlled security by state, providing more freedom to the citizens, or citizens feel themselves more insecure the more they are protected by the state, be it in China or be it in George Orwell's book, 1984, Big Brother is watching you. What is the importance of this? Why do people feel insecure? This concept, security and insecurity, is such a thin line. Where starts our security? Where starts our insecurity? I mean, if the state has all the information of the citizen, who can guarantee that the state does not use this information, this knowledge, in disadvantage of the citizens or of certain citizens? This is a very important question. What we discuss today is just the discussion of today, but 30 years, 40 years ago, when first time in Western world, in Germany, for example, the Green Movement in Germany started as a protest movement. Today, probably they will provide a prime minister in September. They started as a protest, not only against the nuclear weapons, but also that the state should not control the information of the citizen. If you want to go to get some bureaucratic things, let's say you want to get electricity to your house or water pipeline to your house, you have to provide all the information, and the state is collecting all the information. And sometimes you don't know how the state or the responsibles of the state can use this. In our country, I give you a concrete example. Actually, this is not a Turkish invention. It is an Egyptian invention, the so-called muhtarlar. Yeah? Remember a couple of years ago, the president was collecting muhtarlar from all over the country. Why? Because it was in Egypt that those people who is just controlling a certain limit, a certain area of the city, he has all the information, who is sitting there, who is living there, where is moving, where is coming in, as we call it in Turkish, kılcal damarlar. The most important information collector are actually the muhtarlar, the most important one. And if you increase it more and more today, we have this cyber security issues. Why do we have cyber security debates? why certain countries try to intervene in the information system of the others. When Russia was intervening in Estonia and was collecting all the information, now today the NATO cybersecurity headquarters in Estonia, because they became the victim of it. All the important international companies, from Boeing to Airbus, from İşbank to I don't know which German Deutsche Bank, they have all this information from their citizens or from their customers, and they try to protect it, because if somebody is running in, getting all the information could be a very dangerous one. Remember, in our country, in 1999 earthquake, it was a minister for health at that time, Mr. Osman Durmuş, who tried to prevent that the Turkish blood should not be transferred to another countries. It is because of changing of DNA, changing of something. The interesting thing is here, the basic question is here, why the states act in that way and what is the reaction of the citizens? So I think the discussion about the homeland security, we have in Britain, for example, Home Secretary. We don't call it Interior Minister, Home Secretary. Anyone who studied in England, they know this much better. Why they call it Home Secretary? Because we call it Interior Ministry, they call Home Secretary. It means what is going on at the home, the state wants to know. And during the Cold War years, it was much easier because we had two different ideological systems. Soviet Union controlled all the citizens. The people who want to go abroad, the state allowed to go or not to go. While in the Western world, the people had the freedom to travel. Thomas Knudsen, for example, one of the most interesting, most important security experts, he said, Soviet Union failed because it didn't trust to the citizens. If the state does not trust citizens, then we call it authoritarian, totalitarian, or undemocratic states. The basic question in democracy is that we have to trust to your citizen, and the citizens have to trust to you. What happens today in China, in North Korea, that every person is controlled so in that way that at the end of the day of the year, you have a list whether you are a good citizen or not, whether you violated the traffic lights or you behaved yourself in that way that the state does not like. I mean, speaking about this in Turkey is easier. Talk about this in Korea, in North Korea, talk about it in China or in other authoritarian states, which is not so easy. Today, that we have now more and more global issues. COVID-19, as both speakers mentioned, Ibrahim Bey was mentioning also about this. COVID-19 changed also the total concept of security, homeland security. I mean, why it changed? Because the state knows now, including myself, whether I have vaccine, what type of illness I have. All the information is in this smartphone. I can go e-nabız and I can ask even the question, what is the probability of my heart attack? By the way, I have only 5% probability that I get heart attack is the good news. But we know from here because the state provides us the information. Now, the book by Francis Fukuyama, Trust, with the title Trust, indicated actually that the trust is fragile. Even like among the international actors, the trust is the most important one. If you do not trust, you don't make any business. The problem is, globally speaking now, nobody is trusting to anyone. The world is actually more insecure than ever before. at the level of citizen, at the level of institutions. How many people trust the World Security Organization of the United Nations or any else minister, be it in Turkey, be it in Germany or Britain or in Brazil, what we have experienced in Brazil? How can you trust to Brazilian measures concerning the COVID, for example? Or we have global issues from the refugee to climate change, Green Deal at the moment. One of the biggest problems, of course, is the climate issue, and the basic philosophy, I would say, of Homeland Security is how far the state can convince the citizens that the state is indeed there to protect them, but not without violating or reducing the freedom of the citizen. The private sphere, Ibrahim Efe was giving examples, and he said, if 1 million people say to one news, whatever it is true, then it is perceived as a truth, although it could be wrong, he said. This is true. This is true, but the image, the perception, what is emerging now is another problem for the state, for the institutions. And we have this type of issues. We have global security, we have regional security, we have national security, and we have homeland security. So if you take the word security, this is the most important suffix. You can put the global, international, regional, state security, whatever you call. But security is the opposite of insecurity. Is there anyone among our participants who can tell me that today's world is more secure than 40 years ago? Definitely not, definitely nobody here. Even when we talk now, we have the fear whether this talk can be listened by certain state institutions or by the United States of America or by Russia, by China, because the information, what we share here is going to a certain source. 10 years later, 20 years later, the people will recall what we talk today. Hüseyin Bağcı was talking about the insecurity of the world in 25th of May, 2021. Yeah? He said this. He was wrong or he was right. We will see. But the fact is for us how the world is dealing with this homeland security. I'm not talking necessarily about Turkey, but what is the homeland security issue in Latin America? What is the homeland security issue in the United States of America and Canada? In Africa, what it means homeland security when we have all these authoritarian regimes? What is in Asia, China, South Korea, Japan? We think that the more technology we have, the more we can have access to information. But sometimes it can be very dangerous if you have access to information. It all depends what type of information you want to have access. Let's say intelligence officers, yeah? We pay a lot of money as a state for our intelligence officers, yeah? To collect the information from this country or that country. So in Turkey, we have this idea. Every country, there are many powers outside of Turkey. They want to destroy Turkey. Yeah? This is the basic. İç ve dış düşmanlar. Yeah? This is the concept. Okay, what we do, don't we do it? Don't we send our intelligence officers to Germany, to Azerbaijan, to Armenia, to Iraq, to Syria? Of course we do. This is very normal. But the question is, what is the value of the information of these intelligence officers? MIT, Mossad, CIA, whatever international, BND from Germany. What is the value of the information they collect? It's important. I would say more than ever. diplomacy, how diplomacy is functioning at the moment. Is the diplomacy only just to go there and to represent a country, or that you send the people there to make trade, to follow the, as we call it, science diplomacy, the inventions, the development, technological developments, even the intelligence on technology. One of the biggest issues, the big countries who possess the technology, they do not want to share it with the others. Is why China was very successful in this sense in the last 40 years to get the technology from the West through sending their students there and bringing them back and reaching now this level of technology. Without sending the Chinese students to America, to Turkey, to Europe, China would not reach the level from today in technology. So they were like bees, you know, sending to different flowers, I mean, countries, and they got all the sweet of the flowers, came back to China and created the Chinese technology. This is not Chinese technology. This is purely Western technologies, what the Chinese have. So, and it's very compatible. And now the question is, as Professor Neil Ferguson would say in his recent book, Doom, this is the new publication with the title Doom, how the politics in the 21st century would be very destructive. Networking, this type of pandemics, or the systems, democratic systems which experience now very authoritarian leadership, be it in Russia or India or under Donald Trump, even in our country as it is debated very strongly. How a country is dealing with this illicit drug trafficking, illicit weapon trafficking. Our borders, Syria, Iraq, Iran, it is not one-way ticket, it is both way. Thousands and millions, 6 million people, refugees coming now at the moment in Turkey. And Iran is sending them to Turkey, Iraq is sending them to Turkey, Syria sending them. We became like a wall, like a dam, containing all type of radical groups in this society. We are not rich anymore. Why? Because Europe stopped. If Turkey wants to send refugees to Greece, like last year we saw, the Greek police were not so friendly to them. There is not the discussion of normative values, democracy, human rights, etc. No, the main aim is to protect that the refugees do not enter into the border. Another point, the demographic discussions at the moment, you make this program from Gaziantep, Kilis, Hatay, all these areas are now full with refugees from Syria. This is a demographic problem. This is a political problem. This is a homeland security. My city in the west, Edirne, and I come from a small town which is called Uzunköprü. In Uzunköprü, the Syrian mafia now contains and controls all, as we call it, last transporters, hamallar. Hamalcılık now is in the hands of the Syrians. There is a Syrian mafia. It is a mafia. It is an organization. You don't see the organization, but it is there. They control. This type of discussions we will see more in Istanbul, in Izmir, in Ankara in the future, because the Western countries, they are much more clever. They take the people very controlled, and if they don't like it, they want to send it back. The recent discussions in Germany after Israel's and Hamas conflict, the German Minister of Interior said, I quote, those people, Muslim origin, Turkish, Palestinian, Arab, whatsoever, if they chant anti-Semitic slogans, they have to be deported from Germany. This is very important. Do we do it here in Turkey? No, we are more democratic in this sense. Germany, the epicenter of democracy. Of course, those people who have German citizenship, they cannot be deported, despite the fact that they have background Palestinian, Lebanese, or Arab, or any Arab country, whatever you call, or Turkish citizen. But the fact is how the states will face this refugee problem. Denmark is sending the people back. They say it's enough. We don't like to have you here. Syria is now much more stable. You have to go back. The radical groups here in our country, even today, this morning, when I watched the television, I don't say which program because it is advertisement, but you can watch any television channel. You see there so many people taken under custody, Daesh, PKK, or FETÖ, whatever you call. The Turkish prisons are full. Never ever in Turkey we had so many politically-oriented foreigners in our prisons. I would like to suggest Professor Kürşat or Mr. Efe that they make research also the number of the radical groups and their representatives in Turkish prisons. How do we deal with them? What is the Turkish intelligence organization with Interpol, with other countries? Very interesting. Mr. Kürşat Zorlu Professor Zorlu talked about PKK, for example. Yeah, it is very important. What is this in Turkey, the role of media in Turkey, but also in other countries? Here, it is number one enemy, but in the Western world, they enjoy a great sympathy. How comes? How the Turkish public should be informed is another important issue. Now, the main question would be also here, when the Arab Spring emerged, it is not that Mohammed Bouazizi burned himself in Tunisia, and then it came out. No, it is a long-term prepared process. And what is at the end of the Arab Spring today? Egypt is still having military dictatorship. Saudi Arabia is stronger than ever before. All the Bashar Assad is much more stronger than ever before. And who lost this? We lost. We, the Turks, we have undertaken 4 military operations in northern Syria and in Iraq. Why? Because we feel our external borders and internal borders under threat, under danger. The only thing that Turkey says, Article 51 of the United Nations, the right to protect the country. So the question is here, how long we can go with this situation? How can we bear this? We are the loser of Arab Spring, unfortunately. And this is exactly now why we look more to Central Asia. Professor Kürşat Zorlu knows much better than I do. This Türkeneşi, this Turkish word suddenly became much more important than Middle East, because the Arab countries in general, they excluded Turkey. Their internal security and our internal security cannot be separated. We have never we had so many, people coming from those countries buying houses in Turkey. $250,000, they get, they buy a house and then they have Turkish citizenship. $250,000. So in recent years, we have more Chinese buying houses in Turkey. Should we consider this enrichment of Turkey? Should we consider it as an internal security problem? Who knows that among those people who buy the houses are not people working for Chinese intelligence service, for example. Or I finish because I don't want to get more time, but looking to the philosophy of Homeland Security, I think all the world at the moment have the problem of insecurity. They do not trust neither to their neighbors nor to the existing international institutions. the international institutions are also less effective than ever before. In one international conference in Singapore, I discussed with the people this. Because Turkey is a democratic country, all the maniacs or idiots who wanted to fight in Syria, they came via Turkey because they may travel to Turkey coming from a democratic country, be it from Canada, Netherlands, or Sweden, whatsoever. And Ahmet Efe is in Kilis, I think. In Kilis, there is an hotel called Hotel Istanbul. Hotel Istanbul was the place of these maniacs who came to Kilis and then transferred to other side, to Kobani and the other Syrian parts with illegal human traffickers. Not only from there to the west, but also from the west to there. So the question, I leave my presentation with a question. Does it mean that more security means less freedom? Or do we need more freedom and less security? This chicken and egg question, which is more important? More freedom or more security? When you ask people in North Korea, they feel really secure because they cannot go anywhere. They are not allowed to leave the country. No, they are secure, but are they free? Question mark. And this type of philosophical debates definitely will continue, but whatever it is, the topic, the conference is very important. Homeland security issue is timely, well done, congratulations. And I can only provide you pessimistic views about the Homeland security, despite the fact that I'm a very optimistic man. By nature, I'm very optimistic, but in this case, when I see the emerging challenges and problems, I wish success to the state institutions, but the citizens, they should not lose their freedom. This is the most important one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Bağcı, for this nice presentation as well. Professor Bağcı mentioned that the topic itself is timely and asserted that the issue is trust mainly, not only for Turkey, for elsewhere in Earth. Trust to the authorities about being sure on our security is the main issue nowadays, maybe always. Question is, where starts our security and where starts our insecurity? And called attention to the collection of information from Muhtars, who were actually at the very end points of the homeland. So this is another, let's say, indicator of that the state is also aware of collecting information and the importance of the information as well. So during the Cold War years, security issues were easier to assess because the policies of the states were foreseeable. But today it's in the multipolar world system, it's more, let's say, impossible. And digitalization of security and safety after the COVID-19 pandemic at the information age is very important as well. And maybe our lives being imprisoned in our smartphones recently. Yes. So Professor Bağcı also called attention to the importance of having information at the one side and also the danger of having so much information and being lost in that much overloaded information. And also, maybe this may explain the etymological name given to the intelligence coming from the intel and intelligent as well. So we can say the more intelligence you use, the more intelligent you become. Last but not least, the international organizations were less efficient than ever before. They are incapable of producing solutions for the regional and global problems as well. So the final questions by Professor were, does more security means less freedom? Yes. So Professor Bağcı completed his presentation by calling attention to the balance between security and freedom. So where should we construct the balance? And thank you for all these nice contributions during this panel, which mostly gave us new insights and let's say that all called attention how important the topic and how timely the topic is. And now I hand over to the microphone again to Dr. Aslan and give information about the second panel, I think.
Thank you so much, Professor. It was really a joy to listen. Professor Balcı is my, idol, because I was one of his students in METÜ. In this panel, in the second panel, we will discuss technology and strategy with really distinguished guests. I want to thank all, first of all, and secondly, the topics that they have proposed to us are really interesting, and especially 3 of them are really the ones that we will deal in future. Maybe tomorrow, I don't know, the day after, that means nuclear. I would like to welcome Professor Roberto Mugavero. I think I pronounced in a correct manner. He is the professor of Action Planning for Homeland Security in the University of Rome, Italy, and one of the scholars that scrutinized CBRN in Europe. Also, right after him, we will have Mr. Pietro Costanzo. He's the director of OSDIFE, Observatory on Security and CBRNE Defense, Italy. Professor Şebnem Udum of Hacettepe University, and he will touch the same topic, nuclear security. Ahmet Keser has searched the structures of the curriculums in the US public administrations regarding homeland security. And finally, we will have Anas El Gomati, a lecturer at NATO Defense College, and he will focus on Libya, which is really a hot topic in our agenda, especially this year, because of the political process after a long-lasting conflict. So I would like to have first Professor Roberto Mugavero for his presentation. The screen is yours, sir.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor to me. And I start sharing my screen with you. Yes, please let me know if you can see it.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, great. So my lecture, 15 minutes. Lecture is just to share with you some ideas related to security and threat prevention. Just some points related to the terrorist strategies and tactics. Just to mention that the latest attacks in Europe, Paris, Copenhagen, Berlin, Stockholm, and so on, highlighted slight differences in comparison to past. In fact, the targets were no more places, objectives representing the power, government, or so on. But the terrorists and extremists
Professor Mugavero, I think he's down in the net. Professor Mugavero.
Can you see me?
Yes, now, yes, but we can't see your presentation. I think there is a problem with your internet connection, sir.
Yes, I start again.
Yes. Yes, go.
Start again. Okay. So, me if you can see it. Aslan, can you see it?
No, we can't see it. We can't see it. We only hear your voice. If you want, that's much better. Otherwise, the connection is down.
No, yes, I had a problem with connection, but I think you can see the slides.
No, sir, we can't see it.
Yeah.
No, sir.
I start sharing again. Yeah.
No.
How no?
Yes. Yes, now we see you.
Yes. Yes, but the presentation?
No. No.
Wow, it's so strange. Wait a second. So,
Yasin, paylaşım yetkisi var mı? Bakar mısın?
Start again. Now you should see it. Correct?
No.
I'm sharing this. Okay. But in any case, I continue not showing that because I do not want to waste time. Just to tell you that the strategies of terrorists changed over time because they started to define as targets and objectives not only venues and elements representing governments and power, but also normal places, I mean, where the daily life is, markets, streets, or the so-called soft targets in some way. And another point is related to the weapons. We know that terrorists and extremists started using explosive devices, as in many different ways, car bombs, suicide bombers, wearing belt or jackets. But after that, they started also in using knives, cars, vans, trucks, and so on and so on. So that the question is in relation to the new creative ways to define targets, but also to use new weapons, what's for the future? And that's the big question mark we have in defining new threat scenarios, and also to understand how to protect people and environment and infrastructures. In 2014, the European Commission has drawn particular attention in this respect, also highlighting how there are many opportunities, groups and extremists to access new and dangerous materials. So in some way to be more and more creative in some way. And a report of the European Parliament produced right after the Paris attack in 2015 highlighted also that there are plans, of course, from terrorists and extremists to recruit scientists and experts in order to develop new weapons. And that's a big concern for all of us. What about the trends, the future trends? It's clear that the major terrorist groups and extremist groups appear more and more interested in explore new ways to perpetrate asymmetric attacks and to explore new way to hit indiscriminately people and infrastructure in a way we are not prepared to react with. So that the unconventional threat, the new and creative use of new tools, new weapons, new strategies is becoming extremely relevant, and relevant not only in terms of the possible loss of human life, but also considering possible economic losses, but also long-term psychological effects on individuals and population involved in such kind of attacks. We know that there are a lot of opportunities for terrorists and extremists to gain together two main elements to create new weapons and to create new strategies. They need, first of all, knowledge, and after that, they need also materials to create new weapons. Where they can find knowledge from states experiencing conflicts or unrest, and where there are a lot of scientists and professionals with practical knowledge, also related to dual-use materials, and where they can find hazardous or dual-use materials in states or regions or places where, again, we have less security, less framework, a framework where the security is not so strong or it is not stronger as before. And those are clearly regions and places where they are experiencing, again, conflict or unrest or social difficulties. In relation to future scenarios and concern, first of all, there are concerns that terrorists could exploit tactics, techniques, and procedures using also insider. That's one of the biggest points we have to face with, in the future. Another point is emerging technologies. Yes, emerging technologies and also techniques, they have a big potential to provide us a better life in the future, but they can also be exploited by terrorists and extremists on the other side. So we have to look at new dimension of technology and techniques carefully. Another point interesting in relation to the creation of new strategies and techniques in attacking the Western countries or the modern countries is related to the foreign fighters who have been engaged in conflict zones, can bring in some way their knowledge and their experiences from the battlefield to the street of capital cities of other countries, and they are many times very experienced guys. The current threat scenarios today is characterized by a growing possibility to access knowledge, scientific and technological skills, new methodologies and tools. That's for the good guys, but that possibilities are open also for the bad guys in some way, for terrorists and extremists. And the presence nowadays of radicalized cells, access to know-how, to organize terrorist network, huge terrorist networks, and the foreign fighters represent for all of us a growing potential of terrorist plots using advanced strategies and tactics. And it is interesting to note that during their lifetime, terrorist and extremist groups come to a point in which they choose, or they have to choose, whether to innovate or not. You know, most of the time we think about research and development only in our realm related to science and technology led by governments and institutions, academy, and so on. But please consider that also terrorist and extremist networks and groups, they have their own research and developments, processes, and projects. And if the terrorist and extremist groups decide to innovate, there is a phase, a transition phase where they start in adopting new tools, new elements, new methodologies to be more effective in hitting infrastructure of people. Of course, the final results of that transition is related to the effectiveness of the implementation. They have, of course, to implement new tools and new methodologies in their processes and in their strategies. I can't share with you the adoption curve. The adoption curve is a curve representing the attempt of terrorists to adopt the new technologies. Most of the time, they have to face a first attempt in using new technologies. And in this phase, the rate of failures is very high. They attempt again in using that new technologies and tools, and they improve. They improve more and more. And after that, they achieve most of the time the final result, the final goal they had in their minds. It is clear that in terms of strategies, in terms of methodologies, in terms of effectiveness, terrorism and extremism, they had a clear evolution. Just to tell you that, for example, in 2013, the terrorist attacks at worldwide level on average caused the death of 5 people on average. Consider that from 2016 ahead, we had a strong decrease of the number of terrorist attacks at worldwide level. But you know what? The strange element is that in relation to the new flow of attacks, we have that each attack from 2016 ahead caused the average number of almost 10 victims. That's very strange, because the number of attacks is decreasing, but the number of victims is increasing. So that this is a clear evidence that they are more and more effective in relation to the past. And the effectiveness is in some way related to the adoption of such kind of new technologies and new methodologies in order to be more effective hitting people and infrastructure. Just a couple of words related to the ability of terrorism and extremists to be more effective. Clear evidence is related to, for example, suicide bomber jackets. They put a lot of effort in the implementation of explosive jackets and belts well fit and tailored in order to avoid suspicion, because the first version of explosive jackets, they were easily identifying. And they studied a lot in maximize the explosive quantity, occupying less volume and hiding the explosive in a less visible way. Another R&D activity of terrorism and extremists was related to the capability to create explosively formed penetrators using very common tools, very common parts. The ability, another ability it was, and another study was related to the use of new IAD remote controlled activators. We know that they used at the first time just cell phone, activated a cell phone, but using Jammer we can stop the activation of IADs so that they started using remote control devices using passive technology, infrared sensor, using technological regression, low-cost materials, and so on and so on. So, okay, just to close to end my speech, saying that we have to consider that also the terrorism and extremism are using a lot technologies and innovation. If we do not consider that element, it will be a great problem for the future. We are innovators in facing new threats, but they are innovators in creating new tools and weapons to attack us. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry if I couldn't share the presentation, but I will send you the presentation later.
No, sir, it was perfect. Thank you so much. Maybe, you know, I don't know, me and Professor Ahmet Keser are former soldiers. So it was really interesting for us to listen this perspective, because terrorist organizations are adopting new technologies, but, you know, with a clear and easy access by online shopping. That's the issue. So yes, this will be a threat in the coming days with the innovative capacity of the individual terrorists inherited to the organization. So I would like to pass the other speaker, again from Rome, Mr. Pietro Costanzo, and he will also continue this discussion as an extension. So welcome, Mr. Costanzo.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, how are you? There are many faces, so I'm trying to, you know, see. Yeah. Thank you so much. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all for inviting me to join this this discussion. And my name is Pietro Costanzo. I am the director of the Observatory on Security and CBRN Defense in Rome. I work together with Professor Mugavero within this initiative of the University of Rome Tor Vergata. I will give you a brief briefing on the organization, just to let you understand who we are and what we do. And I will have will take 15 minutes of your time. I hope that I will keep the schedule, and to continue the discussion about the use of technology. But at this point, I will jump on the other side, meaning on the side of who can use the technology to monitor and prevent issues with related to terrorist attacks, but not only to this. I will try to share my screen, so please be patient.
Yasin Bey, yetki verin.
Okay. Can you see it? And
yes, we see it. We see.
Perfect. And you can also see and hear me, right?
Yes,
that's perfect. So today I will try to give you a perspective on how new technologies and security, new technologies can be adopted to prevent security threats. As first, a couple of words on our organization. We founded the observatory in 2020 as let's say, as a spin-off of the University of Rome Tor Vergata. And the organization is based in Rome. We work all over the world. We have plenty cooperation agreements with university, the private sector, public institution. We are a non-profit organization. We mainly deal with research activities and with projects related to training and capacity building. And of course, we also have a program for training students, but also professionals in the field of public safety and public security. We are recognized by the United Nations, ICASOC, and as a research center in Italy. Just to tell you that our organization is mainly focused on contributing, on providing contribution to the international scientific community in the field of public safety and public security. So we are not a company, we don't sell services. And so and today my speech will be related to this point. So as first, I will try to give you our idea, our background idea on the adoption of low-cost monitoring and forecasting technologies for the security sector. And I will give you a briefing on the research and development program that we have been running over the last 3 years. So as first, where we started to consider what is the current operational context. That it is what you already discussed in the previous speeches and what also Professor Mugavero just concluded. Meaning that, as we all know, in the recent decades, the transformation in the global transformation from the political, economical, social, technological point of view created new opportunities in developing technologies. As we saw, such technologies became more and more cheap and also easy to adopt from criminal organizations, and obviously also from the institutions that can use new technologies to foster their institutional duties. At the same time, the risk scenarios related to natural events, and we saw it during this pandemic, accidents, conflicts, and terrorism and other issues also evolved and changed quickly. Luckily, technology is also very quick in changing and adapting. And so the first point is that we observed how fast changing technologies can effectively side a fast changing operational context. And we saw that the scientific and technical development, they do have an impact on the protection of citizens, on the protection of the environment, and also on the definition of strategies of the countries. And artificial intelligence in particular is actually, I would say, already is a main game changer for those adopting massively. But of course, this is something that only big organizations, both in the public and in the private sector, can fully adopt, because still costs of adopting artificial intelligence state-of-the-art technology are high, and also it's not just a matter of economic cost, but it is also a matter of human resources and capability to develop and to use day by day these new technologies. User interfaces, needs for programming and coding became lower and lower, but still if you want to adopt an advanced system in your organization, you need people that can be able to understand, to develop, to use, and to provide the decision maker the right information at the right time. Meaning that adopting this technologies must fit with the intelligence and information need of an organization. And this alignment is not easy, above all for organizations that are of small size and with limited economic resources. So we started to think on a couple of key concepts that I put on the slide here, meaning that high-level and complex tools are usually suitable for top-down information gathering and analysis. They are the state-of-the-art and they represent the leading solutions that usually are adopted at the high level. On the other side, light tools can be adopted at different levels, including where less skills and less economic resources are available. And if I think to our public administration in Europe, we observed how the regional and local authorities usually are not in the position to manage the adoption of these highly technological tools. But the same is for the small and medium enterprises, for non-governmental organizations, and even for the media that today, I mean, all of these organizations today play a key role in keeping the society updated on what is happening, and also to fostering the resilience of the communities. And in this scenario, monitoring and having the support with alerts related, just to say, to sentiment analysis on social media. And we saw in the recent years everywhere how the mood of the people on the social media also, it was not just something to observe, but it was something that was driving the behavior of the people in the street and of the government in responding to issues, to threats. And so this, having a capability to monitor and to alert the right people at the right time can be a game changer also at the regional and local level. For this reason, flexible tools that can be quickly customized and adopted with light technologies can be a useful tool for that kind of organizations. And providing in the end, how can I say, a capsizing of the approach. So we started from top down with the central state organizations that are currently usually the only able to adopt in artificial intelligence and other technologies like this. The idea is how to arrive also to a bottom-up approach where the community, where the local organizations and public administration can provide these elements to proper adopt decision at the national level, both for strategic and for tactical needs. And this is why we started our R&D program. As I told you, the observatory is a non-profit organization, it's a research organization, and our team is mainly made by students, young professionals, but also to senior coordinators that are trying and have been trying over the last years to, as first to create a background in observing what are the threats related as first to our key topics of interest, meaning the CBRNE, the chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and explosive related threats. And so we started this effort that is spread widely for free every month. That is a report where we collect information from all over the world related to events that are relevant for the public safety and security in the fields of CBRNE, but also with a special focus on COVID-19 in this period, but in general to all those events at the micro level that actually have an impact on the communities where they happen. And the idea here is to create a community, an international community around this research effort that again is spread for free to the community. You only have to register on our website and you will receive it at the beginning of every month. The idea is to collect people that want to share a bit of their time, a bit of their effort for the international community. And what you do is to collect, systematize, and disseminate information on all the areas of the world, covering all the issues related to CBRNE and pandemic, but also with a focus, we have a special section dedicated to terrorism activities and counter-terrorism action. So we are still making this effort and we used the results of this work to create a basis for the development for a technology experimentation. Starting from the results of our reports, in in partnership with the University of Tor Vergata, the State University of San Marino, and also thanks to the participation of a big international technology provider, Expert AI. Expert System was actually the old name of the company. Now it's Expert AI. It is an Italian and American company. We started to work on the verticalization of existing technology based on cognitive computing with machine learning ontologies and algorithms. Is a technology developed by this company, and we worked to customize the technology solution to the domains of the report. So we have a clear idea on where this kind of asymmetric risks can drive us. So we started to develop a system that focused on identifying advanced information whose evidence is not yet immediate, meaning that we worked on identifying weak signals, and also to scope data that is likely to be considered non-existent due to the objective impossibility for people, for individuals, to monitor all the information that are available online. So we are speaking about open sources, and also so to identify both weak signals and false negatives. So our effort in terms of customization of the code of this solution was to exploit the artificial intelligence algorithm to simplify the acquisition and the analysis of the information for the end user, and to increase also in terms of skills needed, the ability to find, categorize, and correlate potentially relevant knowledge. Of course, yes, we always speak about technologies, but as I anticipated, it is important to never underestimate the human component that, in our view, is always and will remain central and irreplaceable by machine. But the idea here is that in the concept that the machine can amplify the possibility of intersecting weak signals without underestimating the false negatives, meaning that the analyst can be supported by the machine if the machine is correctly tailored on its need. And this is quite key for the adoption of such systems at the micro level, meaning at regional and local level, where you don't need the big trends in the world. You need to understand a smaller set of information, and also with the need to develop what we call the linguistic project, meaning adapting the machine learning process to the actual need of the user. The linguistic approach, in fact, is based on the rules of machine learning, okay? Traditional machine learning. So it's something that is already stable in terms of technology. While the system then not only work on machine learning, but also on the natural language process recognition. But the first point in our idea was to allow the system to understand the relationship between the searched words and the domain of analysis, simply emulating the way people write. And this is the strength of the natural language processing tool, meaning that with a bit of training at the beginning, you can train the system to understand what are the keywords, what are the key, not only the keywords, but the key meanings that are important for you at your level. And this is something that is already part of the tool, the original tool capability, but that was not tailored for the purposes of local systems. So we worked on this over the last, over 2020 mostly, making an experimentation where we mainly worked on a mock customization of a workflow. So we collected the requirements and some document samples, starting from the data available in our monthly report. We, with our researchers, supported the company to develop the linguistic project, mainly by, and just to give you the flavor, something that is quite, how can I say, simple, because what we did was to provide taxonomies, meaning lists, structured lists of words and concepts that were meaningful for us. And this is something that, if you think to your duties, is something that probably you will be able to make in autonomy. If you think to the key concepts that you have to study, to face, or to monitor during daily activity, probably you will be, everybody will be able to provide a technology developer with his own key concepts. Giving these concepts, this wording, and these phrases, name of people, and so on, to the machine, the natural language process acquisition tool will work and will allow the system to think as you need. And what's the purpose of this, where we are now, before concluding? And I think that I'm on time. Where we arrived now. So we developed over the last year and a half the prototype of this tool. We founded with our institutional funds, and so we currently closed our experimentation while scouting for additional contributions in terms of skills and in terms of funds. What we are doing right now is also to scout for instance, for European Union funds for R&D projects or other funds to try to kick off, to start up the service for small public administration all over the world. We hope that even if the COVID pandemic stopped us a bit, we trust that we will be able to resume our research effort and to offer this to the international community. So if in the meantime you are interested in having more information or in contributing or simply receiving our monthly report to better understand what we do, please feel free to get in touch. And this is my contact, and don't hesitate to write me. And if you have any question, I'm available for this.
Thank you, Mr. Costanzo. Engineering, security, and strategy, they are really intertwined. And nowadays, smart technologies like, machine learning or artificial intelligence is at the hot spot of the researches, either to prevent or to counter threats on the ground. Thank you so much. I would like to welcome now Professor Şebnem Udum from Hacettepe University, one of the rare experts on nuclear risks and threats and also energy in Turkey. So the floor is yours, Professor Udum.
Thank you very much, Professor Aslan. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank first to the organizers for this great idea to talk about this very important topic. And it's also a pleasure to be with distinguished experts and speakers, and also at the same panel. Today, I was planning to talk about just the concept of nuclear security, but when I looked at the general topic that we're talking about, I think it was important for me to connect the concepts together with Homeland security and also touch a little bit on the case of Turkey, because we're in a very important part of the world to understand these threats and risks. So as I understand, I have 15 minutes and I will try to keep the time. But if I happen to take over it, please let me know, Mr. Chair. Obviously, we already know the concept, but I would like to remind and establish the connection with today's topic. I was actually in the United States on September 11th. So I could feel that feeling, just as those who were residing there and who were the nationals of the United States, and how this concept was understood. It was put forward to define national security, especially with regard to the threat of terrorism within a country's borders. And it was used by the United States as a response to 9/11 to develop a culture of relentless resilience. After that time, there was a realization of the threats to the centers of power, critical infrastructure, and the permeability of borders with unconventional instruments by state or non-state actors. And afterwards, there was also an assessment of vulnerabilities, not just the powers, the points of strength, but especially vulnerability, which is the one that is exploited by terrorists. And the focus also became on disruption versus destruction as a threat. And there was the parlance of new terrorism, because September 11 attacks changed the nature and perception of threat. Then we started talking about mega terrorism, which means that the main thing that was underlying the political aim was ideology rather than a very limited political aim. For actors, we could see transnational non-state actors for whom physical survival was unimportant. And their political aim was mainly to transform the prevailing system based on Western values. And how are they going to reach this political aim? Their method was to carry out sensational attacks with mass casualties, spreading fear through horrific scenes, creating panic and anxiety. And these were mainly psychological processes on people. And when we look at the change in threat, I would like to share with you a chart that I have been using since then. As we know, in very simple terms, threat is the function of intent and capabilities to inflict harm. And Professors Aslan and Keser, coming from the military background, quickly noticed that, as I can see from their faces here. Before 9/11 and after 9/11, that threat perception and assessment changed. Because before 9/11, we could talk about, and most of the states, we were talking about the existence of an actual threat when both intent and capability existed at the same time. But after 9/11, the mere existence of the intent was enough to make an actor and their understanding as an actual threat, even if they did not have the capability to carry out an attack, because their intent was already the intent to acquire these capabilities. And when both of the intent and capability existed at the same time, then the threat was becoming imminent. And here, the responses may not be enough. That was the point. So the strategy changed from deterrence to prevention. And when we look at the political aim and capabilities sought by new terrorism, their aim was mainly to erode the security provider status of the state, to raise the status of their organization for credibility. And that was something I think has been overlooked, and also to recruit more followers. The capabilities that they sought was mainly, they used dual use means of delivery or attack. We saw on 9/11 airplanes, then as professors explained, then they used trucks, cars, motorbikes, knife, or even an envelope. And the capability, the material that they sought was to inflict mass casualties and spread panic, create anxiety and fear, and that could be with lasting consequences, the chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear material. But today I will basically be focusing on mainly nuclear and a little bit on radiological. with the impact that they are seeking, they want to decrease moderation in states, especially to go directly to the brains of individual citizens and to increase radicalism so that they could recruit more followers or create more resentment. Now, this is another chart that I'm using, a table, to show the difference between basically Cold War and after 9/11, between nuclear proliferation and nuclear terrorism, as we say. The main actor here is non-state versus the state. So the capability that they could be after are nuclear or radiological material. They don't have to fabricate a nuclear weapon or nuclear warhead like a state. They're not going to engage in a traditional military war. And their target would be basically facilities that include nuclear and radiological material, to steal them, to attack them, or to have access to them, or they can carry out attacks with these material in critical infrastructure, in choke points and ports in the maritime domain. And where they could find these materials as dual use? Well, obviously for making nuclear weapons, we know where they are. They are highly enriched uranium and plutonium, which they could still, or they may be collaborated with others, insiders, in nuclear power plants or fuel fabrication plants or other facilities. But the other ones that you're seeing, I chose them. They're not exhaustive list. These are radiological materials where you can find in industry, in medicine, basically, in making and carrying out other peaceful uses, let's say. When we look at the targets and scenarios for nuclear facilities, the most likely targets are nuclear power plants, but those facilities that have insufficient security are medical facilities and research centers. The scenarios are sabotage, theft, or unauthorized access to steal or tamper with nuclear and or radioactive material, and they may carry out attacks to nuclear facilities. They may treat them as direct targets. Obviously, when in my presentation in the beginning, I told about disruption, and this is also a form of creating the sensational attack and giving harm to the world economy by attacking the infrastructure, especially energy and land and maritime transportation, to disrupt this energy flow. And radiological terrorism is another one, especially by trying to make a dirty bomb or a radiological emission device. An attack or sabotage to nuclear facilities may be in the form of stealing highly enriched uranium or plutonium to make a bomb. This is least likely, but still a scenario. And there are cases that this material were actually stolen and smuggled. Or it may be stealing radioactive material in spent fuel or other waste products to use in a dirty bomb. There may be a sabotage by a physical attack or a cyber attack with disruption of the operation of a nuclear power plant and the nuclear reactor, basically, to cause its meltdown and to release a radioactivity. It's like to initiate a Fukushima type of nuclear incident, but this one with malicious intent. Or they may be planning a nuclear 9/11, a crash with an airliner or plane uploaded with explosives to the reactor core, which is not quite easy because usually there is a containment structure, but they may attack to the more vulnerable points of spent fuel storage pool, fuel fabrication plant, or spent fuel storage facility or waste repository. There were cases where those groups were caught by using drones to gather intelligence or to attack with explosives in cases of ground assault. Professors also touched before me the possibility of an insider threat, which in Turkey we don't really consider that much, that these criminals may collaborate with the insiders to steal and sell the material and treating them as another item of smuggling. This is just a quick example for radiological terrorism. It may not kill so many people, but it causes widespread panic, and radiological material is the easiest to have access, and it demands less technical expertise than a nuclear weapon. Now, coming to nuclear security, it is actually the response, but there are 3 stages as those coming from the military background will recognize. The prevention, detection, and response. This is the definition of nuclear security to theft, sabotage, and unauthorized access, illegal transfer, or other malicious acts involving nuclear material, other radioactive substances, or their associated facilities. This is the IAEA definition. We have 3 here binding instruments for ensuring nuclear security, and I'm going to briefly focus on the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material and its 2005 amendment. Here, the first convention, when it was signed, there was no 9/11, and as you see, the amendment is dated 2005. Its scope was extended to include peaceful nuclear facilities and material in domestic use, storage, and transport, as well as sabotage. The original convention was only considering transport. And under the amended convention, development of national nuclear security regimes and that of nuclear security culture stand out. I think this should be our main takeaway from this presentation today. And nuclear security culture requires attention by organizations and individuals to protect nuclear material against loss, theft, and other unlawful access, and to protect nuclear facilities and nuclear materials in transport against deliberate malicious acts. The convention, amended convention, underlines the need to establish national nuclear security regimes in order to attain a strong international nuclear security regime. So we have a bottom-up approach here rather than a top-down. And there we should ask, what does it take for a regime? We need to have, at the national level, stakeholder harmony in ensuring nuclear security, and we need to develop nuclear security culture. Last but not least, I'm going to present about the case of Turkey regarding these points, what is done and what still needs to be done. We have the involvement of regulators, enactment of laws, establishment of or alignment of institutions, and nuclear security education. Turkey is experienced in responding to acts of terrorism, but we still need to look into the insider threat and security culture. And coming from that basis, because I am the immediate former chair of the International Nuclear Security Education Network at the IAEA, the education and training activities are ongoing in Turkey. And what do we need for the development of nuclear security culture and harmony of stakeholders? The IAEA has a document for nuclear security culture self-assessment, and every country with nuclear facilities, I think, need to carry this out at home. Because nuclear security culture is actually in parallel with nuclear safety culture, and those who have not had a nuclear facility has not developed this yet. However, this is urgent, and we can look at the culture for operational health and safety and the teamwork culture. Now, this is to not just to create a good smile for the Turkish audience, but also I inserted the English meanings for our international participants. This was a poll that I carried out in an exercise we had for a nuclear security workshop. And as you can see, the question is in English, and on purpose, I put the answers in Turkish. The first and the last one are competing. The first one is, of course, we will provide the security of a nuclear power plant. And the fifth one is, may God protect. So in order to decrease the blue lines and paint the answers all to red, we need to do something more. And I'm happy that I'm in the team for at least the education for nuclear security. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm sorry, I'm just going to share my email for those participants if they like to connect with me. And I'm affiliated with Hacettepe University, and I'm also the director of the Center for Strategic Research. I'll be happy to answer any questions now or later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Udum. Actually, I think this type of threat, mainly through the terrorist organizations, will be our next generation threat perception. We will see, not us, maybe next generation, I don't know, but we will see it. So let's go to Professor Keser. I know he's well prepared because I know many things about his presentation, and he will focus on Homeland security through curriculums. So the floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aslan. Regarding the construction of such an institution or organization in the United States public administration system, I will focus on the topic by asking 4 questions and trying to find out the answers for them. The first question is, why did the US administration need such an institution? And what kind of models was discussed during the policy formulation stage? And why a single department model was preferred? And finally, how the reorganization of the department was conducted since its emergence. So as Professor Şebnem Udum told us that after the September 11 attacks in the United States, this incident opened a new window of opportunity for making Homeland security policies as well. So Homeland security is a field that only recently emerged since 2001 within the context of national security. Yes, we had the security issues, but after 2001, now we welcomed Homeland security. So after the September 11 attacks in the United States, President George W. Bush proposed to create a new Department of Homeland Security, which is evaluated by him as the most significant transformation of the US government in over a half century. So why that department is assessed as the most important or significant transformation of the US public administration system within the last century. So as various competing models of Homeland Security were considered in response to the September 11 attacks, the Department of Homeland Security proposed in 2002 by the President, and it is opened in 2003, firstly merged 22 federal agencies and merged again more than 170,000 employees to fulfill its mission. So it has just turned out to be one of the largest populated public administration departments in the US system. So according to proposal, what were the reasons that enforced the structure of such an institution? The first reason is the changing nature of the threats facing America requires a new government structure to protect against invisible enemies. Now we have the invisible enemies on the agenda. Second, in 2002, no one single government agency has Homeland Security as its primary mission. Yes, there were a lot of departments, offices, and agencies. The number was over 100 dealing with security issues, but no one single agency had overall responsibility on Homeland Security. So the third one, the responsibilities for Homeland Security are dispersed among more than 100 different government organizations. And the fourth one is, according to the proposal, America needed a single unified Homeland Security structure that will improve the protection against today's and tomorrow's threats, and which should have a flexible enough to help meet the unknown threats of the future as well. So when we look at the new nation, what this kind of a department is expected to provide for American nation, they explained this as one department whose primary mission is to protect the American homeland will increase the security situation. And then one department is needed to secure US borders, transportation sector, ports, and critical infrastructure, including nuclear, biological, and chemical infrastructure as well. And one department to synthesize and analyze Homeland Security intelligence from multiple sources. As you can see, one department covering a lot of fields: border security, transportation security, port security, critical infrastructures, nuclear, biological, chemical structures, intelligence, and then one department to coordinate communications with state and local governments overall, and again one department to coordinate all efforts to protect the American people against the bioterrorism and other weapons of mass destruction, and one department to help train and equip for first responders as well. So a department is needed to manage all federal emergency response activities, and also to rescue the limited sources by providing a strong information source for all, let's say, responders. As could be understood from the given reasons, the main purpose of such a structure is a central control over all security issues with one department coordinating security, protection, training, and even fighting against terrorism. So initially, two conflicting models were under discussion. The first model is about interagency model. So first, the academics discussed the establishment of an interagency model which will coordinate the already existing offices and agencies' activities under its umbrella. However, the blueprints for a department model featuring a new Homeland Security federal agency had been produced by think tanks such as Center for Strategic and International Studies and U.S. Commission on National Security or Hart-Rudman Commission. So one single department model was preferred. According to the proposal, when we look at the proposal, to have an efficient organizational structure, first, the structure of the organization of the DHS was discovered or planned as to have 4 divisions under that one. The first division is border and transportation security. The second is emergency preparedness and response. The third is chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear countermeasures. And the fourth one, information analysis and infrastructure protection. So the mission of overall institution would be to prevent terrorist attacks within the United States, reduce America's vulnerability to terrorism, minimize the damage and recover from attacks to do or occur. So initially, this was planned in this way with a single department model. So first, according to the proposals organizational structure, there will be a secretary. The Secret Service will be directly connected to the secretary on a horizontal way. And the state, local, and private sector coordination will be again directly engaged to the secretary. But under the deputy secretary, there will be these 4 different departments: border and transportation security, emergency preparedness and response, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and information analysis will be 4 different departments. And under those, there will be other departments merged. But today, when we look at, I will come to later, the organizational structures changed slightly in time. So because 6 overarching homeland security missions made up the department's strategic plan firstly. The first one is counterterrorism and homeland security. The second is securing US borders and approaches. The third is securing cyberspace and critical infrastructure. The fourth one is preserving and upholding the nation's prosperity and economic security. The fifth one is strengthening preparedness and resilience. The sixth and the last one is the championing the Department of Homeland Security workforce and strengthening the department. So since the time of its structure, naturally some modifications and revisions have been conducted within the organization. Instead of 4 divisions, the department consists of various offices and agencies within 3 components as operational and support components, office of the secretary, and advisory panels and committees. As you can see, the initial structure is changed slightly in time. Today, we have the secretary and deputy secretary, and connected with secretary, chief of staff, executive secretary, and military advisor. And then under deputy secretary, we have a lot of divisions like Science and Technology Directorate, Management Directorate, Office of Strategy, Policy and Plans, Office of Intelligence Analysis, Office of the General Counsel, and it goes on. A lot of merged security concerning divisions. So why did the model change from a single department model to an interagency model in time? We can see. So when we come, because after the first structure is composed and after the progress started to run, it is evaluated that such an interagency model would not, they assessed that interagency model would not significantly satisfy the needs. That's why they preferred a single department model. But in time, the experiences has shown that interagency model might be more efficient to coordinate the different various sectors and issues, because in time, we have seen or experienced that some of the agencies were first transferred under the construction of DHS, and then they were left to other own agencies as well. So in time, the organizational model is changed. The system evolved in time. As a result, to enhance the coordination efforts, DHS employed a decentralized grant system to fund state, local, tribal, and territorial homeland security related initiatives. So its model is changed from single department model to an interagency model, as not planned initially. The experiences, for example, or the lessons learned after the failures in the response to Hurricane Katrina led to meaningful reforms that strengthened the ability of DHS to better coordinate with state, local, and regional levels to improve preparedness as well. To sum up, even if the DHS department was founded as a single department model within the US public administration system, the reorganizations conducted since 2003 suggest a slight shift back toward an interagency model while preserving DHS as a standalone department. This shift and experienced results show that interagency model provides a better system for the administration of such huge and complex public institutions consisting of various fields from security to intelligence, from health systems to disasters, and from nuclear, biological, and chemical threats to cyber challenges as well. So this concludes my presentation. Regarding any questions, concerns, or comments, that completes my presentation. Thank you, Dr. Aslan and audience.
Thank you so much for briefly explaining us the organizational methodologies of Homeland Security, mainly in the United States. Actually, we have another speaker, though. He may have a problem in internet connection. I'm just typing a message. I have done it, actually. Anas El Gomati. I think he's not here yet, right? Because he may be in Libya, and there's a problem in Libya in terms of electricity and internet. If I establish a link with him, I will rearrange the program. Otherwise, if there is any question, please feel free to ask. We have still 10 minutes. Otherwise, I will terminate this session and we will have a lunch break and we will start at 1400 hours Turkish time. Okay. Okay. I thank you a lot. I have learned a lot. Mainly the new types of threats through terrorist organizations were in the epicenter of this panel. And, you know, our concerns are much more than our sense of security in the coming years. That's what I see and perceive. So I will terminate this session and I expect you all to join at 1400 hours. Thank you so much.
Murat, nasılsın Murat?
Sağ olun hocam, siz nasılsınız?
Vallahi iyiyiz. Hüseyin Hoca ile birlikte çalışıyoruz işte.
Hocam sağ olun, çok teşekkürler. Hüseyin hocam size de çok teşekkürler, çok sağ olun.
Rica ederim. Büyük bir zevktir.
Ahmet'e de selam.
Sağ olun hocam, sağ olun.
Şebnem hocam, sizi de görmek güzel.
Şebnem merhaba.
Merhaba hocam, size merhaba demek istemiştim. Nasılsınız?
Sağ ol canım, ya kusura bakma, sana dinleyemedim şeyler, bir diplomatlar vardı, onlarla ilgilenmek zorundaydım.
Estağfurullah.
Ramin hocam, it's nice to see you Ramin hocam. Ramin Ariyev. Do you remember me?
Merhabalar Serdar hocam, nasılsınız?
İyiyim, sağ olun. Teşekkürler.
Pardon, merhaba hocam. Size merhaba diyemedim. Kusura bakmayın.
Teşekkür ederim Şebnem hocam. Görüşmek üzere.
Görüşmek
üzere. Şebnem bekliyorum seni.
Hocam merhabalar.
Şebnem bekliyorum. ODTÜ'ye buraya bekliyorum. Eski ara gelemedim.
Evet maalesef ama inşallah en yakın zamanda geleceğim.
Tamam, bekliyorum.
Hadi hocam.
Oldu. Hadi kendine iyi bak.
Çok teşekkür ederim.
Sağ ol canım.
Görüşmek üzere.
Hello again. Welcome to our new panel, the third panel. And in this panel, we will discuss Homeland Security for soft concerns and discussing the expanding its contextualization. And moderator is Professor Keser. I think he's online. Professor Ahmet Keser. Professor. Let me just ring him. Sorry for the technical difficulties. He will be online in seconds, I believe. In this panel, we have really distinguished guests. I would like to thank all of them. For instance, Professor Ronchi is really helpful for us, and I appreciate your support, sir. We were just about to start a project last year. I wish we will do it maybe next time. I would like to thank Mrs. Hint Kabawat from George Mason University and visiting scholar in Harvard Law School. I would like to thank Umberto, my dear friend from Italy, living in the UK, expert on Libya and North Africa and Maghreb countries. Murat Yeşiltaş, Professor Yeşiltaş will be here from Ankara Social Sciences University with a specific expertise on security. And also from Romania, we have a very talented PhD candidate, Miss İzel Selim. She's working for New Strategy Center in Romania, Bucharest. And also we will have Haydar Karaman from Kilis University. Actually, I'm sometimes confusing the date. It's 7th December University in English, but I confuse with 25th because, you know, one of them represents Gaziantep City, the other one represents Kilis City. Sorry for that. So now we have all here. I wonder if Professor Ahmet is here. Otherwise, I will start because that he was experiencing a technical difficulty. And by the way, at the end of this panel, we will have Anas El-Gamati. We have coordinated with him. So after all participants at 15:30, Anas El-Gamati will be with us. Okay, Sir Professor Ronchi, I would like to pass the word first to you. You have drafted your proceeding very earlier than all others. Thank you for that. And your title is really important for me because this is exactly my argument in my previous studies. Soft but still concerns. So here you are, please. It's on you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Nowadays, we usually consider security as a seamless part of our life, apparently something costless, no need to invest or care about it. This seems to be true till we face minor or big problems. Therefore, we start to be concerned about security. It is no more a cost-free commodity. We need to invest some resources to reach a certain level of insecurity. The evolution of potential threats forced to reshape the enemy from nation states to group or individuals challenging with a wide range of weapons on different domains, digital, economic, healthiness, and more. The wideness of the range of challenges forces to redefine the institutional definition of state security to a more effective concept of homeland security that enforces the idea of 360-degree security, whatever is the threat. So threat conceptualization has changed and includes massive migration, single organized terroristic groups, and other non-state actors simply consider the perceived environmental and humanity security under the shade of climate change. In the name of security, Western governments are now going to integrate their police forces, customs, and immigration services into seamless national and international intelligence and law enforcement systems. Passport checks and immigration controls are being replaced by security fences and sprawling e-borders, linked to dedicated border police forces. Private security, high-tech surveillance, and police intelligence is coalescing around the policing of mega events, summits, protests, Olympic Games, and more. And critical infrastructure protection, such as airports, financial centers, power stations, and more. Policing is becoming even more proactive, based on the responding to crime and disorders. Based not on the responding to crime and disorders, but identifying and neutralizing security risks. A plethora of public and private bodies are being incorporated into the drive for more security. We remember we will deal with this as a reverse of the law enforcement or military actions from being aimed toward the exterior to be then aimed toward interior. But state actors face a very complicated scenario trying to match with the current and future developmental threats based on risk assessment, probability, and projections. Many times in this complex and risky scenario, the best or less harmless solution is to refer to the game theory and how to maximize the gain, minimizing risks. This may lead to choices motivated by contradicting goals. Potential countermeasures deal with prevention of potential attacks and mitigation of possible impact, because soft targets usually lack capacity to strike back against attackers. If we refer to terroristic groups or single activists, we do not have Homeland to strike back. In the same case, in case of hackers and cybercrimes or cyber attacks. Key actors of such measures belong to governmental bodies, communities, and much more actually private subjects. In the US, they call it securing the homeland. In the EU, with its preference for intermediary technocratic terminology, they call it interoperability. Once again, the private sector is in the heart of this transformation. From military-industrial complex, read security-industrial complex. This is the shift in between the two different, let's say, arrangements and goals. Or as the former EU Commissioner Franco Frattini said, security is no longer a monopoly that belongs to public administrations, but a common good for which responsibility and implementation should be shared by public and private bodies. And we will see even by citizens themselves. So Homeland Security unified under a unique dome all the security measures, including completely new ones like triangulation or preemptive measures like preventing war, as it happened mainly in the US. Soft problems or concerns, we identify them as a soft target, that is a person, a location that is easily accessible and to the general public and relatively unprotected, making it vulnerable to military and terrorist attacks. Typically, the term is used to denote places with high concentration of people and low degree of security against assault, like stadiums, like universities, big events, which creates an attractive target, especially for terrorists. Placing the soft targets in focus alongside the hard targets reflects an innovative attitude towards security management. Cybercrimes, and this is another relevant part that is under the umbrella of this soft, let's say, concerns, are increasingly targeting governmental or law enforcement agencies and institutions, critical infrastructure, or even targeted big companies. Financial markets may be influenced or tilted by cyber attacks. Smart cities and grid models must carefully take into account cybersecurity issues, We don't appreciate the rebellion of our car or elevator, or the unwanted locking of all the entrances door of our company headquarters. What about, in addition, cultural industrial machinery, today fully computerized, or critical infrastructure management? In a cyber warfare scenario, it might be enough to dispatch on the network a code name like 1024 millibar to collapse the whole target infrastructure. This do not mention aircraft, ships, trains, metro, and any other transportation mean. PLC and more in general software programs are easily hacked. We are surrounded by critical infrastructures, even if we identify them with some specific infrastructure. But even our metro is a critical infrastructure that may create major or minor impact on our daily life. In addition, we find hybrid threats. Cyber technology and its pervasiveness created a completely new scenario. The new type of hostile action can be grouped under the umbrella of hybrid threats. A mixture of coercive and subversive activities, conventional and unconventional methods. For example, diplomatic, military, economic, and technological, which can be used in a coordinated manner by state or non-state actors to achieve specific objectives while remaining below the threshold of formally declared war. And we had quite a lot of examples of this. Hybrid threats include massive disinformation campaigns, using social media to control the political narrative or to radicalize, recruit, and direct. Proxy actors can be vehicles for hybrid threats. An even increasing volume of information is flowing through the network, including messages concerning potential future risk of cyber weapons. Big data analytics, artificial intelligence, and machine learning together with other technologies may help in this task, and this recalls our project. Till what extent we are willing to give up our privacy to increase security. The car we drive, the phone in our pocket, our wristwatch, the clothes we wear are smart and connected. Then the concept of private becomes far more ephemeral. Cameras, satellite sensor, and software virtually everywhere ensure that no matter how much technology is used, someone can get some data of you and create a profile, which is the golden balance between privacy and security issues. There are some basic rules to design a security system, and they can be summarized as: what do I want to protect as a first question, against who or what? How do attacks happen, the modus operandi of attackers? Threat and risk analysis, clarification of strategies and methods, specification and application of measures, team and asset management. And now it comes I'm going toward the conclusion. So it comes the discussion about vulnerabilities, threats, and risks. While creating a security system for a particular soft target, place, or event, the first indispensable step is to clarify what is to be protected. Therefore, we start by defining the entities we value and we do not wish to lose, at the harm they might be done. This usually includes the safety and life of people, property, information, values, and sometimes in a good name. In phase 2, it is necessary to define potential sources of danger and threats against the protected entities, evaluating even, of course, the vulnerabilities. We identify particular enemy groups or categories of individuals with a cohesive motive to attack. In order to do so, we need to analyze previous attack and similar nature and to consider potential sources of threats. It is necessary to keep in mind the specifics of the protected entity. These two aspects are the cornerstone on which we should build a security system for a particular soft target. Guidelines is based on a systematic analysis of the threat posed to each particular soft target. Once analysis is completed and the possible threats are defined, we can move to select and implement adequate security measures. It is important to rank the threats by likelihood and occurrence and by seriousness of impact. Rating the list of major threats, it helps to set up a security system more accurately and to allot resources more efficiently. Knowing the emergent threats makes it possible to select the adequate security measure to be adopted. Another relevant part is about the timeline. All incidents need to be handled in 3 phases. what can be done before and so how to reduce the likelihood of an accident, to minimize possible impact or to divert the attack altogether, what can be done during the attack, and finally, what can be done once the attack has occurred to mitigate the impacts. Unfortunately, when a soft target is attacked, and this is a typical situation, professional teams are usually not present because it's almost impossible to look after all the potential soft targets. However, educated staff or members of the public present on the spot can play an important role in the phase of immediate response. Otherwise, it is possible apply the usual law that is run, hide, or rather than fan, that is fight. This is a typical run, hide, fight American rule. All security solutions designed for soft target must be foolproof and efficient because people's lives are at stake. Creative because the resources which the soft target can deploy are usually limited. Flexible because they must meet the needs of various environments and they must be applicable to attacks by various enemy groups, tactics, and weapons. To conclude, to adequately face soft concerns, LIAS must cooperate with private soft target security and citizens, where soft target security is basically the one that is allocated in order to look after discourse or meetings, events. There's a need to foster a culture of safety and security as a first defense line. In doing so, we will improve as well resilience, even in case of human and natural disasters. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. I hope I was in the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Alfredo Ronchi, faculty member of Politecnico di Milano from Italy. So Professor Ronchi shared with us his presentation, especially related to the soft targeting and soft sides of the issue. Yes, we have the soft sides, but still it is under concern mainly. According to the comparison between the countries, Professor Ronchi mentioned that in US, police is securing the homeland mainly, but we have different units or agencies, of course, in different countries. For example, in Turkey, we have police together with gendarmes, gendarmerie department, and Italy, I think you have the carabinieri together with police. So, again, Professor. Okay, so Professor Ronchi also called attention to the balance between privatization and security, which is also a question by Professor Bağcı before. He mentioned that the balance between freedom and security. So there is an important issue each time, how much of our freedom or privatization should be given up to be secured. So it is still an important issue and will be an important issue in the future within the soft target security as well. Thanks for this presentation. And now we will pass to Ms. Hind Kabavat. She's a faculty member of George Mason University from the United States. And I will hand over the screen to Ms. Kabavat. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. First, I just want to thank the University of Hassan Kalyoncu for organizing this important conference, and special thanks, of course, to my colleague, Professor Murad Aslan, for his leadership. Furthermore, since I'm a Syrian origin, I would like to take this opportunity to thank from the bottom of my heart Turkey and the Turkish people for all their support they provided to the Syrian people in the last 10 years of conflict in terms of politically, humanitarian, and social support. So I'm grateful to all of you. So going back to my subject and looking at the larger global scene, we realize that international security is based on insecurity. So in the nuclear age, the big powers of our world have designed an international order hang on the balance of nuclear capabilities. So this is what is known in political science circle as deterrence theory, where the balance of destructive capability has created a situational peace here. But if we look at the situation here, we realize it's not. So if we look at the situation, we realize that it's not a balance of peace, but balance of fear and terror. So humanity has entered a new age after the 2 nuclear bombs were dropped on the Hiroshima and Nagasaki. War no longer means victory or defeat. It now means total mutual annihilation. Humanity can wipe itself out. So this new technological advances in the weapons of mass destruction completely changed the nature of war. So what are the implications on the ground given these new global realities? Of course, this has created a situation where power games among the big powers are outsourced to smaller powers, in which various international powers use smaller entities to bid their wars by exporting them mostly into a third world countries. So the age of nuclear balance also created political imbalances in which the weak and ignorant fight the war of their bigger regional and international allies. So in a world based on the balance of fear among the big powers, it's smaller powers that pay a hefty price. So the central question here then is, how could smaller countries survive in such an age? Number one, awareness of the global reality and the actual evolution of the technology of weapons that had made war impossible. Number two, awareness of the way smaller powers have become the tools for outsource and proxy wars. Number three, the urgency of finding alternatives, mean maneuvering and managing our interests given our global reality. So of course, given my background and my specialty, I'm going to focus on the third options here. So the only way smaller regional countries could survive is their freedom from being used by superpowers. So the local aspirations and struggles are hijacked as fuel to accomplish the interests of the global power dominated the world. So the smaller countries here need to empower and educate their civilians population to inoculate them, like vaccinate them from being drawn into recruitment, into terrorism and drafted into militaries and non-state agencies. So to allure of terrorism for the youth lies in the explosive and dangerous combination when their grievances and aspirations are utilized by the international community to accomplish other things here. So we see in the example of Iran, let's say, using Hamas and Hezbollah, not to free Palestinians and support their cause, but in order for them to exert its presence in the region. So education, and I see here, we're all passionate about education, and civil society therefore become the safeguard mechanism for creating real security in the region, where slowly and steadily the region could step out of the post-colonial situation and start the steps toward a real sovereignty. This could be accomplished by recognizing the common interest and intertwined fate within one country, between its various ethnic, religious, and sectarian groups, and hence turning diversity into a source of power instead of frictions and division. This is, in the case of Syria, it will work very well if we do this. And on the regional level, by recognizing the common interests and wide faith among the nation of the region. So here, our work as a civil society lies in this shift. The shift to public diplomacy and the soft power of diversity by bringing our best practices and experience together. We could all work toward achieving these two steps where our challenges could become the very source of our local power, and where our awareness of our common interests in the region immunizes against the manipulation of superpower who outsource their tension into war on our land. So, of course, our work as a civil society and academia here is to increase agency and sovereignty locally and regionally. So any small incremental steps we do in this direction are our real victory, because they will combine in ways that will lead to a real transformation. In fact, in an age where war has become really obsolete, we could see a real opportunity to truly activate soft power. So in this new age, women, minorities, marginalized groups, intellectuals, academics, and even artists have stronger roles and presence in the new age. And we see the rise of this soft power, and we need to encourage it. The power of intellect and the art combination together with mass awareness into a new direction for humanity. Of course, you all watched the TV in the recent rise for global movement for justice and equality, as we saw in the Black Lives Matters. This was a big thing. If we watch it, we see now this movement, how powerful it is. And of course, we're all still watching the impressive support for the Palestinian recently show the rise of soft power. So despite all the challenges, and we can see the challenges, and we see the obstacles and the difficulties, and we're all facing every day in our daily work, I can see that this is the age of public diplomacy. And we're doing now here, it's a public diplomacy. I can see Italian, American, Turkish, everybody work together. And this is what they call public diplomacy. So, and this is the soft power. And I believe very much that this is our age here. And this is the way we can improve the world for humanity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kabawat from George Mason University. Ms. Kabawat shared her presentation with us and also called attention to the effect of two bombs which changed the humanity afterwards, because humanity went into a new age after the two bombs to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the nature of war changed afterwards. And also the nature of the war is changed after the invasion of the Afghanistan as well. We know that. So the nature of the war went into a change from the conventional version to an asymmetric warfare. And then after the invasion of Iraq and after the conflicts in Syria, it went into from an asymmetric one to asymmetric hybrid warfare as well. So exporting the war to third world countries by superpowers is another issue which should be on agenda, of course. And the question here asked by Ms. Kabawat is, how could smaller countries survive in such an age in which the superpowers transfer the hot conflict by the expansion of smaller efforts than before? So here is the main question, which we all should study and find solutions maybe afterwards. And the most important maybe or attractive part here as an answer, which the third world countries should develop their awareness and education of their people. So smaller countries need to empower and educate their civilian population about the dangerous combination of terrorism and other conventional methods mainly used by during the hybrid war. So how could they prevent inter-ethnic or intersectoral conflicts, which we are facing, especially in Middle East mostly? So the countries should concentrate on education, and especially they should learn the use of soft power against the manipulation of the superpowers as well. Thank you, Mr. Kababat, for this nice presentation again. And I will hand over the screen to Dr. Umberto Profazio from International Institute for Strategic Studies, NATO Defense College Foundation, Italy. And he will talk us about the vaccine diplomacy, which is also in progress, especially after the pandemic stage, and the soft power projection in the Maghreb. The screen is yours, Dr. Profazio.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Hasan Kalyonshu University for this invitation to the International Conference on Homeland Security, and special thanks to Professor Murat Aslan as well for inviting me. I will talk about the vaccine diplomacy with a focus on the Maghreb, but first of all, let me say why I was interested in this specific topic. I think that the main thing was the fact that there was a moment in which we all noticed the change of an era. We are living in a different period right now. And we are moving to another era of great power competition, in which global actors such as the US, Russia, and China especially are trying to compete between themselves. There is also the rise of regional actors, and they both are using hard and soft power to win this competition. Obviously, the pandemic has been a special moment in which we also noticed the fact that we are moving from the post 9/11 war against terrorism, the asymmetric threat of terrorism, to an era of state intervention and the great power competition. The rise of China has been particularly noticeable. And the use of vaccine doses to advance its agenda and its interests has been noticeable worldwide. And it is in contrast, I believe, with a more nationalist trend. There is also the legacy of the divisive years of the Trump administration in the United States. And this is also a story about the faltering multilateral institutions, the inability of the United Nations and the World Health Organization to stop the pandemic and to show solidarity, especially among the low and middle income countries that right now are suffering from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Opposite to the vaccine nationalism of the US and many European countries, the vaccine diplomacy has extended the global outreach of China, which has navigated the challenges posed by the pandemic, and is now reaping the benefits. Vaccine diplomacy has been instrumental in reversing the common narrative that portrayed Beijing as the main responsible for the outbreak of the COVID-19 and blaming the authorities for the lack of transparency in the early days of the outbreak. But this is a story also about the different economic models that are preventing solidarity because facing the excess of the neoliberalism, which is the cornerstone of the free market competition, the authoritarian capitalism of states like Russia and China has been much more effective in bringing vaccine doses to many different countries. And this has been particularly important when we saw the dispute in the World Trade Organization about a proposed waive of the intellectual property rights on vaccines that was proposed by India and South Africa. Moving to the Maghreb, I think that the main actors that were investing in vaccine diplomacy in the early months of the COVID-19 were obviously China and Russia. China was particularly involved in mask diplomacy and became a focal point for medical assistance to many countries such as Libya, Algeria, and Tunisia. And Libya is a particularly important case because it was struck by the conflict, the third phase of the civil war that started in 2019 with the attack of General Khalifa Haftar, and which will be the subject of the presentation by Anas Al-Gomati later on. So I will not talk much about the conflict in Libya, but it is important to notice that in recent months, vaccine diplomacy has also been used in Libya, and it's been used by the two different fronts that have been involved in the conflict in 2019-2020. And this is also the result of the failure of multilateral institutions, because Libya is a beneficiary of the COVAX facility, the accelerator to grant equitable access to low and middle income countries. But the first doses, vaccine doses that arrived in Libya were doses of the Sputnik V vaccines from Russia. And they were brought in early April by the United Arab Emirates. And this is particularly important because we already know about the reports from the United States talking about the UAE financing Russian private military contractors in Libya, such as the Wagner Group. So also in the case of vaccine diplomacy, we could see a convergence between the interest of Moscow and Abu Dhabi. At the same time, also Turkey was involved in the vaccine diplomacy following the visit of the new Prime Minister of Libya, Abdulhamid Dbeiba. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan offered vaccine doses from the China Sinovac company to Libya. And this is also in line with the regional competition between major global manufacturers. And it's also a suggestion about the fact that the regional powers are now using vaccine doses to advance their interests and achieve their objectives by other means. Obviously, they have to rely on global vaccine manufacturers such as China and Russia, which are engaged in a competition in the Maghreb, even before the conflict in the delivery of doses to Libya. We have to remember that Morocco was the first country to get vaccine doses from Beijing, following a partnership agreement that was signed with the China National Pharmaceutical Company in August 2020. China's main interest has been focused on the Belt and Road Initiative. So we can see that many countries that were part of the BRI were also beneficiaries of the vaccine diplomacy of China. But at the same time, in recent months, we also saw the rise of Russia as a main vaccine provider, despite all the rumors about Algeria agreeing to receive vaccines from China. Algiers decided to get 500,000 doses of the Sputnik 5 vaccine from Russia. And this is a confirmation of the traditional partnership between Russia and Algeria. And we may remember as well that Moscow is the main arms supplier to Algiers. The fact that there is this perceived competition between Russia and China also is an indication of the overlapping vaccine supplies, as many countries are trying to diversify their supply of vaccines. The provision of vaccines from Russia and China has been incredibly overlapping. And this is mainly the result of the failure of the multilateral institutions, and in particular of COVAX, of providing vaccines to countries in the region. The main problem here has been the second wave of COVID-19 in India, which was also another global supplier of vaccines, but which the Serum Institute, the world global manufacturer, has been particularly impacted by the second wave of vaccine of COVID-19 in India. And this has decreased the number of vaccines that have been supplied to countries in the region, and forced countries such as Morocco and Algeria to diversify their supply. This is why, for example, Morocco has reached an agreement with Russia to obtain Russian vaccines, while Tunisia also is another case in point that shows how Russian vaccine diplomacy was much more effective in the Maghreb. In conclusion, I think that the main point of all this vaccine competition in the Maghreb is having an important effect. That is to show the nationalist attitude of many Western European countries and the United States, but it's also another main signal about the fact that Russia and China can effectively decouple the region from the West. The war in Libya has already saw the rise of other actors that were not Western European or the United States, and the vaccine diplomacy is increasingly disengaging the North Africa and the Maghreb from the West. Another important point is that both Moscow and Beijing are using vaccine diplomacy as a soft power projection in what can be described as Europe's soft underbelly, given the fact that the European interests in the Maghreb and especially in Libya were conflicting, and is also reinforcing their clout on the southern flank of NATO, drifting away in a certain sense the Maghreb from Europe and the US. Final point about the fact that there is some concern about the geopolitical convergence between China and Russia, which can be also confirmed by the overlapping vaccine supplies in the Maghreb and many other countries, and which is reinforcing this authoritarian capitalism model that we have to think about in the coming months, because, as I said in the introduction, we are living in a different era right now, and the neoliberal model that was adopted by the West, Europe and the US, maybe is not enough to face the challenges that we have to that we will come in the we will have in the coming years. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm glad to be here.
Thank you so much for the contributions, Dr. Profazio. So Dr. Profazio has also called our attention on the Western diplomacy after especially being masked, being distanced, being non-socialized or socialized only by means of digital tools after the pandemic. So the role of multilateral organizations in the struggle against the pandemic, or their efficiency or inefficiencies, under the debate as well. So Western diplomacy expanded the global reach of China, as mentioned by Umberto Profazio, and so did the Russia's effect maybe. So different economic models and their effect is under the debate. That's why, because now the discussion is if the authoritarian capitalist system gives more opportunity to develop vaccine type innovations faster than the free market economy countries of Western countries. This is another issue. So the changing role of conflicts, as mentioned by Professor Wonchi and Ms. Kabawat, again, another issue which is taken our attention by Dr. Professor, especially by the participation of the private military companies to the field after the Libyan war especially. So the relations among the authorities of the states bring a new era with the impact of vaccine doses provided to the diplomacy area as a tool. And also this was another debate, if the patent rights of the vaccine should belong to the developers or should they belong to the humanity as a joint patent. This is also on the agenda. And this will be under discussion as well in the following days, I think. So thank you for this presentation, Dr. Profazio. And now I want to pass the screen to Professor Murat Yeşiltaş, who is a faculty member of Ankara Social Sciences University. Professor Yeşiltaş will also talk about the changing dynamics of international security as part of the soft concerns of homeland security. The screen is yours, Professor.
Thank you. If you can allow me to share my screen, it will be great. Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank you for this kind invitation. It is a great honor to talk at this platform, a very timely conference about homeland security. I would like to also thank Dr. Murat Aslan for his invitation. Today, I will be very brief about my presentation as much as possible, and I would like to underline a couple of things about ongoing debates regarding the changing dynamics of international security, as it was, mentioned by the previous speakers. I would like to continue to questioning the current debates about international order. I think the debate about international order is not new. Actually, after the Cold War, there has been an important debate in international relations about the changing dynamics of international order, or if you like, the liberal international order. But I can argue that the debate was so intense in terms of the changing dynamics of international order before COVID-19. It's kind of, made a huge impact about the changing dynamics of international order, especially in the context of the international security. The debate was not only about the perception of scholars in different levels, but it was also an important debate amongst the world's political leaders. So especially before COVID-19, the Trump administration's perception about the changing dynamics of international order was detrimental in terms of shaping the very nature of this debate. For example, Pompeo, then he was the Secretary of State in the United States. He basically glorified the Trumpian perception of international order by emphasizing that Trump is building a new liberal order under US leadership based on principle of putting national sovereignty before multilateralism for its own sake. So under the Trump administration, United States wanted to change the very nature of international order by emphasizing the notion of national sovereignty, and of course by ignoring the multilateral characteristic of international order. It was a very exceptional perception in the United States during Trump administration. We have also many different examples and textbook examples that we can, underline to understand the debates about the international order. For example, Robert Kagan says that things will not be okay. I think before COVID-19, this was a very dominant idea amongst the international scholars, but following the intensification and the spillover effect of COVID-19, this idea is now, true. It's still valid in terms of things will not be okay after pandemic. If there will be, emerging a new type of international order, I think we can take into consideration Kagan's perceptions that things will not be okay. We have also different examples from European countries. Angela Merkel says that the well-tried and familiar framework of order is under strong pressure at the moment. Before COVID-19, there was a kind of anxiety of Merkel about the Trumpian perceptions regarding the liberal international order, which was actually constructed by the Western countries themselves. We have also Heiko Maas. He says that world order, of course, before pandemic, the world order that we once knew had become accustomed to and sometimes felt comfortable in, this world order no longer exists. We have also very interesting perception, which is coming from French President Emmanuel Macron. He says that an interlude, he defines this transition period with reference to the interlude concept, an interlude in history before things return to normal, because we are currently experiencing a crisis of the effectiveness and principles of our contemporary world order, which will not be able to get back on track or return to how it functioned before. We have also Chinese perspective. China is, highlighting that United States is a superpower in decline, which will eventually have to give up its dominance. Some key parts of Western value system are collapsing. This is a very dominant narrative about international order in China. It was also dominant before COVID-19. Now, I think there is a very strong conceptions about the changing dynamics of international order, which is coming from China. We have Putin also. Putin says that the United States cannot continue to be policeman of the world. We don't want to do that. This is the very dominant narrative, still is very common in Russia. We have also President Erdogan's perceptions about the changing dynamics of international order, especially during the COVID-19. He says that we are determined to elevate Turkey to the level of deserves in the new global order. Turkey is also claiming that the new global order is emerging and will be shaped the new international system, the international security structure after the COVID-19. We have also example from India. Modi says that new world order emerging after pandemic. These are, some examples about the changing dynamics of international security. Now we have a puzzle, and we have to ask, questions and different questions about these to make sense about this puzzle. The first one is about, are we witnessing a great reshuffling of pieces of international order? This is one aspect of the questions to make sense about the current challenges that the international community or society of states are facing. And the second one is the feature about the international system. Will the defenders of the post-1945 international order be successful in preserving its main elements and piecing at least some of them back together? This is, I think, very common questions. These are the very common questions that many, experts and scholars and even, leaders of countries are asking. So therefore, I think we should take into consideration the cumulative effect of several crises, including COVID-19, happening simultaneously that will destroy the old international system before we have even begun to build a new one. So as you know, since the Cold War, there were many different types of international crises. As you remember, The first one was about the geopolitical crisis. It was end of the old Cold War and changed the dynamics of political geography all around the world. It's paved the way a new geopolitical order. And the second crisis was a security crisis, emerged after the 9/11. It was a terrorist attack, but the impact of 9/11, was felt in different geography, especially in the context of United States invasion of Afghanistan and invasion of Iraq in 2003. We have also economic crisis in 2008, in which we saw different spillover effect of economic crisis. It was not only an economic crisis which was limited to the Western Hemisphere, but it influenced the entire global system. We have also a political system, I believe, with the emergency of Arab uprising in 2011. And of course, Arab Spring was a political crisis, but it brought a new challenges, especially in the context of Middle Eastern, political order, or if you like, the geopolitical order. And we have also the structural crisis. All these crises are, I think, happening simultaneously that could destroy the old international order. Now, after the COVID-19, to make sense about the changing dynamics of international security, we have to take into consideration three different perceptions in international system, especially all these perceptions are belong to the one way or another to the states, and of course, as in societal level and in the individual level, we have also the kind of anxieties, different types of anxieties. The first, I think, concept that we have to look at is the global risk. This is one of the important changing dynamics of international security to make sense about global anxiety. The first one is about uncertainty, especially the uncertainties regarding the future of international system, what United States is trying to achieve, what Biden administration mean by the changing dynamics of international system. What does it mean of, America is back? There are many uncertainties all around the world in which no one knows about the future of international system. There is also a process about ambiguity that we have to take into consideration in analyzing, global impact of pandemic. So I would like to focus on three different levels, but I would like to highlight two of them because I believe that global and regional geopolitical anxieties are important to understand the changing dynamics of international security. In terms of the global level, we are witnessing the new international structure, I think, which is manifested itself in different nature and in different levels. The first one is about the return of great power politics, which is I think the main component of current international system, which is directly influencing the very nature of international security. The US role, America is back, is of course achieving a kind of recalibrating United States role in an international system, restructuring the international order by, locating United States in the center, and United States in the context of America is back, is trying to reshuffle the liberal international order. We have also an important manifestation of the return of great powers politic in the context of China. There is an important question here that we should ask. Can China rise peacefully? So there is a fact that China has been rising since the, let's say, end of the Cold War. But we have to ask if there will be a kind of power transition, how this, power transition will be look like. And that the question about can China rise peacefully here is strategically important. So therefore, we need to consider the competition between US and China to understand the changing dynamics of international security as in the form of return of great power politics. Russia is another question. Russia is, of course, a geopolitical challenger, because of its material capacity, because of its increasing geopolitical influence in different geopolitical spaces, Middle East, North Africa, and other places. It's near abroad, especially, you know, Russia is increasing its influence over Ukraine, Black Sea, and Central Asia. There is a new Cold War, which is called as new Cold War between Russia and the Western countries. So there is also a Europe to understand the return of great power politics. When we look at the European Union, a new strategic perspective, Europe is also trying to gain its strategic autonomy. This is not only a strategic autonomy in which European Union countries will be independent from the transatlantic relations. It is also a kind of political process or strategic process in which European Union as an entire region is trying to become a strategically autonomous entity in different parts of the world, especially in Africa, in the Eastern Mediterranean or the Middle East. So therefore, we have to look at all these great power politics. Then another manifestation of the new international structure is the lack of global leadership. I think we have observed many implications of global leadership during the COVID-19 health crisis. It was originally a health crisis, but we have been observing the lack of global governance in different domains. In the context of political one, we saw United Nations incapabilities in managing the crisis. We have also observed the lack of good governance in the context of World Health Organizations. We have also an important manifestations of the new international structure in terms of the international security architecture. Warfare, for example, is a good example to see how international security architecture has been changing over the course of history. We now a globalized war, we have a privatized war, securitized war, mediatized war, and techno-digitalized warfare. So the warfare in its nature has been also changing. Rising powers and the new regionalism, this is another important manifestations of new international system. There are many rising power or emerging power in the international system, which they want to restructuring the international system. Turkey, for example, is always, and President Erdogan repeatedly, saying that the world is bigger than five. This is a kind of new demands of the rising power. India, in Latin America, Brazil, in African continent, South Africa, Russia, and other countries, other rising powers are trying to relocate their position in the international system. So I believe this part is important in terms of understanding the changing status of Western strategic dominance over the global norm-making process. I think this is a very important manifestation of the crisis in liberal international order. The West, I think, is not a norm producer anymore. There are other centers. China is trying to produce own trade norm, humanitarian, human rights norm, and democracy norm, even though we are not, it's not possible to talk about the democratic norm standards and other human rights standards in Chinese worldview. We have also techno-digital global politics, especially pandemic impacted on this level that will shape the very nature of international security in near future. Of course, I think I don't have enough time, therefore I don't want to talk about too much detail, especially to make sense about the regional implications of the changing dynamics of international system, but we have to focus on different regional security complexes under the international system. In this regard, I think Middle East is a textbook example how a sub-region in the international system is shaping and enforcing the change of international system in terms of military conflict, armament, power competition, terrorism, external intervention, energy geopolitics, and mass human mobilization. Without looking at all these, issues in the Middle East, you cannot understand how the European Union as a security community, as a geopolitical space will be transforming in near future. Of course, you are familiar all these, projections about the future, about international security. We have a basic, projection for different projections. You can make your own projections about international system, but the first option is liberal order, which is United States is trying to achieve right now. Probably the Western community of states, especially the European Union countries, will be part of this liberal order. They want to also, recalibrate their position. We have also projection about the strategic autonomy, the rising strategic autonomy of different countries. And this will make the international system multipolar rather than unipolar or bipolar. Another, projection is about the competition between China and United States. If they can be the only competitors against each other, probably the structure of international system will change towards bipolarity, version 2.0. And final projection is about new anarchy. There will be a kind of different entities in the international system, states, non-state armed actors, terrorist organizations, small city states, maybe, I don't know. So this will, of course, make a huge impact over the nature of international system. We will see which kind of projection will be valid in near future, but certainly there will be a new type of system which will emerge after the COVID-19. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Professor Yeşiltaş. We appreciate for this idea triggering analysis on the global order. So, which I could catch from the presentation, the debate is not for the concern of the academics, but also for political leaders and policymakers as well. And there are also some conflicting, let's say, opinions between the political leaders, as Macron sees it as an interlude before returning to normal, but Modi says new world order emerging after pandemic. So the upcoming policies will shape the international order and the new normal of new global order. And we all maybe will witness the new order and then merge the puzzle to be able to understand if this is a situation for an interval or interlude period or a permanent new era. And also, Professor Yeşiltaş called our attention on three changing dynamics at the global risk level, uncertainty, and ambiguities. To be able to analyze this, Professor Yeşiltaş made analysis on three different levels. At the macro level, the global powers and global relations. So meso level, regional relations, and micro level, local relations and analysis. So finally, Yeşiltaş underlined four different scenarios, possible scenarios, and we will witness if the liberal order or if the strategic autonomy of new multipolarity or bipolarity or a new anarchy system will overcome, and we will see in the near future, just after the pandemic, I think. Thank you for the presentation. And now I will transfer the screen to Ms. İzel Selim. She's international coordinator of New Strategy Center from Romania. Ms. Selim will share her presentation related to overarching security missions in the Romanian strategic thinking, which is the institutional cooperation, security culture, and resilience. Floor is yours, Ms. Selim.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmet Keser, and thank you very much, Professor Aslan, for your efforts of bringing together so many distinguished scholars and experts and for asking essential questions. It is my pleasure to join you today from a very rainy Bucharest, and I have to admit that to speak after Professor Yeşiltaş is a challenge that I hope to live up to. I will be approaching our topic today from the Romanian perspective. I'm asking how Romanian authorities tackle soft concerns and formalize homeland security in their conceptual work. I will discuss about overarching security missions in the Romanian strategic thinking. Here I identify three main elements: cooperation, security culture, and resilience. The perspective of Romanian strategists and planners on the conceptual framework in which they tackle emerging trends in a manner extended from the institutionalized state to a two-way state-citizens approach for resilience. When looking at the defense planning in the Romanian institutions, we recognize the need for an official conceptual upgrade from defense to security as a comprehensive approach to modern challenges. Here, institutions already operate with an extended national security concept. I will repeat myself because we will get through this a lot. Extended national security concept introduced back in 2015. The concept introduced by the Romanian president through the national defense strategy goes beyond the restrictive approach to refer to security exclusively as territorial integrity or national interest, generally associated with the term defense. This approach ensures the extension of the reference area to new types of threats, hybrid, asymmetric, you name it, or to other dimensions of the new security agenda. We all have to keep in mind that this new concept was introduced in the context, is very linked to the security environment after the 2014 illegal annexation of the Crimean Peninsula. The threat perception in Romania started to be shaped by the de facto common border in the Black Sea with Russia following the annexation. After seeing the large spectrum of threats being developed under the conventional threshold of aggression, the establishment here understood the need to enhance interagency cooperation and the pressure of developing resilience across the entire society. Paradigm shifts in terms of security concept and approach in correlation with the dynamics of national and international security environment, fast and unpredictable, imposed the reformulation of the concept of security and laid the ground in extenso of a new legal definition. This perspective also involves, of course, constitutional changes in the case of some institutions with attributions in the field of national security. The Supreme Council of National Defense here in Romania would transform into the National Security Council as we have it in the US, so NSC. Or in the case of some related documents in the field, the National Defense Strategy as we have it now would become the National Security Strategy. The security culture derived from the Romanian extended national security concept places the citizen both as a beneficiary and a generator of security, thus sharing the responsibility to respond to various challenges. Basically, it aims to give each citizen a set of responsibilities in the security of the whole country. I would argue that the extended national security concept in Romania is a comprehensive and particular approach to homeland security, integrating both hard and soft means. After the end of the Cold War, the focus in the security landscape shifted to the robustness of the society itself, thus allowing for a broadening of the security concept. Through new approaches to societal security, human security, international and homeland security, the contemporary meaning of the term applies to several sectors as seen as a shared responsibilities between the different actors and levels. Linking the concept of security to the state is slowly coming to an end, considering the multi-dimensional emerging threats currently moving the trenches in each civilian home, with challenges ranging from extended military exercises to cyber attacks and information operations on the device of each citizen. The term security in the explanatory dictionary of the Romanian language is explained as the fact of being safe from any danger, a feeling of confidence and peace that in the absence of any danger, protection and defense, while collective security is described as a state of relations between states created by treaties of common defense measures against aggression. Another element important to take into consideration when discussing the Romanian official approach to the concept of security is the aim to promote security education through the development of an attitude with the preventive role of society in the defense of personal, group, and state protection against risks, against real and potential aggressions, meaning that the way citizens report to the security field has an essential role in managing the evolutions of the internal and international security environment. According to the provisions of the National Defense Strategy in Romania, strengthening resilience and reducing vulnerabilities requires a flexible multinational strategy and a broad perspective on all systems to reduce the risks associated with the crisis, but also to improve the capacity to quickly manage adaptation mechanism at local, national, and regional level. Resilience covers all stages of a crisis situation, from prevention when possible to adaptation and limiting effects when necessary, and includes positive transformations that strengthen the ability of current and future generations to meet their needs. Well, the strategic and security contexts reveal the need for an interinstitutional and comprehensive approach, which would facilitate the materialization of the concept of extended national security by integrating public policies and state action in the field of national defense and security. In order to really understand the thinking behind the national security and defense strategies for the last 6 years in Romania and for at least the next 4 ones, the entire mandate of the current Romanian president, one must pay attention to the guide of the National Defense Strategy launched in 2015. Made with the involvement of specialists, representatives of academia, society, and last but not least, institutions with responsibilities in the field of national security, the guide is the result of a process of consultation. This document facilitates the understanding of the way in which the state, respecting the fundamental rights and freedoms of the citizen, exercises through its institutions the attributions regarding the security of the country and the security of its citizens. Even though it was meant to harmonize the vocabulary in security terms among all the institutions involved, the document is a key to decode the adaptation of the strategic thinking to the new realities. The framework proposed by the guide focuses on 2 concepts promoted by the National Defense Strategy. As I previously mentioned, the extended national security concept and security culture. The guide promotes the idea that ensuring security is a two-way street from state to citizen and from citizen to state. I will give you the brief definition of the extended national security concept is the state of normalcy of the nation ensured by protecting and promoting constitutional principles, social, economic, and political stability, maintaining the rule of law, as well as exercising rights, freedoms, and duties, fundamental rights of citizens. The security culture, as defined by Romanian specialists, is the totality of values, norms, attitudes, or actions that determine the understanding and assimilation at the level of the society of the security concept and of the derived ones, national security, international security, collective security, insecurity, and so on. Security education is a predominantly educational dimension through the development of an attitude with the preventive role of society, as I previously mentioned. Going even further, the most recent National Defense Strategy puts an emphasis on resilience, a term which many documents subsequently adopted, which might come as a complementary effort to the extended national security concept, while being also in line with NATO thinking, which is an important thing here in Romania. Resilience is first and foremost a national responsibility, and each member country needs to be sufficiently robust and adaptable to support the entire spectrum of crisis. NATO has agreed on 7 baseline requirements for national resilience. And therefore, maybe we can say that the extended national security concept was starting to lose traction in Romania, but the renewed conceptual debate about resilience at NATO level will restart this whole process here in Romania. Good to keep in mind regarding the commitment of Romania to tackle the so-called soft concerns by linking it to resilience is the announcement that Bucharest will be hosting an Euro-Atlantic Center for Resilience. with participation from allied members or the European Union. This is where Romania is at the moment. The conceptual framework is there. You can say that the Romanian establishment adapted, at least from a conceptual point of view, to the requirements of the new security landscape with a broad spectrum of challenges and trends. Therefore, we can say that much work is still left to do, considering that achieving interagency cohesion is a lengthy process, especially in a still new democracy, let's say. Formal interagency education and training is only at the beginning. And when speaking about constitutional changes to fundamental institutions, that is still in progress. So this is me for the moment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Selim. Now, we also had a chance and we had an opportunity to see different perspectives. In the first panel, we had listened to British, Italian, and Israeli perspective from Dr. Michel Gropi, Turkish perspective from different academics, including Professor Bağcı and Professor Yeşiltaş, and now Romanian perspective from Ms. Selim, a perspective which includes constitutional changes as well. And Selim argued that Romanian approach is comprehensive in both hard and soft means. And Romania, this is an aim to promote security through education. This is also Gibe with Ms. Kabawa's assessment as well, because Ms. Gibe also called our attention on awareness and education to provide security. So legislation of security by respect to fundamental human rights mentioned by Ms. Selim. This is also calling our attention on the balance between privatization and freedoms and security. So thank you for this contribution. And now I hand over the microphone to Dr. Haydar Karaman from Kilis 7 Aralık University, which is just at the Syrian border of Turkey. Dr. Karaman will share his presentation on combating against transnational crimes in the context of Homeland Security. The floor is yours, Dr. Karaman.
Thank you. I'm glad to be at this conference and I have a chance to discuss my argument in front of this prominent scholar and the participant. And before the start, I would like to thank the organization committee and Murat Aslan for their kind invitation. I'm planning to discuss the why transnational crime is a threat against the state's homeland security and how the threat is evolved into the different form as a hybrid one. Therefore, in the presentation, the participant will see and aim to create a link between terrorism and the organized crimes. Of course, fighting against terrorism is not phenomenal. It has posed a threat to state security and society for age. Millions of the people have been targeted the terrorist attack. Only in 2020, over 30,000 people have been killed, were killed actually, as a result of the terrorist attack in the world. There have been dozens of brutal attacks in the history, but one of them is really important for my argument, is the 9/11. Because after the 9/11, it is kind of the starting point of the evolution of the threat, and it shows out how the threat was pluralized. The form of the threat is changed for homeland security, because the threats have evolved into the hybrid one, which is the main perception in the discussing about the terrorism, which led to problem in the combating terrorism due to their nature of the transnational crime. The problem is no longer be prevented by only one state or single state. There is a need for the joint effort of the international community. Therefore, the aim of the presentation is to discuss how the existing terrorist organizations are changing their form and why this new form is more dangerous for homeland security. Before the starting to discuss argument, it would be good to define terrorism briefly. Most policymakers believe that there is not globally recognized concept of terrorism. Terrorism is an heuristic concept which sparks the debate, since one of freedom fighter is another one is terrorist. Regarding this idea, the Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu is pointed out that freedom fighters don't blow up themselves in the past, but the murderers do. In another point, Hafez al-Assad, ex-prime minister of Syria, he pointed out that terrorism is a national struggle against occupation. It shows that the countries or politicians have different perceptions, but at least the scholars have agreed to dominant the definition of the notion of terrorism, because we have some determinants. The term actually holds two determinants: violence and the fear or terrorize. Of course, there is no consensus about the terrorism definition, because some of them, like the Prabha and Held, argue that struggle in society between the have and the have-nots cause the social economic reason of the terrorism. Briefly, distribution of the right and commodity reason of the terrorism. And on the legal side, we can identify the terrorism with wide range of definition and wide range of terrorist acts. It helped to us to describe what is the terrorism. But rather than define this definitional argument, I would like to explain the financial source of the terrorism, to explain how the terrorism changed the form and how to fight not against the just single state for the whole world state. Without examination of economic and international networks, the transnational nature of terrorism will remain unclear. It is obvious that terrorist attacks necessitate a large amount of ammunition and a safe haven. And it is known most terrorist organizations receive support from the abroad. Terrorism often entails illegal activity on both local and international level. If terrorist organizations wish to advance, all groups must first and foremost gain a source of income. Terrorists must invest money in order to survive for their propaganda or for other reason of the for other side of the organizational capacity. That's why we can identify the money as a lifeblood of the terrorist organization, because they need the money for their shelter, their covered operation, their illegal, their false identity card or travel document, and so on. It points out that when they need the money, we can see that according to Interpol definition, they have some financial source. We can identify them as a contribution, donation of the fees, drug trafficking, revolutionary tax, armed robbery, kidnapping, and others. Also, we can identify the publication, legal and illegal publication, as a source of the terrorism. But the main thing is that state sponsorship, because after the 9/11, some organizations lose their state sponsorship. Why it is important? Because in that point, by the state sponsorship, they can get some monetary fund, which also covers a wide range of assistance, including weapon, safe haven, training, intelligence, diplomatic cover. We can see this example in the Hezbollah in the Lebanon and the PKK in the Turkey, which was supported by the Syrian government in the Bekaa Valley. Of course, the Bekaa Valley is in the Lebanon, is a part of the Lebanon, but it's controlled by the Syrian state. And we can see also Gaddafi, Libya, which support the Rota Army Frank Dion, IRA, and Euskaditas Katusuna in Spain. We can see that this organization took support from the other state in the past. But terrorist groups have understood that, such as Al-Qaeda, they have built their own revenue source rather than state sponsorship. For terrorist groups, using their own organizational power make easier to involve drug illegal business and generate income. Some illegal business is more attractive than the others. This is illegal drug trafficking. Therefore, the presentation aims to reveal the link between drug trafficking and terrorism, and to reveal the PKK transformation into the hybrid structure. We can say that terrorists can smuggle almost anything, including the human drug or illegal stuff. It can be everything. The problem is that illegal drug trafficking is making smuggling business is more lucrative than other business. because prices are controlled from the cultivation and distribution. Mostly on the cultivation process, when the terrorist organization cultivate the cannabis or other stuff, it could be $1,000 or $2,000 on the market prices. When it's going to the European street, it's going to be up around $200,000 in the street price. It shows that terrorists can use this illegal business to support their finance and their organization. I would like to turn back to the PKK organizational structure to identify how this terrorist organization evolved to the hybrid one and how they treat not only Turkish state and other states as well. PKK, I would like to use the MI5 identification of the PKK, which is the bloody terror organization, one of the bloody terror organizations in the world, and killed over the 30,000 Turkish people in it, Turkey and abroad as well. This organization changed its formation after 9/11 because they started losing their state sponsorship at Turkish neighbor countries. Unfortunately, Turkish neighbor countries, Syria, Iran, Greece, and Cyprus, supported PKK organization. We can see this example on the Abdullah Öcalan illegal, not illegal, but false, which Greek side on Cyprus side identify as the false, but Turkish side know that this passport is given by the authorities to the Abdullah Öcalan, and he had a shelter in the Greece and other states. That's what it showed that there is a clear support, and he also confirmed that at his statement on the capture, he got a support from the financial support, actually from the neighbor state. But after Öcalan was captured and after 9/11, this organization morphed from the traditional organization into a criminal gang. But we should ask a question to us ourselves. What is the primary source of the PKK funding? The PKK most profitable industry is the drug trade. Turkey's geographical position at the crossroads between Asia and Europe is the reason of this drug trafficking. The PKK is active in every aspect of the illegal drug trade, from manufacturing to the marketing. Also, as we know from the Turkish Ministry of Interior report, PKK also cultivates cannabis, which cannabis farm found near the PKK camp. The problem is that even some states didn't accept the clearing. Interpol Turkish bureau investigate over 500 people about the PKKs and their drug trafficking link. And I would like to pass to another side, the identification of the hybrid crime. Rather than simplistic black or white categorization of the warfare type, the term is hybrid is firstly identified through warfare that poses a multi-modal and multi-variant threat. The threat is blended with different combination of assault. According to this hybrid warfare, the enemy employs unique and combination threat, including criminal methods. And this identification also was in the NATO capstone concept. This multimodal operation may be carried out by different units of the terror organization or the same unit, but they are usually controlled and coordinated by single headquarters. This hybrid threat is not only issue of the just single state, because they are of transnational nature, because they are selling their smuggling drug from the Asia to the Europe, and because of their transnational nature, this organization has different methods, and most probably the conflict will feature a more diverse array of alternative mechanisms and tactics. In the time, hybrid threat concept evolved and was defined as a new concept as a criminal behavior in the battleplace to obtain a political objective. We can identify PKK and other organizations as a narco-terror. I would like to differ from this organization because we can say that this organization, of course, they in the business of the drug trafficking, but not only drug trafficking. They generate funding from organization network from different parts of the illegal crime, not only drug trafficking, but also other crime, human trafficking, and mostly, you know, in Turkey, we know that bribery against some politics, or some businessmen. This group organized are highly adaptive and show a great ability to learn and adjust their behavior. As Chris Fishman pointed out that this situation led to this organization have different allies from the different part of the criminal world, and this organized crime and their terrorist nationalists change to the organized crime because of their organization and because of their ally, because of their money reason. This organized crime role as a potential metamorphosis to be raising the actor of the PKK. Over the time, this change becomes a structure itself, and it encapsulates and dampens its ideology and destroy its ideology. And right now, we can identify the PKK is not ideological organization. We can identify that it's a kind of criminal gang, but which is not only a narco-terror organization. It has different perception about the gaining money from the different criminal organization and criminal acts. We can say that. By the potential long-term multifunction of the PKK and other hybrid group, they gain combined operation performance due to this overlap between organized crime and terror as a homogeneous term. We can differ from the PKK, other organization, from the narco-terror to the hybrid one. As a parallel with PKK, also some other group organizations use different transnational criminal offense, such as human trafficking. We can see that IRA, provisional IRA, or Hezbollah or FARC, they use it different transnational crime to gaining money or they support their organization. That's why we can clearly say that in fighting against the terrorism, strengthening and maintaining multilateral operation is critical. We can see this example in the METIV operation in Belgium. The Belgium operation, after the Turkish authorities' demand, recognized that there is a link between the illegal trafficking, money laundering, and media broadcasting. They closed the METIV operation, and after this, PKK lost its financial in Belgium, and they have to change their position in Europe. But we can say that.
Dr. Karaman, sorry for interrupting, but we have to be in time, I think, if you can conclude, because we are
sure,
5 minutes over the time.
Sorry for it. Sorry. Clearly, as a conclusion, I can say that, briefly, this organization changed their form to the narco-terror organization, to the hybrid organization. They use the different methods, different tactic to gain money and using a different threat against the state. Even the cyber crime, we can see that they use that. That's why I would like to say that we have to use the new identification for the definition of the terrorism rather than narco-terrorism, and we can use the hybrid threat or hybrid organization for this terrorist organization. Yeah, I just finished it. Sorry for
exceeding the time. Thank you very much, Dr. Karaman, for this presentation and the contributions. So Dr. Karaman gave a start by mentioning the evolution on the Homeland Security after 9/11 attacks, and then why organizations are shaping or reshaping their structure, and the challenge between freedom fighters and terrorists as a terminology, and how the terrorist organizations provide financial resources, and the role of human trafficking and drug trafficking, and the characteristics of hybrid warfare in this one. And he has given a detailed analysis on PKK terrorist organization and the financial resources of that organization. And now I want to hand over the microphone to Dr. Anas El Gomati. He is a lecturer at NATO Defense College and also the founder and the director of the SADC Institution of Libya. He will present us Libya at Crossroads, What Next? The screen is yours, Dr. Gomati.
Thank you, Ahmed. I'd like to just thank Hassan Kalanju University and also Dr. Murad Aslan for the kind invitation this afternoon. Well, I mean, where to start really with Libya? I feel like it's a bit of a junction. It's a bit of a change from the last presentation by Haider, which was fascinating again. But just to give you a quick overview, when I say Libya is at a crossroads, we're now 10 years into the, or 10 years from the beginning of the Libyan revolution that began in February 2011. Libya has suffered arguably its third civil war, perhaps its second civil war, depending on when you count or on how you clarify and qualify those conflicts. But ultimately, the latest conflict began in 2019, April 4th, 2019, and that's perhaps the most relevant and recent episode in the conflict dynamics that can offer us a bit more of an understanding of really where Libya is. So I should clarify that we've also just published at the Institute, at SADC Institute, we published an edited volume called The Great Game, looking at Libya as not only a country in a domestic revolution, but really as a space, a geopolitical space, in a grander scheme of, a grander game rather, of interest and ideology and essentially almost like the Great Game of Afghanistan in the late 18th century. So that's ultimately where, you know, this wonderful conference and the wonderful meeting of minds for me is an interesting place to discuss not only what has happened in Libya over the last 10 years in terms of its internal fragmentation, who are the groups on the ground, but really understanding Libya's transformation into this very important geopolitical space that has drawn in some of the largest powers in the world, including Turkey. So essentially on April 4th, 2019, a former Libyan general, Khalifa Haftar, who established the Libyan Arab Armed Forces or the Libyan National Army in 2014, declared an offensive to capture the capital, Tripoli, ironically or coincidentally in the presence of Antonio Guterres, the UN chief, who had just arrived moments, maybe hours earlier, to offer his confidence to a national reconciliation conference and essentially the end of the political transition in Libya. And that was obviously derailed by Khalifa Haftar's assault. That assault, not only did it derail the domestic landscape, but it also gave and illustrated where Libya has changed over the last 10 years, and most importantly, that the UN Security Council that has blessed the government of national accord, a government they established in late 17th of December 15, and had given its own backing to at the UN Security Council, failed to condemn the attack by person and by name. They failed to actively take sanctions against or actions against Khalifa Haftar. And it began to illustrate the deep geopolitical divisions that led to this transformation of Libya from a regular run-of-the-mill, so to speak, civil war into this grand transformation of geopolitical knot, for lack of a better term. As Khalifa Haftar marched onto Tripoli, he was supported by drones from the sky by the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, who had delivered those drones, later by Russian-delivered Syrian mercenaries, and by a number of Sudanese mercenaries. So essentially a coalition of almost everything under the sky that was non-Libyan fighters, non-Libyan airstrikes, non-Libyan drones. And essentially, you know, this battle began to demonstrate that, you know, the capacity for a war to be launched like this in Libya required much international support and also diplomatic immunity in the shape of, you know, a UN Security Council that was locked and divided. So these are the geopolitical, diplomatic dimensions that I'm trying to identify. That lasted for all of around 6 to 7 months before Turkey, at the end of 2019, signed a memorandum of understanding, a maritime MOU, with the Libyan government, the Government of National Accord, led by Fayez Sarraj at the time, and essentially signed almost a very transactional deal, a deal that worked both for the Turks and for the Libyans, in exchange for recognizing Turkey's maritime jurisdiction in the Eastern Mediterranean. Libya would receive security assistance and military assistance in the form of essentially forces, Turkish delivered forces into Libya, and also drones. And I think that was a major swing of the geopolitical tide in Libya. And it also kind of marked, I mean, many will be aware of Turkey's role elsewhere in different theaters, but it really marked a major change in the arrival of Turkey, which, you know, to be very frank, was swinging like a superpower. We should remember that its role in Libya was not this bit part role that we could have imagined in amidst the US that has been there for several years, Russians that had now carved out a place there. Turkey's role was not only on par, but it surpassed the quote unquote superpowers. It destroyed and made, according to the CNN reports at the time, it made a graveyard out of Russian air defense systems, the Pantsir S9s or the S7s, I believe. And essentially, it was Turkish Air Force and assistance really that shifted this entire battle away from a battle that the UN refused to stop, that the US had tacitly endorsed, according to reports by the New York Times, that John Bolton, the National Security Advisor at the time, had tacitly given a green light and, well, an amber light and said, go ahead, but make it quick. Unfortunately, that wasn't to be the case. And Donald Trump, who had later given a phone call to Khalifa Haftar and endorsed his quote-unquote counterterrorism activities in Libya. So I guess, you know, when you look at the two big powers at the time, actually, Libya is quite unique. Both the US and Russia shared very, very similar positions. It was Turkey's intervention that shifted that and essentially allowed for a stalemate to take place in central Libya. They shifted the tide from Tripoli, maybe 2 or 3 kilometers from downtown Tripoli, the capitulation of the Government of National Accord, the capitulation of its forces, to a major shift back to the center of the country, the city of Sirte, the paternal home of the late leader Muammar Gaddafi, and essentially a squaring off between Turkish, Emirati, and Russian forces in the center of Libya. That ceasefire essentially is what has given Libya the diplomatic energy and mileage to be able to move forward and establish the Berlin process. The Berlin process, which had actually taken place on January 20th, 2020, but had stalled after Khalifa Haftar resumed the war under the cover of, you guessed it, COVID-19, in March of 2020. This entire episode of diplomacy failed supremely. I mean, the former UN SRSG, Ghassan Salama, resigned citing stress and personal reasons. I mean, it couldn't get more ridiculous than, you know, a UN SRSG that had declared that Libya was on the track now for a diplomatic process in late January, and before the first meeting had taken place, airstrikes in central Tripoli, you know, a resumption of hostilities, and the diplomatic process essentially dead in the water, until, ironically, Turkey had actually shifted the balance of power, had established a stalemate, which gave the environment for a diplomatic process to re-engage. The UN shifted ever so slightly and established a 3-tier, based on the Berlin Conference, a 3-tier process roadmap. A political roadmap led by the Libyan Political Dialogue Forum in Tunis, a military track, and an economic track. Now, instead of just boring you with the paraphernalia of this, let me just give you the raw details. Libya has been divided, as I said, for the last 7 years between rival political administrations, rival economic institutions, and rival military camps. The UN diplomatic or UN roadmap is essentially there to try to marry all of those different halves together. So why have I called it, you know, we've said that the roadmap is underway. The UN has now got the diplomatic environment or the military environment, stalemate and ceasefire, to be able to move forward with a political roadmap. So why is my talk entitled Libya a Crossroads? Well, essentially, you know, conflicts are nothing unusual to Libya. Unfortunately, they're not unusual to the region. Conflicts often require that diplomatic ripeness, both at the international level and at the local level, so that the environment is conducive for a deal. But what is a deal? Now, these are profound questions and things that we often just We rush to say, well, you know, two people signed, or, you know, they shook hands or they high-fived. But what does it really mean to have a political deal in Libya? What does it mean to have an end of hostilities? Does it mean that there is a political compromise? Does it mean that they no longer want to fight? There's nothing left to fight for? Does it mean that this could be the chapter of an enduring stability and cooperation? Will both of these sides that have fought bitterly over the last 7 years, will they cooperate? That requires a shared vision, a vision of where Libya is. And I guess this is really where I think the most interesting questions are. Forget about which date they invaded, forget about Antonio Guterres being there, forget about who delivered weapons. Ask yourself very basic questions. You have a country in the Middle East, North Africa right now, one of the most populated and densely populated territories on earth, 400 million people, and essentially an autocratic environment. And then you have one vacuum, Libya, which you can arguably say that the state is still in a nebulous stage. It's not been defined. We don't know what the ideological pole of Libya is. And we clearly also don't know the geopolitical axis of where Libya tilts. Many of those countries for decades, if not centuries, have tilted to different places. Sometimes it's Cairo. Sometimes it could be the Saudis. Today in Libya, there are two poles. There is a pole that points towards Ankara and one that points towards Abu Dhabi. These are two ideological poles or political poles. Turkey being a civilian state where the military is subservient to that civilian authority is one pole in the region. And then you have Abu Dhabi, which is a monarchy, a dynasty, but is essentially a military state where the military is not subservient. It is in control by the political authority. There is no neutral military authority in much of the Arab world, and Ankara is at the opposite end of that pole. That's really where we have these two contrasting visions. We also at the local level have those things. Khalifa Haftar represents today a throwback. He represents something that is nothing new under the sun. I mean, we heard Haidar's conversation about terrorism, and the wonderful subtleties that you described, for me, are not lost on me. We don't have this, you know, go to North Africa and look at the way that we describe terrorism. We call civil society actors terrorists. We call women who drive cars terrorists. We call, in Saudi Arabia, they call atheism an act of terror. You can call anything an act of terror today in the Arab world because it's a deeply, deeply politicized term. And Khalifa Haftar has called all of his opponents. There are children that went to a comic convention, a Comic-Con convention, who dressed up like Spider-Man and Superman and were called terrorists. That today is the nature of that term when we describe it in the Libyan context. So I don't like to bore myself with what those terms mean. Let's just get to the crux of things. What kind of state are you trying to build? And that's why Libya is at a crossroads. Because I could argue today that you can call for elections tomorrow in Libya, but elections only allow you to have a certain number of choices. It is the structure of the state that will define not only its future, but its political culture. And that's where I think we are today in Libya. We are in a midst of a very, very deep geopolitical culture war across the Middle East and North Africa. It's not about Khalifa Haftar. It's not about Fayez Sarraj. You'll forget those names today. You'll remember new names tomorrow. Think of what we're talking about in terms of the definition of the direction of this country. Will Libya end up having a subservient military? And you could ask the same question about Algeria, Tunisia, Egypt. You could ask it about almost any country in the Arab world. And then you're going to have much more profound answers to ask yourself and questions to pose longer term. That is where we are at this crossroads. I don't believe, and I think perhaps it's better for me to end on a note of what I predict would be the future. We have had a political, to some degree, a political success, a marriage of the rival institutions, so to speak. Now we have one parliament. We have a high state council as an advisory board to that parliament, and we have a single executive. I never thought that was the reason why Libya ever went to war. I don't believe that Khalifa Haftar, his ally in the Eastern Parliament, and Fayez Sarraj were arguing over who was going to be the next Minister of Agriculture, who would be the next Minister of Culture. These things are meaningless. It is not about the cabinet. It is not about how many people get which portfolios. It's not about inclusion and representation. Forget everything that you heard about those things. The economy is important, but let's not overstretch its importance. Whilst there is some greed and some competitiveness, the conflict is over how you will extract resources long term. The deeper question has been the military. And today, there has been absolutely no movement on the military portfolio. You still have mercenary forces and foreign forces that are in Libya, some with more legality than others, some with clearly much more transparency than others. I think it's no it's no mystery, and it's no mystery to anyone here. The Turkish government, the parliament themselves have come out and openly declared that they have delivered foreign forces there. They came with the blessing of the government of national accord, and I believe they will leave with the blessing of both sides on that question. When it comes to Russian and Emirati forces, both of those countries have never accepted that they have delivered them. So do we know how many are there? Do we know how many will leave? We certainly know, given AFRICOM's pictures that they've released over the last several years, of how many the squadron that is there, the trenches that they've built in central Libya, but they look likely to stay. So there's no traction on that. The second aspect is the military forces themselves look like they can stop fighting. That's what we call a ceasefire or a stalemate, but it doesn't look like they will look to cooperate over the long run. And if you don't have those two forces cooperating, you still have not solved the major problem in Libya. How do you unify an army which has different visions? One side which wants to establish an army that controls and dominates the political environment and the civil space, and the other that essentially wants to establish a subservient military. I've negotiated and mediated for years on this question. It sounds like a subtle and quite simple aspect here, but I have spent time on the ground negotiating with those armed groups. I've got my finger on the pulse. I feel confident enough to say those things. But when it comes to the international aspect, which we forget, I don't believe today that we have traction. I don't believe that, as much as I see the Egyptians and the Turks talking, let's not kid ourselves. The Egyptians are not the kingmakers in Libya. The Turks are the right people to speak to, but I don't believe the Turks today are speaking to the Emiratis. The Russians love to be adored and made to look like they are the kingmaker in Libya, but it's not the Russians that are working there. It's the Wagner Group. They're a mercenary outfit, and they listen to the highest bidder, and whoever pays essentially procures their services. Unless we have a conversation between the right parties on the ground, talking about the right aspect and issues on the ground, and unless we have an international system, and I'll end it on this, unless we have an international system in the UN Security Council that can not only broker talks, but can sufficiently end conflict using discrete or open mechanisms, sanction, isolate members of the international community, even your own members, of the UN Security Council. Unless we have big fixes here, we're not talking about something that is as little as a run-of-the-mill conflict in a small capital in the Mediterranean. We're talking about the end of the international order and the erosion of the international order that we know. The UN Security Council's chief, Antonio Guterres, looks like a lame duck to me. He can't even call out the members of the UN Security Council that denied him and tripped up his own UN SRSG in the midst of his own trip to Tripoli. He arrived to Tripoli and his own member states were tripping him up. That's how bad things have gotten. The hypocrisy is not lost on me. I'm watching Libya quite carefully, but I also realize this is much bigger than Libya. So I would ask ourselves at this aspect of a crossroads, we're looking at a time where the international order has eroded, the techniques to deliver military forces are now in a way in which has changed in the region. We have emerging actors, I would say, like Turkey, who, yes, they were a medium power, but I genuinely say this today, a medium power that swings like a superpower, is ambitious, will carry through with its threats. And you also have other medium powers like the United Arab Emirates, who are also now carrying through with their threats, but they're not as vocal, they're not as open, they're not as transparent. And unless we have those kind of actors at the international level, talking and cutting deals, which they will need to, unless we have Libyan actors on the ground that are sufficiently ripe to speak about what kind of state they want to build, not how many ministers they want to give one another, or who's going to be the next minister of agriculture or any of that nonsense, and who might be the next central bank governor. Those things are the paraphernalia. Don't bore yourself with that. Think of the really big questions. That's why I think we're at a crossroads. And unambitiously and quite regretfully, I always end on a pessimistic note because I'm a realist. I think that Libya hasn't seen its last conflict before the end of 2021. I'll eat my hat if I'm wrong, but you've got to call it as you see it. So I'll leave it there. But thank you again to Dr. Murad Aslan for the lovely and kind invitation. Lovely to see kind friends and meet some new ones as well. Thank you.
I thank you. I think Professor Ahmed is offline. Yes, sorry for that. I thank you, Anas. We had discussed these issues online, and I'm totally committed to your ideas. Thank you a lot. I think this panel, it's almost 1600 hours. I would like to take some questions, though we don't have any time because Professor Kibaroğlu will have a lecture just right after his speech. So I will start the fourth panel, the final one. And I thank you a lot for the panelists in the third one. Thank you so much. So I will start the fourth panel, which is about, just a minute, let me take my notes. Turkish Homeland Security Understanding and Perceptions and Projections in this frame. I purposely put the Turkish perspective to the latest panel, because if you had discussed this issue right at the very beginning, we could not compare the concepts and transformation trends and also the other dynamics that we had discussed before and compare it to Turkish perception. And I purposely invited Professor Kibaroğlu because I followed his classes, for instance, in War Academy. I know his publications and very relevant to the topic and directly to the epicenter. So I would like to give the floor screen to Professor Kibaroğlu, and he will talk about Iran's nuclear program and relevance to Turkish security perceptions. Here we are, sir.
Thank you, Murat Hocam, for your kind words, and good afternoon, everyone. And I salute everyone, and I'm very glad to be part of this very important event. And thank you, Murat Hocam, for giving me the floor. I would like to share the screen with this map. Let me just start. Yeah. Well, as Murat Arslan Hocam has mentioned, I'm going to talk about the implications of Iran's nuclear program for Turkey's security. And for this, I'm going to use a map, if I may, and let me just make it this big screen. I hope you can all see the picture, the map. Yes, thank you. Well, let me start my presentation by saying maybe the last word first. When you look at this picture, this map, well, you may conclude that Iran's nuclear program may have implications, different implications or same implications for its neighbors, but I think Turkey has a special place, at least from my perspective, and I believe that Turkey is a country that will be most negatively affected by Iran's nuclear weapons capability if and when it is developed. If Iran builds a nuclear stockpile, just look at the surrounding region. And if Iran builds a nuclear stockpile, it will only add a new dimension to its already militarily superior position vis-a-vis the Gulf states, such as the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia in particular. And Syria, despite its internal turmoil, will most likely remain Iran's one and only ally in the region, primarily due to geopolitical considerations, at least for as long as the Assad regime or a like-minded ruler remains in power. And relations between Iran and the former Soviet republics in the Caucasus and Central Asia have grown steadily since their independence, and there's no serious bone of contention that exists between them and Iran. Russia, in my view, still a nuclear superpower, will not be challenged even if Iran builds a small stockpile of nuclear weapons. Aside from the huge imbalances between the two countries, no major hostilities are on the horizon. There is a patron-client relationship between the two, especially in the nuclear field, that is likely to continue to strengthen Russia's hand. In Iran's would-be nuclear weapons capability is not going to pose a serious challenge to Pakistan, India, or China either. All three are nuclear powers already, and none of them have an adversarial relationship with Iran that would lead to a confrontation in the foreseeable future. On the contrary, China's and India's dependence on Iran's oil and gas supplies is likely to increase, affecting the pace of their bilateral relations in favor of Iran. The hostile relationship between Iran and the United States, on the other hand, is likely to persist in the coming years, as we can see nowadays as well, as long as Iran insists on continuing its nuclear program. However, the presence of a handful of nuclear weapons in Iran's nuclear military arsenal will not alter its inferior position to the United States for a long time to come. Similarly, Iran's nuclear capability will remain, by all measures, a credible deterrent against nuclear blackmail by Iran. Moreover, in the Middle Eastern context, the Israeli nuclear capability cannot be considered separately from that of the United States. As such, Iran would not gain the upper hand in its relations with Israel just because it had nuclear weapons. By the same token, Iraq, where the United States has long been involved in building a new nation, will most likely be given strong positive security guarantees with a long-term commitment that will serve as a credible deterrent against Iran's would-be nuclear weapons capability. Regarding Turkey, however, the presence of nuclear weapons in the Iranian military arsenal will upset the delicate balance that has existed between the two countries since the Treaty of Kasserine in 1639, in favor of Iran, of course. The topographic and demographic characteristics of the region and the presence of more or less equal military capabilities on both sides of the border have since forced the parties to refrain from confronting each other. Turkish authorities, both civilian and military, would be expected to have raised serious concerns about Iran's efforts to become a nuclear power, especially following the revelations in August 2002 by an Iranian opposition group, namely the Mujahideen Halk, of Iran's secret uranium enrichment and heavy water production facilities, which are clear indications of Iran's long-term ambitions. Nevertheless, Turkey has been reluctant to assume a higher profile about this matter. This would probably not have been the case until the beginning of the new millennium. Until the Islamic Revolution in Iran in 1979, the Turks and the Iranians had relatively quiet and harmonious relations for more than 3 centuries without even a serious border dispute. Yet the ambition of the clerical leadership in Iran to export its fundamentalist principles to secular and democratic Turkey caused serious tension. The perpetuation of secular principles by the predominantly Muslim Turkish population has since been a highly sensitive issue in domestic politics. And back in the 1990s, Iran's image in Turkey was of a dark regime, quote unquote, trying to cause instability in Turkey and pave the way to a similar Islamic revolutionary movement. And Turkey's security elite blamed Iran for supporting religious extremist groups in Turkey and held Iran responsible for a series of assassinations that claimed the lives of a number of prominent secular intellectuals who had pointed out the dangers of the Iranian designs on Turkey. Well, these are from the 1990s and until the early 2000s. Moreover, Turkish security officials have on a number of occasions provided evidence of Iran's logistical support to PKK terrorists who found refuge on the Iranian side of the border. Once I was told by a high-ranking military official the coordinates of a hospital, which was built, according to his words, by the Iranian government just to give a service to PKK terrorists who were wounded in fighting against Turkish security forces. So added to these strains was the competition between Turkey and Iran over the leadership of the former Soviet republics in the Caucasus and Central Asia, which had cultural and religious common denominators with both Turkey and Iran. As a result of the events leading up to the US invasion of Iraq in 2003, however, the relationship between Turkey and Iran has entered a new phase. Similar concerns about the probable consequences of developments in Iraq have motivated the two countries to merge their political stances with respect to regional political issues. Since then, there has been an unprecedented rapprochement between Turkey and Iran, resulting in an increase in high-level official visits, including high-level military officials, which was not precedented in the 80s and 90s. Yet, it wouldn't be wrong to argue that the nature as well as the extent of Iran's nuclear program is highly likely to have a decisive impact on the future of Turkish-Iranian relations. And there are a number of significant issues that require further cooperation between Iran and the international community and its neighbors in order to provide more transparency about its nuclear program. Well, I will briefly talk about Turkey's position on Iran's nuclear program. And then I will present some Turkish perspectives with respect to Iran's nuclear program and how they are received in Turkey. So Turkey officially recognizes the right of Iran, a member of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, namely the NPT, to develop nuclear technology, provided that it remains on a peaceful track and allows for application of full-scope safeguards inspections by the International Atomic Energy Agency in a way that would lend the utmost confidence to the international community about its intentions. Turkey is indeed carefully monitoring the situation from a wider perspective, and at the same time, Ankara is determining alternative policies to minimize the possible negative effects of its national interest and security of the eventual weaponization of Iran's nuclear program. Turkish officials on time and again have expressed their views with respect to Iran's nuclear program, and they said, we want to believe the Iranian statements that they're fully peaceful, but we also have to take into consideration that things may go south, may go to a different direction, and may have mutual implications. So Turkey is indeed, there are opinions in Turkey toward Iran's nuclear program in particular, which exhibit stark differences depending on one's perspective. While on the one hand, a significant degree of public support exists for Iran's nuclear endeavors, on the other hand, serious concerns about the possible negative implications of Iran's growing nuclear capabilities are also expressed by the security elite. Notwithstanding the positive sentiments in support of Iran's nuclear ambitions in Turkish public opinion, intellectuals, journalists, community leaders, former ministers, and retired civil and military bureaucrats have, on a number of occasions, assessed negative implications of Iran's nuclear ambitions for Turkey's national interest and made statements like the following. I will only mention the statements here without giving specific references, and I will give the source at the very end of this. For instance, one said, attaining nuclear weapons will elevate Iran to the status of a regional power, which it does not deserve, considering its political regime and economic development level. Turkey does not want a conflict in the region after its Iraq and Syria experiences, but it does not want Iran becoming a nuclear power either. Another one said, Iranian attainment of nuclear weapons would cause Iran to gain gravity in regional developments in the Middle East, Central Asia, and the Caucasus at the expense of Turkey. For example, a nuclear Iran will have more influence over Azerbaijan. Another one said, Turkey will not accept living side by side with an Iran possessing nuclear weapons for a period of time, for a long time, and it will produce nuclear weapons to achieve balance, since it will be difficult to live with an Iran whose self-confidence has excessively mounted. Also, the ensuing shift in power of conservatives in Iran will have adverse implications for Turkish-Iranian relations. Another view, Turkey in its region and even in its borders is facing a neighbor which claims preponderance in the region, which has an ingrained and strong state tradition, which is adept in issues of intelligence, counter-espionage, and disinformation, which aims at possessing nuclear power. Another view, Turkey cannot consider the remarks of a regime that pursues imperial policies and gives priority to ideological acrimony that renounces the production of nuclear weapons as a guarantee, since the existence of nuclear power is the threat itself, and there is no guarantee that a country openly cooperating with terrorists will not deliver power to its accomplices when it's in trouble. Another view says, if Iran will not relinquish its ballistic missiles and nuclear program so as to preserve the regional balance, Turkey must obtain nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles and sustain the balance. Someone else said, if Iran develops nuclear weapons, Turkey should do the same so as to be able to preserve the balance of power between the two countries and also in the region. Another view, Turkey should not only develop nuclear weapons, but the quantity as well as the quality of Turkey's nuclear weapons arsenal should be on a par with those of the other nations in the region. And finally, Turkey should definitely follow the path that Iran walked over the years, both for energy generation, so as to energy generation purposes, so as to meet Turkey's growing demand for energy, and also for obtaining and attaining nuclear weapons capability to better protect Turkey's national interest. Regional balances and conjectural developments compel Turkey to do so. So from these views that have been expressed to me over a long period of time, there is not only concern about Iran's nuclear capabilities as to what capabilities they may have, and there are also views that have been clearly expressed, and still statements like this are being made here and there, of course, not all of them publicly, that Turkey should do the same, should go down the same path, and should, in a sense, mimic Iran if Iran acquires nuclear weapons capability. So, and when my colleagues, especially from Western countries, and those whom I meet in international conferences, when they ask me as to what Turkey would do, or whether Turkey would go down the road to produce nuclear weapons, I say, if you have concerns about Turkey's nuclear capabilities, because Turkey has been invested in nuclear technology for a long time, and I tell them, stop Iran first, and don't let Iran develop nuclear weapons. And of course, there was a great opportunity back in 2015 with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, which was signed on July 14th in 2015 between Iran and the P5+1 countries, which incorporated a bunch of measures that would prevent Iran from further advancing its capacity and capability to develop nuclear weapons in the foreseeable future. So, as you know, United States under Trump administration withdrew from the protocol in May 2018, 3 years ago, exactly about this time. And since then, the remaining 4 countries, actually 5 countries, could not help but keeping the document intact, but it's not in effect. And Iran has gone further away from and deviated very much from the obligations that have been clearly expressed in the document. So the fundamental principles and the mechanism that have been adopted by the parties at the time of the signing of the JCPOA should be revised and put in effect without delay, because failure to stop Iran's ambitions to become a nuclear power may lead to a cascade of proliferation in the region with worldwide consequences, not only for the region, such as the demise of the NPT and thus the collapse of the nuclear non-proliferation regime. So I would like to change my sharing screen. So if you would allow me, I will go and, yes, here I am. So I hope you can see this one as well. Actually, much of what I just shared with you over the past 10, 15 minutes have their sources in this article of mine, which was published back in 2008, some 13, 14 years ago. And please go ahead and read. And at the bottom, you can see my personal website, and this you can read the entire article if you would like to do so from this website. And I would like to finish by promoting a book which I have written with my spouse, Professor Dr. Ayşegül Kibaroğlu. And in this book, I suggest you can find a lot of insights with respect to Turkey's foreign and security policies. This book also is from 2009, but it incorporates many issues that still are valid for better understanding what is going on around Turkey and how Turkey's foreign and security policy has been devised in Ankara. So I would like to thank you for this opportunity and thank you for your attention. And if there are any questions, I'm ready to answer before going to my class after this meeting. Thank you, Murat Hocam, for...
Thank you so much. I know that you don't have time and have a lecture right now. And shortly, Turkey does not oppose peaceful exploitation of nuclear energy, but oppose nuclear arms. that pose a threat. So this is actually what I want to abstract after all of your discussion. Thank you so much.
Exactly, exactly. I also
now,
have pieces that are available, you know, with respect to Turkey's, attempts to bring nuclear technology to the country. Turkey's quest for peaceful nuclear power. It's also on my personal website. So thank you for the support.
Now we have a new theme that is relevant to Turkey. It's economic security. I would like to introduce you to Professor Mustafa Yildiran. Actually, the first instance we have met each other was in the airport, going to Afghanistan, Kabul, for a conference. I had prepared a proceeding for this conference, but I couldn't present it because of the misunderstandings due to, you know, language barrier. So I would like to welcome Professor Yildiran, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Murat Hocam. I would like thank you to everyone who organized the conference at Hasan Kalyon University, and especially Dr. Murat Aslan, and I wish you a nice conference. In my speech, I'm going to talk about economic instability, which is one of the problems caused by global economic security of countries. First of all, I would like to analyze the countries exposed to war and terror from a global point of view and their stability data comparatively. Then, I am going to describe the importance of economic security affected by global causes in Turkish economy with the help of economic welfare laws and spending on defense. The basic indication of security of national economies is the stability and growth of the country's economy. To provide the security, what we need is protection of the government's economic assets, protection of its competition power, the protection of the fortune of the households and firms, and the protection of economic stability. The economic security is a complex and multidisciplinary issue. The focal point of economic security is ensure the economic structure and durability of that country against some risks and threats from other countries. Threats against economic security have been weakening the economy or the power economic dominance of another country by international economic actors. At the same time, it also includes threats the use economic methods made up in order to reach their own foreign political and economic aims. Economic instability and crisis are the two big threats to the economy. The term of economic stability comes to mean stability prices and the prevention of unemployment. The economic instability and crisis caused by global economic risk can lead to occupation of the economic decision-making mechanism by international actors, especially the high foreign debt, being addicted to importing and economic embargoes can also trigger the disruption of economic stability in many countries. The establishment of economic stability is possible through stable economic growth. In established economic security, international threats influence the economic stability of countries, especially together with participating in globalization process. The economic security has become dependent on international factors as they have lost their ability to generate economic policies, economies which are integrated into global markets later on start to lose their stability. For example, before the 2008 financial crisis, the Icelandic economy which integrate into global banking system operationally has had a big collapse. The most important indication of economic instability is the volatility of economic growth ratios. The way to measure this is standard deviation of growth data. Countries where there is a political instability, terrorism, and military interventions have no economic stability. As shown in Figure 1, it is seen that economic stability and political stability are factors which complete each other. Above the figure are the countries which have low volatility. In the figure, calculation are made based on the data from the World Bank between 1991 and 2019. Below the figure are the countries with high growth volatility. For example, while the growth volatility of OECD countries is at around 1.3%, it is more than 10% in countries like Iraq, Rwanda, and Libya. In other words, the 10% positive period follows the 10% negative period in growth. The volatile rate of Turkey is at around 4.5%. This rate is higher than average of OECD countries and the world in general. After the Second World War, Western advanced economies continuously managed to increase their own welfare levels with their long-term stable growth. The countries exposed to international military operation and terrorist attacks have low per capita GDP due to instability of economic growth. Figure 2 shows the relationship between per capita national income of 29 selected countries and the rate of economic volatility. As seen in Figure 2, the countries having high level per capita GDP like the USA, Sweden, Hong Kong, and Germany are the stable countries economically at the same time. The countries like India, Myanmar, Kyrgyzstan, Rwanda, and Yemen are also unstable politically and economically. As shown the figure, Turkey is just below the average per capita GDP worldwide with $9,000 US. In my speech, I am also going to talk about economic security and global threats in Turkey. Economic actions of any country can be examined in 3 stages in terms of economic security. In the first stage, pure economic security defines the threats on continuity of economic activities, such as stable economic growth. In the second stage, in order to have economic security, an important element is to have a developed military-industrial complex. In the third stage, military actions are an element to be taken into account for economic security. The economic security of Turkey can be analyzed in 3 stages altogether. However, Turkey has always been exposed to threats arising from the global conditions since 1960s. When we list some of the global problems Turkey has faced, we can see an oil crisis, foreign debt crisis, an embargo imposed on the restriction of opium cultivation areas, the terrorist violence in the 1970s, the assassination attempts of the ambassadors by the Asala terrorist organization, and the foreign military intervention attempts in the period from 1994 to the 2001 economic crisis. Economic security was under threat due to foreign-sponsored terrorist attacks by PKK. From 2001 to 2013, economic stability was relatively sustained with an average stable economy of 1.2%. During the period after 2013, a lot of global risks affected Turkish economy negatively, such as the tension between Israel with Turkey, starting with Mavi Marmara raid, refugee crisis of Syrian war, PKK terrorist activities, ICIL illegal activities, and their attacks to Turkey, attitudes of UAE to the Eastern Mediterranean natural gas problems, the aeroplane crisis between Russia and Turkey, the Gulf attempts FETÖ terrorist organization, Qatar crisis, Trump's explanation as to Turkish economy, the Libya crisis, F-35 crisis, and Azerbaijan-Montenegro war. If we consider the 2001-2013 growth rate of 5.2% in Turkish economy as the base at average, as seen figure 3, Turkish national income in 2019 could have gone up to 1.27 trillion US dollars. When compared with national income data at present, we can see a difference of $500 million, such as a scenario, it would be possible to get a per capita income of 15,000 US dollars. The Turkish economy has experienced a considerable amount of national income loss because of global risk. Although it seems to grow in terms of Turkish liras, the economic power has been declined regarding foreign currency. Therefore, as global political and terror risks have been causing a welfare loss in Turkish economy, an economic security issue comes up. Since it was founded, Turkey has always had to possess a big-scale military and industrial complex due to the military threats and terrorist attacks around. Military spending and growth of military industrial complex is going to increase the share of security economy of the economic of countries. The situation may cause the economic development of other sectors negatively, as well as some different discussions related with the topic after the Second World War. Examples of Germany and Japan shows that decrease in military spending have had an effect on economic development. When we examine the rate of Turkey defense expenditure in proportion to national income and data from previous 30 years, it has fallen from 4% to 2.7% level, as shown figure 3, especially from 2006 to 2017. Spending of defense was below worldwide average. However, for 3 years after 2017, it increased by about 15% annually, and it reached up 2071% in proportion to national income. In general, as the defense spending of countries go up, personal income and welfare of ordinary people can go down. The increase in military spending of countries is one of risks which affect economic security. In recent years, as regional and global threats have increased, military expenditure has risen, affected the growth of national income in Turkey. The global economic security of countries is a discipline which requires a multidimensional analysis. In this speech, issue of economic security has been analyzed as an economic stability matter. Economic instability has been analyzed, though some international examples in which countries are in middle of security problems due to increasing global political and military threats which have been on the rise in recent years. It can be said that Turkey has experienced both income loss and welfare loss, also by increasing Turkey defense expenses due to global effects. I can say that Turkey opportunity because of not being able
Sir? Sir? Professor Yildiran, I think you are broken. Yes, now we hear.
Sorry?
Yes, go please. It was broken for a while. Yes.
Thank you. I finished my speech.
Thank you so much. I see that economy is something really complex and fragile, especially if political developments, creates more risk than imagined, mainly in international arena. Thank you so much, sir. So I will pass the word to Professor Zuhal Mert. He's from Marmara University, a faculty member of Marmara University, and very expertise specialized in Turkish-Greek relations, crisis, issue fields and question, including the Cyprus issue. So here she will present us the search of solution in Cyprus in the context of Homeland security concept. Thank you so much for participating, Professor, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this well-organized conference. It's a pleasure to participate, to be among us. I would like to discuss this widely discussed concept partially because I try to evaluate the topic from the perspective of image construction and impact of foreign policy effectiveness. My title is given to the organizers as the search of solution in Cyprus in the context of Homeland security concept, but I should add, I think, this image construction into this frame in order to be much clear to the let's say, the readers or listeners. So today, actually, we listened many different papers about different aspects of Homeland security, and this concept is wide and covers many aspects. It's sure that security concept itself is enlarging and evolving since the end of Cold War, and it's a wide change and evolution. With the concept of Homeland security, we have a different let's say, conceptual discussions right now. It creates a domestic and outer space, as in many different security studies. I'm sure most of are familiar about this fact. So in any kind of security study, actually, we should start from what is threat. So at the end, if we are discussing security, it is related with threat perception, threat conception. States can create a security problem, actually, as you know, by referring to their own security. So we know the concept of security dilemma. The states can create can be a real security problem when they were trying to create their own security. So especially as after the 9/11, we witnessed this problem, you know, the latest version experienced in Libya. Beyond the UN Security Council mechanisms, we faced with several concepts like responsibility to protect or preemptive strikes that can, these let's say terms and these activities created by themselves a kind of, let's say, source of security problem. Especially the Libyan case is very important, and we saw that, we witnessed that this the image construction and the explanation of your standpoint through the diplomatic means is very important. So what you are trying to do, what kind of actor you are still very important, especially in this unsecure atmosphere, because, you know, UN Security Council mechanisms can be traced in this new atmosphere. So in this paper, I try to argue and discuss that lack of effective and full-fledged diplomatic capacity to explain actors' position can be a real security problem for a state, because losing the base of legitimacy can create a serious threat to homeland security. So military offense against Libya was just an end. It created a serious threat to homeland security of Libyans. So what to do, how to create a security for states. So I try to evaluate this topic in the context of Cyprus problem and the capacity of Turkish diplomacy, because as you know, we have a new proposal right now, depending on existence of two separate states. And it created several responses we faced with this, let's say, reactions coming from international community. So diplomacy, as we know, carries very important role, because the presentation of rightfulness or your standpoint is very, very important, and you need to be legitimate and rightful actor in the eyes of international society, and this is a source of power, actually. And as an important topic of foreign policy, Turkey's existence in the Eastern Mediterranean and its neighborhood is tightly related with that. Let's look at the case of Syria. Let's look at the case of other, let's say, regional activities of Turkey, and how it is reflected, how it's named, in which category these activities are categorized. So Turkey needs to be very clear, very active, and very, let's say, effective in diplomacy, and many different diplomatic ways of conduct. We must be very active. When we look at especially the Greek-Turkish rivalry and the Eastern Mediterranean, especially the Cyprus, it is very easy to change in the discourse of our rivals. I need to refer that, because we can see that the terminology related with revisionism, expansionism, source of instability. So these are the parts of this negative image construction process. So the propaganda and image construction through different forms of diplomacy shall be considered as vital for Turkish foreign policy. How much it is considered as a very important security matter, I'm not sure, because when we look at the explanations of the important officials, I have some, let's say, the question marks in my mind. We may look at in literature, and we can see the importance of disinformation, malinformation, misinformation, because we know that it is very easy to transform and misinformation to disinformation, because in the misinformation we may talk about lack of enough information, but in disinformation, together with the bad intentions and, let's say, the bad intentions, we can see the transformation of this, lack of information to a very bad result of image. So the image construction through the public diplomacy and other diplomatic means like digital diplomacy are very, very important for any kind of actors in international society right now. In this context, what's happening in Cyprus? Let's look at this issue. In Cyprus negotiations, we know that for many years, Turkey and Greece, and Turkish Cypriots tried to find a solution to Cyprus problem, but we know that the passing years did not make the problem much easier to be resolved. And the propaganda is a very important mean in this process. And we know that Turkey is not the advantageous side, especially in international arena, about the Cyprus problem, despite the birth of Cyprus question was totally supporting Turkey's argumentation. What happened and how it is evolved to a negative image matter today, we need to discuss. And when we look at today's argumentation of Turkish foreign policy, you can see that it is somehow related with also exclusive economic zone and new topics of Eastern Mediterranean. And they are all related with the Cyprus question. And Cyprus, the Republic of Cyprus government and the Greek government is very active about this propaganda tools, and they are using this Eastern Mediterranean exclusive economic zone delimitation matter related with this discourse inside the Cyprus problem. So the problem is identified as another expansionism. Is it? So this shall be considered as a potential source of security problem, because we know that the international community, especially the legitimacy of your activities, shall be considered carefully. The negative language, usage of negative language is also very important in construction of the image, because we know that the rivals can create very easily negative, let's say, image by depending on your wording, your maneuvers, and these shall be regarded as a very important source of threat. I think that the problem related with the contemporary discussions about Cyprus issue is not only related with the new proposal of Turkey depending on two-state solution. It is also related the discourse, wording, the approach. So these shall be regarded important and must be chosen carefully, because if we are not so much careful about this, it can create a real negative image in our geography and then in international community. So we have also in Turkish officials have also some problems related with the approach. The problem is considered like a kind of dilemma between the image construction and the security or the national interest. In order to be free from this approach, the diplomatic capacity of Turkey must be activated much more. Actually, Turkey is aware about the importance of image construction and image security matter. But what happened? We can look at the developments inside Turkish diplomatic capacity. This creation of a Directorate of Communication in 2018. It is a valuable attempt, but what we see that it's not effective about the defense capacity, increase of defense capacity of Turkey. And still the presidency and especially the foreign ministry has the let's say much more importance for a satisfactory explanation of Turkish standpoint. So what shall be done for an effective image security? Image construction needs, first of all, a long-term investment. And if your tendency and choices change frequently that unfortunately decrease the reliability of a country's rightfulness. This is unfortunately very negative for this and powerful image construction. So the consistent arguments may create much positive results for the benefits of a country's and in its interest image. And second, the lack of knowledge can be a source of problem to be open to manipulation. So Turkey shall increase its capacity to explain its standpoint at international and all levels. And thirdly, leadership and party government ideology can be selected as a kind of target to eliminate Turkey's demands and interest argumentations. And that must be received very, let's say, patiently, and must be explained the standpoint carefully. And finally, another very important source of image security is symbolism. The Turkish officials may find some small gestures and taking the attention of international community that can create a positive image. And we had some negative image construction steps, unfortunately, in the past days. At the end, it's not easy to eliminate malinformation which is created with the targeted efforts of your rivals, but it is possible to limit the misinformation in order to limit the damages that seem small but actually have a potential to harm in the long term. Thank you for your patience, and the floor is yours, dear Dr. Murat.
Thank you so much, Professor. I'm really interested in this topic because you frequented the words propaganda, negative language, image construction, image security, symbolism. I have recalled the term strategic communications of today because most states and even some multinational companies have organizations as such. And they are conducting it in a very professional way, not only about communications sector, but also they are uniting politics, security, and also the other affiliated fields with interaction by means of words and deeds. So that was also a part of my PhD thesis. I'm really interested in this. Thank you so much. Now we have another distinguished speaker, Dr. Pelin Aliyev. She's a visiting scholar in Hasan Kalyoncu University, and she has focused on elections and the PKK violence. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Let me please to share my PowerPoint. Okay.
Yasin Bey, yetki verin.
Tamam.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. I'm working at, thank you so much. I'm working at Hasan Kalyoncu University, and I'm mostly studying on political institutions, political opposition, electoral violence, and democratization. And today, during my presentation, I am going to talk about the elections and the PKK violence in Turkey in the context of Homeland Security. Firstly, the aim of this study is to determine how the PKK threatens Homeland Security in Turkey by means of elections. This research is an example of content analysis. I focused on the news between the years 2011 and 2017, accessed via national and local online journalism sites. Why is this research important? There is hardly any academic study linking the PKK with electoral violence and dealing with this issue in the context of Homeland Security. In this respect, I think this research will contribute to filling this gap in the literature. Firstly, I want to talk about the concept of security and its its transformation after the Cold War. Security is one of the main concepts of the international relations discipline. However, it changed with time and conditions. Secondly, I'm going to focus on new threats, expansion of security, and terrorism as a new threat. The concept of security has been dominated by the realist approach for a long time. With the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War, the concept has been redefined. In addition to the conventional threats posed by the states, new forms of threats have emerged. These threats are called as asymmetric threats. And thirdly, I am going to talk about the concept of homeland security and its relation with terrorism. Terrorism is one of these new forms of threats, but we cannot say that there is one definition of this concept. So we can agree that terrorism is a problem, but we cannot agree on what terrorism is. Terrorist groups have generally political, religious, or ideological ends and resort to violence for reaching their ends. Terrorism is not a philosophy or a movement, it's a method, and terrorism is a serious problem for the international community today. The terrorist attacks on 11 September undoubtedly marked a milestone on the way people adapted their stance on terrorism. Shortly following the events of 11 September, the term Homeland Security emerged and quickly became a symbol firmly embedded in American society, referring this new way of thinking about terrorism and security issues. This date that has raised a very important and vital policy area and policy phenomenon. The Department of Homeland Security, established in United States of America. The primary purpose of this department is to protect the United States from terrorist attacks, man-made accidents, and natural disasters. Finally, I'm going to explain the concept of electoral violence as a strategy of terrorist groups and its relation with homeland security. Terrorist groups have a variety of strategies in order to reach their ultimate purpose. Electoral violence is one of these strategies. It can take place during any part of the electoral cycle. It can occur on pre-election period, on election day, or following election. Their targets are candidates, activists, voters, election officials. And now electoral violence subverts basic standards for democratic elections. It plays a central role in the integrity of elections. The effects of violence or the threat of violence can undermine the legitimacy of electoral results and broader political process. By resorting to violence, these organizations seek to manipulate the election results in their favor. And now I am going to talk about the PKK as a terrorist group. The PKK was founded to fight for an independent Kurdistan. Although the PKK target Turkey, Northeast Iraq, and this group claim a highland region spanning Southeast Turkey, Northeast Iraq, and Northwest Iran. Turkey has suffered 40 million deaths from terrorism until now. The PKK is a source of threat for the homeland security in Turkey. Elections are one of the main pillars of Turkish democracy. Fair and free elections are a hallmark of a democracy. A secure and resilient electoral process is a vital national interest and one of Turkey's highest priorities. However, the PKK is a major source of threat on electoral security in Turkey. And now I would like to show you my research results. The three most frequent words used in the news headlines about the PKK's electoral violence. treat 92%, the PKK 61.5%, People's Democratic Party 30.8%. Sorry. And now I would like to show you some threatening words of the PKK to the voters. If we cannot pass the 10% threshold, all hell will break loose. It would be like the 6-8 October events. I memorized you, well as you. If the vote is not given, we will burn the village, you will get out. You live in this house, this is your number, this is your age, this is your place of birth. And now I want to show you some posters before the elections used by HDP, People's Democratic Party.
Actually, Pelin Hanım, we can't see the new slides, but the old one. You should completely close the window of the older PowerPoint.
Now?
Yes.
It's okay?
Yes.
Okay. I continue. If it is not problem. There is not problem. Okay. Okay, posters before the election. How they say? It is dangerous and prohibited for any party other than HDP to enter. If we pass the election threshold, we are clothes, we are sun, we are rain. If we cannot pass the election threshold, my home is mountains. Under the visual of a forest with a flowing blood, one day everything. Aren't you afraid? Are you aware? Take your measures. And the PKK implements violence in 3 ways during election periods: harm, threats, and repression. Verbal attacks on voters, candidates, party representative. Attack by throwing stone on voters, candidates, party representative. Armed attack on voters, candidates, party representative. Attack on election office and election vehicles by throwing stone. Armed attack on election office and election vehicles. Kidnapping and attempted kidnapping. Attack on workplaces, preventing those who vote for other political parties from going to the plateau. Burning and demolishing the tents of those who voted for another political party, and assaulting of shepherds and those who live on the plateau. And why? Threats. Vote for HDP, not to vote other political parties, threatening voters as they did not vote for HDP. How? Threatening face-to-face, over the phone, or by a letter, by putting a cross on their doors, by giving messages on posters, preventing candidates and party representatives from entering certain areas, preventing candidates to be candidate by leaving empty case and their doorstep. With what? These threats. Threatening the voter with that. Threatening children with kidnapping to the mountain, threatening to burn homes, threatening to cut off electricity, threatening to burn cars, threatening with service, threatening with punishments. And repression, forcing voters to hang HDP flags, asking a photo of their votes from voters. And conclusion, finally. It has been determined that the PKK is trying to make an impact on election results, thus leads to electoral violence and causes electoral insecurity in Turkey by resorting to harm, threat, and repression. In this context, it is concluded that the PKK does not only threaten Turkey in terms of military, but also its homeland security through elections, which are one of its democratic values. And I have some recommendations. Since electoral violence is a homeland security issue, more efforts are needed to resolve it. Measures varying from election to election do not bring any radical solution to the problem. Firstly, at institutional level, as we know, in the United States of America, a political security department should be established within the Ministry of Interior. One of the principal responsibilities of this department should be to take necessary measures to prevent violence experienced during election periods. Thank you for your attention.
Can you stop sharing your document, please?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. You know, an interesting point we dealt because we have a terrorist organization directly challenging a state actor. And in the meantime, democratic values, and it becomes a point of exploitation, either to increase the trends of the attacks or decrease it, pending to the perceived strength in political arena. So I think perception of public is important, as you have surveyed. And the questions are actually reflecting exactly what could be the attitude of the local public, mainly at the southeast part of Turkey is representing. Thank you so much. Actually, we are done with the fourth panel, and the next panel will start at 17:30. I see that Stephen Heidemann, Professor Heidemann is here. If you would, you know, just allow us like 25 minutes, we will be online and we will terminate after your concluding remarks then. Thank you, sir. So at 30 minutes, actually 25 minutes break until 17:30 Turkish time. Thank you. Hello again. Yes, I think it's almost time to start the latest panel that requires concluding remarks by two distinguished keynote speakers. The first one is Professor Stephen Heidemann. He is Janet Wright Ketchum, 1953 professor in the Middle East Studies, Director of Program in the Middle East Studies, Smith College, the United States of America. And later then, we will have Professor Mark Gopin, the James H. Lowe, if I pronounce it in a correct way, I don't know, professor at the School for Conflict Analysis and Resolution at George Mason University, the United States of America. Sir, welcome, and it's an honor for us to host you here. We know you from your studies. Actually, it's the first time you see you with a physical appearance. Thank you so much. But you look much more younger, by the way. You have just let us know that your topic, or actually the topic that you want to discuss, is the state as a driver of homeland security or insecurity, and taking the Syrian case to the epicenter of the discussions. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Professor Aslan. It's an honor for me to be able to participate in this meeting on a very, very important topic, one that I know resonates very deeply with my Turkish colleagues, and so I'm delighted to have the chance to engage with you and your colleagues on this topic. It's a topic that I think is not only increasingly important in many different areas around the world, but also increasingly controversial. And I thought, even though we are at the phase of wrapping up what I'm sure were very interesting and provocative deliberations over the course of the day, that I would try perhaps to inject a bit of controversy perhaps into our conversation by adopting a somewhat different perspective in our thinking about homeland security. What to do when, as I mentioned in the topic of my talk, the state becomes a driver of homeland insecurity. How do we think about homeland security in these contexts? And I think Syria offers us a very good example of this. Now, I'm mindful that this is the last panel before the real closing remarks of the meeting to be given by the rector of your university, and I know also that a great deal of material has been covered in panels that I was not able to participate in because of the time difference. So I hope that I'm not simply reproducing things that have already been discussed in the meeting. I hope that I'm able to add something to the deliberations in the topic on which I want to focus today. The focus of my comments, as I've mentioned, is how we should think about homeland security in contexts in which the state is really the principal source of threat to homeland security. And Syria seems to me, as I noted, a particularly apt example of that. What I want to signal in focusing on a case in which a state, a government that is still seen as the sovereign authority, undermines and threatens the security of its citizens, what I want to really drive home with this example is how deeply controversial and how deeply contested the very concept of homeland security has become. And I would highlight three really central questions that I think underscore the extent to which the concept of homeland security has in many ways become increasingly problematic, in part because of experiences like those in Syria. First is the question of how we define the homeland. Second is the question of whose security is perceived to be threatened. And third, who are the actors who are perceived to pose a threat to security? And when we step back and ask these questions, what's most striking, I think, is how quickly, really it's only been a couple of decades since the concept of homeland security entered our vocabulary in the period following the attacks of 9/11 in the United States. And what these questions, I think, point out to us is how quickly the language of homeland security has been globalized, but not always in a positive way. The concept has been captured by state actors, exploited by state actors, even abused by state actors in virtually every part of the world to justify and legitimate policies that don't start from the assumption that all citizens are entitled to security unless their specific actions pose a legitimate threat, but rather that some social groups within the state can be defined as not deserving of security, as groups that should be denied the protections of the state, and most troubling, as groups that represent a collective threat to some conception of homeland security, not because of specific actions of individuals, but because of their identities and because of their memberships in groups that have been defined as not deserving of security on the part of the state. And I think this represents a very dangerous shift in how we understand homeland security from its very early use in the United States after 9/11. In this kind of thinking, what I'd propose, I think we can say that homeland security has been transformed from a public good, something to which all citizens are entitled, into a selective good, something that the state provides to only select groups of citizens, depending on whether it views them as sufficiently loyal and as deserving of security. And what this leads to in many cases, cases we're all familiar with, are state policies in which authorities single out these groups that are designated as disloyal for forms of collective punishment, including, in some cases, forms of collective punishment that involve the most extreme forms of state violence that target excluded groups. Now, unfortunately, we have many examples of this kind of thing. We have examples of some states designating whole communities as terrorists and as threats to the nation. We see this in China's treatment of the Uyghur population, for example. We also have examples of states designating certain groups as not deserving of security in far less extreme, but nonetheless still troubling ways. Think about the recent legislation in France, for example, that designates certain forms of political Islam as representing a threat to the security of the nation, and therefore designating those who express beliefs that are seen to be consistent with those threatening notions of political Islam as themselves threats to homeland security and not deserving of the protections of the state. And we see this in many other instances. I'm afraid we also can find examples of this in the United States at different times over the course of American history. But what I would argue is that there are, in fact, very few examples in which ideas about homeland security have been exploited and abused as severely as they have in Syria at the hands of the Assad regime. Of course, this goes back well before the start of the uprisings in 2011. There is a very long history of this kind of selective provision of security only to groups of citizens designated as loyal by the Assad regime, going all the way back, in fact, to the rise of the regime in 1970. But this practice has really risen to quite unprecedented levels in the past decade. We also have very few examples comparable to Syria in which the state itself, as a result of its practices, has come to represent the single most dangerous threat, undermining the security of large segments of the society over which it rules. In fact, we're now in the quite extraordinary circumstance in which a majority of the Syrian population is at risk because it has been defined as a threat to homeland security by the government of Syria. Now, I don't think I need to explain anything to this group about the scale of the violence that the Assad regime has used against the Syrian population. We're all relatively familiar with what has happened in Syria over the past decade. And I don't think I need to elaborate terribly much about the price that millions of Syrians have paid over the past decade as a result of state violence. Not only death and displacement, detention, injury, loss of livelihoods, loss of property, and so on. The consequences have been quite horrific. We all, I think, are aware of these facts. I think we're also aware about the extent to which the Assad regime's abuse of the concept of homeland security has placed its neighbors under enormous pressure as well. Turkey is perhaps first among the neighboring countries, along with Lebanon and Jordan, that has been placed under enormous pressure because of the way in which the Assad regime has operationalized an exclusionary, repressive concept of homeland security. Again, it's hard to imagine an audience that's more keenly aware of these facts than our Turkish colleagues present in this meeting today. But what the Syrian case also highlights, and I'm just going to close with this because I know that the discussion will be, I think, the most interesting and stimulating part of our exchange, is the importance for countries like Turkey, but also the United States, of insisting on an understanding of homeland security in Syria that's based on several fundamental principles. First, that homeland security is not possible in Syria unless it's based on the right of all Syrians to human security, including security from the abuses of state violence. Second, that homeland security is not possible unless the Syrian state guarantees the protection and security of all those displaced by violence, including refugees and IDPs, and including the security of their lives, their livelihoods, and their property. Third, that true homeland security is not possible until those responsible for the abuses and criminal acts of the past decade are held to account. And then finally, that homeland security in a country like Syria is really only possible on the basis of a meaningful political transition, like the one envisioned in UN Security Council Resolution 2254, in which all Syrians have a voice in determining their political future. And we can see in the way the current presidential election, if we can call it that, is being conducted, how far we are from achieving that kind of a political process to shape the future of Syria. Now, I recognize that achieving these principles may be unlikely in the near term, but I would also say that until we can move toward a resolution of the Syrian conflict that rests on these principles, among others, I think we also have to understand that for most Syrians, the idea of homeland security will remain out of reach, and that perhaps the defining feature of everyday life for a majority of Syrians will continue to be a condition of insecurity and vulnerability and precarity rather than the opposite. And I think we all understand not only the likelihood of this trajectory as defining Syria's future in the years ahead, but what the consequences of that will be for Syrians first and foremost, but also, again, for Syria's neighbors who have borne such a significant share of the cost of the Syrian conflict over the past decade. So I will leave things with that. And again, thank the organizers for the chance to participate and the opportunity to join your discussions today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. As you may know, state itself is sacred in the Middle Eastern culture. That means state is something that represents authority, though it doesn't mean that it should be or it must be authoritarian. Second, there's a great debate in the literature about the expansion of security conceptualizations, including the level of analysis or unit of analysis. On the other hand, if you take out state in terms of credibility, accountability, or authority upon the overall land, also the people. That means the other security types invented or claimed or argued are somehow endangered. So state is important. I think that should be the one obstruction from the overall discussion, even though it poses also a danger if it transforms how to treat people. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to pass the word to Professor Mark Gopin. He was here, but I lost his video image. Professor Gopin. I think he's down. Let's wait for a while, please. Professor? There should be a problem with the, yes. Professor Gopin, welcome. This is the second occasion I will be listening to you, and it's an honor. The first time was really joyful for me because I have heard exactly what I'm imagining in my mind, in terms of toleration, in terms of embracing the others, in terms of integration of differing identities in a society. So really, it was beyond my imagination. So the floor is yours, and it's on you. Thank you.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here, and it's such an honor. My time in Turkey goes back since for many years now, and also to the intensive work that we were able to do with my peace partner Hind Kabawat, and with the Syrian community and the Syrian refugees, and from the work from Gaziantep to Istanbul to Rihanya, everywhere we went, there was such an amazing collaboration with the Turkish community that allowed us to be comforted in a very, very desperate and sad and confusing situation once all the refugees started pouring over the border. My background is, and let's just focus on Homeland Security. My background is philosophy combined with conflict analysis and resolution and the field of ethics, and 30 or 40 years of practice on the ground in situations of war and conflict. And that experience on the ground has made me rethink, philosophically speaking, notions like Homeland Security. So Homeland Security came about as Professor Steve Heidemann rightly pointed out, especially after 9/11 and its early inception in the United States. But what we know now from a deeper form of empiricism, and we're all analysts, as well as practicing diplomacy and other matters. And in our analysis, we understand that the very basis of and the foundation of science going back thousands of years to the Greek traditions and to Socrates and Aristotle is analysis of facts as they stand. And then at the same time, we have become aware, especially in the last 100 years, we're more aware of postmodern analysis where things are much more fluid than that, when we have multiple perspectives and they evolve. And so postmodernism is trying to get us to a deeper understanding from an empirical point of view of what Homeland Security means, of what any term means, contested terms, but especially terms that have to do with so many different interpretations based on your disposition and your power positions. And so what we have been able to do in terms of the fact that dispositionally, I have been a guest in Turkey, and the Syrian people have been guests in Turkey, is that it develops a new concept of Homeland Security. Because here we are, and I'm speaking now as an honorary Syrian, here we are is that we sit there and were entirely vulnerable to a very deep enemy across the border who didn't recognize borders and who wanted to chase people beyond that border. And I remember sitting in Rahanya and looking over at the mountain on the other side that is Syria, and not being certain who's going to come over at night. And I remember deeply the Turkish soldiers that were protecting us, and that those Turkish soldiers were nervous at that point. Everything was very fluid, and they didn't know who we were. We didn't know who they were. And we were visiting the children at the border. We were visiting the children in a village that was protecting some of the kids. But the soldiers didn't know that. They didn't know who we were. And they were nervous. And we came with a bus, and we're Americans. It was all very confusing to them. And what happened was that the commander of that Turkish unit, he took charge. And instead of just shouting and yelling, he just came over, said, "How are you?" And we started talking. And he needed to understand. And we talked again and again of what we were actually doing there. And then he realized what we were doing. And he said, "But I have my orders, and I can't really let you go down to the village unless I accompany you." And so then we negotiated, and we said, "Okay, well, welcome. Why don't you come with us? Because then you can see the kids and you can work with us." And he thought about it, and then he phoned his commander, and he said, "Okay, we're coming with you, but we have to wait for a replacement." We waited for an hour for a replacement for his unit, and then we went down. For 3 hours, those soldiers played with all the Syrian kids in a Turkish village. Now, why do I raise this story? Because that commander was evaluating and reevaluating Homeland Security at that moment. He was deciding that not only the human rights of the poor refugees was at stake and the children, but his very definition of what is a homeland and what is security. What is a homeland and what is security? And he evolved that definition to realize that true security in this situation is to be the champions of protection of women and children rather than attack, which is what the Syrian dictator had been doing. And secondly, that welcoming people was an essential part of his homeland security concept. But he had to follow orders. He had to negotiate with the state. He had to cooperate with the state. And he had to make sure that what he was doing was permissible. And so he abided by the law and order of the state, and at the same time, and the chain of command. And then at the same time, he negotiated the complex fluidity of what is empirical reality. And in empirical reality, there are always unseens and unknowns. And those unseens and unknowns need to be negotiated with wisdom. So wisdom and has to negotiate with the rule of law. And that's why that commander became a heroic Turkish figure at that moment of Homeland Security. He welcomed refugees, he welcomed humanitarian aid, but he negotiated carefully with the state for permission on what was safe, what was secure, and what was within the chain of command. So he evolved at that moment the notion of Homeland Security. And I'm arguing that we must do the same thing because life is always changing. The situation in the international structures and national structures are always changing. Homeland Security, by definition, is a neutral idea. It could become a source of oppression, the way that Dr. Heidemann described, or it could become a source of enlightenment, because it could be a way to embrace all people within a border as the homeland and as part of the security system. So that even if there's 1 million or more, or 2 million guests, or 2 million Syrians who are not citizens, they can become part of the homeland and they can become part of the security. If our minds tell us that we can do that, and that if we can negotiate with the bureaucracies of state power in order for that to happen. So it means that negotiation and conflict resolution and wisdom and active listening and compassion and some core values like welcoming guests, which is such an important value within Islam and within the Abrahamic traditions in the Middle East, all of those can negotiate to a more effective form of homeland security in very dangerous and fluid situations. And obviously, Turkey has many borders and many complex situations. So that's, to me, that is the core idea, is how to remain open-minded about homeland security, to seek out the wisdom of guests, of citizens, of people across the planet, but even a Turkish commander on the border with Syria, who may have some wisdom about what is good security. And the reason why I'm so passionate about this subject now is because I am working with police chiefs in the United States extensively on the future of racial relations. Some of them are Black, some of them are white. And what we have come up with is that true security is guardianship and safety. True security is becoming an officer of the peace, a peace officer, a guardian of the society. And guardianship involves a great deal of self-analysis, self-control, wisdom, and a fluidity, a flexibility in the unknowns that will come in our direction. And a Syrian officer in 2012, sorry, a Turkish officer in 2012 on that border, in that crazy situation, had to have a great deal of wisdom, flexibility, analysis of what was secure at that moment. Every police officer, every police chief in the United States has to ask himself that question: am I being a guardian of security, or am I losing control of myself, or am I acting out of excessive fear or paranoia? So that is the key of us evolving the concept of homeland security in a way that will be functional, wise, decent, and make us attractive as an alternative to bad leadership that's around the corner, that's on the other side of the border. Because in the end, we need to compete with dictatorships that may be across the way. We need to say, this is a better place, this is a better way. And then everyone who's our guest, everyone who's in our country will side with us. And that is true security. That is greater security. So I think I'll stop it there. And again, I'm honored to be with you and with all of the students. And Professor Aslan, I'm so pleased to meet you, at least long distance, and someday I hope it'll be in person.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind contribution to conference, and also thank you, Mr. Professor Heidemann. Today it was really not tiring, but knowledge-based day. You know, we learned a lot. I'm really full of knowledge right now. I have to digest it. So I would like to thank all, and I would like to pass the word to our rector, Professor Turkay Dereli, for the closing remarks. Professor? Just a minute. I think there's a technical issue. Sir?
Hello. Yes, I am here.
Our guests concluded their remarks, and we benefited a lot, especially both speakers discussed about the role of state, and later then we tried to understand the interrelation of philosophy and conflict with specific exempling. So I think this is the end of today, and we are expecting you to conclude the overall conference with your closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Dr. Murat. I'm happy to be with you at the closing of the International Homeland Security Conference here today. We listened to very qualified and beneficial discussions and presentations throughout the day. Thank you very much for all. And it has been emphasized once again that Homeland security is an important issue, an important research area that needs to be studied holistically. And I think the research to be done in this area are really important. And I think that almost every issue, from migration to terrorism, from natural disasters, including earthquakes, to the social media, from pandemic to cybersecurity, from health to COP attempts, can be addressed, modeled, and solved as a homeland security problem. Therefore, I invite all scientists, especially those of Hasan Kalyoncu University, to do research in the field of homeland security. And as Hasan Kalyoncu University, we are very proud of successfully organizing such a successful international conference on a very important and up-to-date subject, Homeland Security. And I think, as far as I know, we had the first international conference on this subject, Homeland Security, in Turkey. And I hope the following will come, Murat, and we can we arrange the second one as soon as possible, if possible, with your support. And frankly speaking, Homeland Security is an issue that I personally care about. It was one of my dreams. And organizing such a conference on this topic, yes, very important to me. And it was a kind of my dream. For making this dream come to true, I am very grateful to everyone who contributed and participated to this conference, these organizations, and especially you, Dr. Murat Aslan. Thank you very much. And all of you, dear participants, thank you very much for your participation, and hope to see you in the next conference on Homeland Security. And my last word is maybe the first thing that needs to be provided for a safe country is security. It means security for safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think that concludes the overall conference. I thank you all who participate, attend, or listen to this conference. And we would like to see you in our university in the coming days, months, or years. You know, it's on you. You are all welcomed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Murat. Thanks to all the participants.
Thank you, Professor Ronchi. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Gopin. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm waiting for all to sign out because I will record the overall process to the computer.